Chapter 361, The Ring of Anthony. The three gods of civilization had fulfilled their dreams to lead the civilization of steam and engines into the magic crystal era. They entered the Star Kingdom, guarding the civilization and its living beings. The people in Naya held a huge ceremony for them, pushing the magic crystal era that belonged to everyone to its peak. Magic crystal airships flew around Naya while people played drums and gongs. Soldiers carried flags and played trumpets. They held this celebration for half a month. Then people built landmarks and architecture in Naya to honor the three gods. A giant likeness of Frank. It was a statue of a figure holding a slab of stone over his head, erected along the side of the Crete Canal. It was the embodiment of the god of intelligence and civilization. The Alva Magic Crystal Tower. The Magic Crystal Tower was hundreds of meters tall and became the tallest magic crystal tower in the world. It was the shiniest landmark in all of Naya. It represented the god of wealth and trade and the god of magic crystal. Wilbert Library. Built for the god of history and race, Wilbert, who documented the rise and fall of all the races of civilization in history. He documented the rise and decline of every race. Inside Wilbert Library held books from all over the world, and it became the most famous library on the Alan continent. The Sumerian Freedom Alliance with its magic crystal system became the dominating kingdom in the new era. The bond between the three continents grew stronger and stronger as all the races could see that human beings had started to conquer both the sky and the ocean. The Sumerian Free Alliance invented the new alchemy submarines. It was said that the idea came from an ordinary person who had the intelligence of a supernatural being without any supernatural power. Adventurers started to explore every corner of Maria's world in their flying airships. They hoped to finish the map of this enormous world by exploring places where no one had ever been to. The crew members who drove alchemy submarines and explored the depths of the ocean, exploring the terrifying and dark ocean world, trying to find its secrets, looked for the remains of the ancient city of the ocean god. However, most of those adventurers were swallowed by sea monsters. The Silver Moon Kingdom on the Yala continent. Ever since the Sylve Kingdom vanished from the western area of the Yala continent, the Moon Fairy tribe went to the old home of the Sylve Kingdom and connected it with the original Silver Moon forests, establishing the Silver Moon Kingdom. Moon fairies of the Silver Moon Kingdom believed in goddess of harvest and all had special silver hair and angelic faces. They walked through the streets wearing loose white capes looking like goddesses. Goddesses like these were everywhere in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Ever since Jonathan Brown built the railway to the Yala continent and married a beautiful fairy wife who came from Sun Fairy tribe, half fairies came into being. Half fairies didn't have the life expectancy of full fairies, and they could only live for 200 years. The royal family of the Halyuga kingdom was made up of half fairies. Many people who went to the Yala continent had the same expectation as Jonathan did. However, only a few could attract fairies like Jonathan had. The fairies were very particular in their choice of partner. The fairy sacrifice group and their supernatural sky team were powerful enough to intimidate any country. After the three continents were connected, the fairy ambassadors in each country were responsible for fighting fairy smugglers, those who would kidnap fairies and bring them to the other continents. Lu Zhiyu, Vert Handi, Dolmidi, and Kelly sat in the spacious theater, watching the actors and actresses performing on the stage, while a crow so dark it could swallow light was speaking from the side. This was the Kerala Theatre of the Silver Moon Kingdom, and it used to be the first level of Kerala Tower. The events from many legends had taken place here, as it was the origin of fairy wizards and supernatural power. Now, it had become the theatre and the library of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Sometimes, enormous airships made of wood flew overhead through the sky. Those airships were full of forces of plants and other beings, however, they were just as solid as those made by humans. There were walls of brambles and vines outside, surrounding the entire city. Public engine cars covered in vines and flowers traveled on the street, and there were red maple trees on the sides. The city was established beside Hagrid Grand Canyon and Hagrid Falls. Water, the river of lives, and Hagrid Bridge had become the embodiment of this place. It looked like a city of gardens from the outside. There were many fairies in the city, and there were also many human beings and orcs. Half the creatures in the theatre were human beings, and the show being performed on the stage was the well-known legend of the Dragon Knight Rooney. The great blessed beings, dragon riders, and King Rooney Elvis led the army and rushed into the palace to question him. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles. This is the choice the hero Rooney has to make. Lumon Kingdom was destroyed, and the great kingdom of Rosa Doro was born. It's the law of nature and survival of the fittest. In this war of human beings and orcs, there are no rights and wrongs, only survival or extinction. There was bloodshed, and heroes were slashed by blades. The blessed being riding the black dragons, Rooney, who was once the hero of the legend, has become old. He died in Nia of Sumerian plain. The dragon was bellowing, taking its master's body, and left. It vanished from the clouds. The crow was great at narration. The story was a mere legend to the audiences, but it was being watched by the actual witness of the history. The show was finished. The actors did a great job relating this fabulous legend of Dragon Knight Rooney. There were schemes, patriotism, love, hate, and eternal parting. Many fairies cried while watching that show, and many children wanted to become the heroes on the stage. Lu Zhiyu saw the crow. After the show was over, Verdhandi and the others returned to their divine kingdoms. Lu Zhiyu went backstage and saw the black crow grooming its feathers. The crow raised its head and saw Lu Zhiyu. "Oh my god, Anthony! You're still alive!" Lu Zhiyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course I'm still alive. I just didn't expect to see you alive. Black Jack, we haven't met each other for almost 400 years. You're a level 5 crow, yet you've become the pet of this theater. How surprising!" He was the leader of the crows in Wizard Tower and he was the most powerful crow. He delivered all the letters of admission to the Wizard Tower, including those for Boer, Akkad, Leaves, and Catherine. After a long time without seeing him, Lu Zhiyu thought that the crow must be dead. He hadn't expected to see him on another continent. "Of course I'm still alive. I'm a crow that loves my life, freedom, and peace. I'm into art these days, and I think stage productions are a great way to perform." Black Jack flapped his wings. He looked kind of funny. However, nobody expected that this small body belonged to a mighty magical beast, or that it could easily destroy this Kerala tower. Lu Zhiyu asked, "Are you interested in returning to my side?" Black Jack shook his head, "No, I have a new friend." Dang, dang, dang! Here he is! A half-fairy teenager walked in through the back door of the theatre. He looked like a theatre employee, but there were bruises on his face as if he had just been beaten. However, it was normal for this to happen to a half-fairy in the Silver Moon Kingdom. "I'll become the first person to completely explore the world. Not only will I explore this world, but I'll also go see what is outside this world," the fairy teenager said. He looked at Black Jack and noticed Lu Zhiyu. Black Jack introduced him, "This is my new buddy, Rode. He's a half-fairy, and he wants to become a fairy pilot. I'm about to become a real pilot. I've already signed up for the pilot school." "Okay, cut the talking." Black Jack stopped Rode from talking, then moved his wings like a human merchant and said, "Anthony, you're being so petty." Rode then asked, "Who's this, Black Jack?" Black Jack lowered his voice and said, "Not your concern. Someone powerful beyond your imagination." Lu Zhiyu stopped talking for a while. After the 3 gods of civilization ascended to their thrones, he immediately started to ponder the structure of Maria's world and how to end the era of gods. He took a look at the half-fairy teenager Rode. "You have the potential to become a supernatural being. You said that you wanted to explore the outer world. I'll give you this ring. Hopefully, you can become a world-renowned adventurer someday." Lu Zhiyu took ring off his hand and gave it to Rode. "A ring? It's so pretty. Is it some kind of treasure?" "It's a ring for space storage." "A space storage ring? What's the name of this ring?" "You can call it Anthony's ring, or the philosopher's ring." Rode took it. He looked cautious as he had no idea what that ring meant to him. After Lu Zhiyu designed the theory of the space transportation door, he started to study the theories and rules of the space. This ring was a product of that study. Although Lu Zhiyu wasn't able to make a stable transportation door, he had already created some basic space theories. Lu Zhiyu wished that someone could explore some new types of space witchcraft using that ring. Black Jack couldn't be more excited. "How lucky you are, Rode. You might be the leading role of the next generation. I'll be a leading role everywhere. I can't believe that stupid Bran passed me by, otherwise, I'd be the actor who played Dragon Knight Rooney." "Stop flattering yourself. Do you really think Bran would have chosen a half-fairy like you to play Dragon Knight Rooney?" "Who was that person?" Rode asked, realizing that Lu Zhiyu had disappeared. He's long gone. He's always like that, the most mysterious person in the world. Who is he? Who knows? After Lu Zhiyu arrived back at Capital of God, he reset the main engine of the Divine Kingdom to make sure Maria's world, the Abyss world, and the Star Soul world were okay. And then, he went to check the Chaos Worms before he left the Crystal Wall world and went back to the world universe. Chapter 362, New Human Beings. Lu Zhiyu watched the scenes playing out from the control room. He could see the airships landing on the Moon, Mercury, Mars, and Venus. Most of them were controlled by exploratory robots that sent back pictures. However, some of them were controlled by astronauts. They walked on the planets with their astronaut suits. Some of the astronauts were having a great time. They were excited to have reached the Moon and Mars. They were breathed heavily when talking to each other and their video footage was shaky. There was also footage of spaceships observing the planets in the near distance. The ring of Uranus was visible in the footage, which was very different from Jupiter and Saturn's rings as it was dark and narrow. It would be impossible to check every spot in the solar system, however, if Dark Mother Tree had really tainted this area, it would have been hard to miss. Lu Zhiyu also found it impossible that the power had spread here, otherwise the creatures on the Earth would have been extinct. At this moment, the truth was on track toward Neptune, and it was about to leave the solar system. Everything was normal, aside from when they were trying to get through the asteroids. We've checked every planet, but we didn't find any traces of living beings. Also, we didn't find any traces of pollution left by the Dark Mother Tree, either. However, we did find something strange. Gu Kaoran immediately showed some of the materials they had discovered to Lu Zhiyu. There are some remains of spaceships among the asteroids. The broken black spaceship was very eye-catching in the cold universe. It had been floating in the universe for years, hiding among the aerolites. Is this a spaceship left behind from the Atlantis civilization? It shouldn't be. The styles are very different. Besides, after we retrieved the spaceship, we found that the technologies are also very different. It's a small, unmanned exploration vessel. There aren't any living beings in the spaceship, and it's completely operated by a computer. This exploration ship doesn't have the ability to travel at light speed like the Truth. We speculate that it might enter the solar system following other larger spaceships. Of course, there's also the possibility that it comes from another star system close to us. You can check it out for yourself below deck if you want. Lu Zhiyu stayed silent for a while. Was it possible that a spaceship from another star system had entered the solar system? This was the first time Lu Zhiyu realized that this small solar system was actually much more interesting than he'd imagined. When will we leave the solar system? When we finish exploring Neptune, the Truth will reach light speed and will travel at 1.5 times the light speed at its fastest. It'll take another 5 years for us to arrive at Alpha Centauri. Lu Zhiyu nodded and said, "Sounds great. Let's begin our astral civilization plans." One tall being after another appeared in the nutrition cabin. They had human bodies, and there were both males and females among them. Each of them was a relative of Lu Zhiyu. They inherited his powerful and mythical bloodline. He could feel the natural connection between himself and them. What should I call them? Gu Kaoran could feel that his voice was trembling. Out of nowhere, he felt terrified by such beautiful creatures. Perhaps it was because of how they were made, or because they had the same kind of bodies as he did, or perhaps because they lived in glass jars filled with nutrition liquids. As for other members, some of them were excited because they saw it as a miracle of creation. Some cheered for the birth of a new species. Others thought it was blasphemy to natural life, but those who thought so didn't dare express it in front of Lu Zhiyu. New human beings. They're also human beings like us. They are new human beings who are designed to adapt to life in outer space. The new human beings created by Lu Zhiyu had some of the features of fairies. They could live for 1,000 years, and they could photosynthesize. They could survive for a long time without eating and drinking. They had their main brain and a demi-brain which was mythical and intelligent. It was the organ used to perform magic and sanctify organs. However, it was more difficult for them to breed and mature. The maturation and growth of mythical organs were related to mind power. Their supernatural power was akin to that of the machine civilization. They could assimilate and restructure mechanical beings. They were not very powerful when they were still young. They could only assimilate some simple engineering robots or living robots. The engineering robots would be their avatars. As they were upgraded, from level 1 to level 2 to level 3, they would be able to control larger mechanical beings. The mythical intelligence of the demi-brain gave them the power of calculation and operation. And when they became a level 7 mythical being, they could even control huge spaceships like the Truth. The spaceship would be their own bodies, like a floating city or a divine kingdom. They could roam the universe by themselves, leading a huge army and countless mechanical beings. One person could lead a machine civilization. However, there were no magical networks or portals in the universe, so they couldn't absorb source form. However, Lu Zhiyu had given them a special device just like the magic network. Compared to the magic network, it was more like something that came from science fiction. The device could train these new human beings to strengthen their supernatural powers. Besides, their future was unlimited because technology would be their nutrition. As technology advanced, their powers would follow. As for Lu Zhiyu, who was the source of their power, he continued absorbing their energy to explore the truth and the origin of the universe. Lu Zhiyu took a look at the members of the management committee of the truth. He didn't care much about what they thought. He said, "You can also choose to become a new human being if you want, but I need to tell you that there's a risk. You can ask Gu Kaoran about it, and he'll answer all your questions. It's your choice, and I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do." After he finished speaking, a new female human being curled up in the nutrition cabin opened her eyes. Her hair waved in the water, and she looked in Lu Zhiyu's eyes. Lu Zhiyu wasn't anxious at all, instead, he was pleased. The first human being has been born. As for the members of the committee who stayed, they were responsible for taking care of the new human beings. Lu Zhiyu and Gu Kaoran worked together. The first batch of the new human beings would live in the city at the center of the truth. There were skyscrapers and towns. In the near future, the spaceship Truth would have a bustling civilization. After exploring Neptune, the Truth finished the last of its work. It left the solar system and headed for another star system. After they started the engine, they immediately created another warp field, which enveloped their entire starship. At this moment, a message was sent from the Koibo zone, alerting the spaceship Truth. The members who were operating the Truth were all terrified as they didn't know what was happening. The intelligence sub-brain David showed up first. The message was sent by Pluto. It means that the galaxy's interstellar civilization congratulates you for entering the galaxy era. Please depart from your mother solar system and go to XXXX Alliance to register. If you join the galaxy interstellar civilization, you'll receive. Again, the galaxy interstellar civilization congratulates you for entering the interstellar era. Please depart from your other solar system and head to XXXX Alliance. Everyone was dazed. They hadn't expected this to happen right after they got out of their solar system. Lu Zhiyu smiled, interesting. Where's the coordinate? David immediately projected an astral picture and found the location. Gliese 581G planet. It's a planet 22 light-years away from the Earth, fit for living beings to inhabit. The Truth was from a civilization outside the galaxy. Lu Zhiyu realized he didn't know much about the galaxy. Now, he realized that the galaxy might be more interesting than he first thought. Let's go to Alpha Centauri first, and this Gliese 581G planet will be our next destination. Let's see how interesting this universe is. They turned on the engine again, and the warp field enveloped the entire spaceship Truth, flying into the depths of the universe. Chapter 363, Mythical Wizard Catherine. Astral World, Year 672. It had been 130 years since Lu Zhiyu left the world the first time. It was a long time for commoners, but to supernatural beings, it was only a short journey of discovery. During the year 672, the master of the wizard tower, Catherine, became a mythical wizard under the witness of hundreds of elemental wizards and countless other wizards. Under the astral sky, the wizard tower gleamed, shining upon the entire city of wizards. Catherine became a mythical fairy with a pair of large and transparent wings. To do this, she had used forest fairies from the bloodline of fairies created by Lu Zhiyu. It was a mythical creature with the supernatural powers of illusion and control over plants. The forest fairy became like breeze and starlight, traveling through the sky and over the land of the wizard continent. Everywhere she touched, flowers blossomed. All the living creatures were immersed in a deep sleep filled with dreams. Bugs, squirrels, bears, and people in the town all fell deep into their illusions. All the wizards cheered for the first level 7 mythical wizard to ever come into being. She was the first wizard from the tower to reach this mythical level and become an eternal being. After Catherine came back from the tower, some of the wizards in the city and the tower knelt down on the ground, kissing the places she walked. To them, Catherine was a god. A level 7 mythical wizard was a god. The great master of the wizard tower, Ms. Catherine. Long live the wizards! Long live the wizards! Catherine stood at the top of the wizard tower, gleaming with supernatural light. Everyone in the city watched in rapture. The wizards held their scepters high, giving off witchcraft illumination. The lights were turned on, and there was food and wine everywhere throughout the city. Everyone was living in a fool's paradise at that moment, their eyes gleaming as they looked at the wizard tower. Catherine went back to the top of the wizard tower. Her mythical life form withered away, and the phantom body turned back into its human form. Just like Lu Zhiyu, Catherine chose to keep her ordinary life form after becoming a mythical life. Catherine should have felt euphoric, but she didn't feel pleased at all. How does it feel to gain eternal life? Someone said from the corner of the room. Catherine looked to the corner, and she saw a black-haired man sitting there, holding a wine glass. Congratulations, Catherine. You've finally graduated. There's nothing more I need to teach you from now on. You're mythical wizard Catherine now. Catherine shook her head and said, it's only eternal to commoners. No one is actually immortal. Everyone will die eventually. But now, at least I kind of understand how you feel. Catherine looked at Lu Zhiyu and then at the city of wizards below the wizard tower. Lu Zhiyu didn't reply to that statement. Instead, he asked, what do you want to do next? Do you have any plans for your eternal life? Catherine nodded, I decided to push the wizard civilization into a new era. Is there a problem with this era? A huge problem. Catherine sat down, looking worried. There's a huge problem with the wizard civilization system. The wizard civilization system belongs only to the wizards. This civilization is built on wizards. How about the commoners? The trolls, orcs and dwarfs? The wizard civilization was born from those ordinary life forms, but as we move forward, we're abandoning them. Lu Zhiyu stood up and said, the same thing happened in Maria's world 100 years ago. There was a huge conflict between the supernatural beings and the commoners, but it seems that the problem on the wizard continent is more serious. The threshold for wizards is higher. Catherine looked at Lu Zhiyu and asked, how did they resolve that issue? Lu Zhiyu reached out his hand and a diamond magic crystal showed up in his hand. The magic crystal system is a system that can give commoners the ability to use supernatural power. This is the first generation magic crystal, and then, there's a second generation magic crystal. They collect the power of belief to charge the magic crystals, which perfect the entire magic crystal system. However, the second generation magic crystal system is built on the god system, which is not applicable to wizards. Catherine took the magic crystal from Lu Zhiyu's hands. She checked it with her mind power and looked exhilarated. Did you reconstruct it with your philosopher's stone? It's indeed a genius design. As long as I have enough time, I can improve this system. There are countless ingenious wizards in the tower, and the new talents will figure out its weaknesses. Lu Zhiyu stood up and said, I might stay here for a while. I'll walk around in the astral world, but I'll definitely visit you again before I leave. Catherine asked, why did you decide to stay here? Lu Zhiyu frowned and pondered it for a long time. He then shrugged his shoulders and said, I'll be very free and idle for a long time. I don't have any specific goal anymore, so I can only walk around and see what happens. Catherine smiled, then you might want to stay here for a while longer. If you have time, please tell me about the changes that happen in Maria's world or any other stories you want to tell me. Lu Zhiyu asked, have you met Wendy? Catherine frowned and said, before Wolf died, I went to visit Sylve. However, since Wolf died I haven't seen her. I heard that the Arcanists are working on something very important, but it's confidential. Fairies also don't talk to the outside world much, so I don't know much about it. Lenny City on the Wizard Continent. The ground itself has power. Why can't we just fly into the dimensional wall and out of this world? Because we are not fast enough, and our airships are not sturdy enough. If we can build airships that are fast and solid enough, we can get rid of the power of the ground, rush into the dimensional wall and explore the astral world. A green goblin stood on a platform in front of 3 blackboards. They were covered in airship designs and intricate symbols. There were all races of students seated before him. Even the proud human wizard apprentices were listening carefully to what this troll alchemy warlock was saying. Cook Bei was the new level 4 alchemy warlock, and he was 150 years old. He was also a world-renowned alchemy expert, especially on airship and element tower building. There were many rich elemental wizards lining up to ask Cook Bei to help them build an element tower. The level 4 element tower built by Cook Bei was definitely one of the best towers in terms of defense level, attack level, climate regulation, and boundaries. The level 2 and level 3 wizard towers built by Cook Bei had become the standards across the wizard continent. After he finished his lecture, Cook Bei immediately went to the wizard tower to join the Magic Crystal System Revolution meeting. Magic Crystal System Revolution meeting? What is that? Cook Bei would never reject an invitation letter from the wizard tower. When Catherine became a mythical wizard, he went to visit the wizard tower from afar. Although he was a goblin, he admired the master of the wizard tower Catherine with all his heart. Cook Bei packed and got onto a train bound for the city of wizards. He was holding a book that looked old and ragged, but it was preserved fairly well by witchcraft. On the cover was a picture painted by a renowned painter from the All-End continent in Maria's world of a floating city in the sky. Chapter 364, A Mysterious Letter. On the vast wizard continent, railways extended in all directions. In the center of the railway network was the central area of the continent, where the city of wizards and wizard towers stood. The Magic Crystal System Reform Research Conference was held there, and wizards traveled to the city on aircraft and locomotives from everywhere on the continent and even from other continents. All kinds of wizards in wizard robes walked down from the dock. The North train station was filled with crowds. Elemental wizards in white robes and official wizards could be seen everywhere. This conference had attracted most of the elite upper class in the Wizard Alliance. The ground level of the Wizard Tower was converted into a spacious conference hall. It was an important room where wizards discussed issues and communicated with each other when the Wizard Alliance held important meetings. Wizards walked up the long stairs, crossed the great castle, and arrived at the tower. Members of the gathering of wizards had arrived quite a while ago. Even Lady Catherine would attend this meeting herself to discuss issues of the magic crystal system. Seats were arranged in a semicircle. More than 10,000 wizards who were at least experts in the field, elemental wizards, or headmasters of the wizard school attended. Average official wizards had not earned a seat here. Tower wizards who explored the astral world had never imagined this day would come. When the crowd saw the magic crystal and the magic crystal system, they started a heated discussion. No one ever thought that the wizard civilization would be changed in this way. Even though the magic crystal system was not perfected, it had unclogged the bottleneck of the wizard civilization and removed the obstacle to its development. All the wizards engaged in discussions about how they could enhance the magic crystal system, and how to utilize magic crystals in every facet of the wizard civilization. It's a miracle. The name magic crystal is spot on. It is indeed the crystallization of magic powers. It is an invention that changed the era, enabling commoners to have the same capabilities of apprentice wizards and learn about witchcraft. In this way, all will become wizards, all will wield the power of witchcraft, and all will be a part of the Wizard Alliance and the wizard civilization. Cook Bei stood up and said, "It's not just about letting commoners use alchemy equipment or supernatural powers. It is a kind of energy, a crystallization of wizard energy and power. It's had a huge impact on the traditional wizard system. If we could increase the mana stored within it, we could build higher wizard towers, larger aircrafts. We could even float elemental towers in the sky. Moreover, when we have endless energy, building the legendary floating space city may not be a dream anymore." The crowd almost lost control when they heard this speech. They realized that magic crystals were not only powerful for commoners, but even more powerful for wizards. The small gems would change the entire world completely. Once the conference ended, those assembled in the tower formed the Magic Crystal System Management Committee. As one of the first elite alchemy warlocks, Cook Bei joined as a member. The first batch of magic crystals was immediately produced in the alchemy workshops in the city and spread across the entire wizard continent. Many magic crystal tools were invented and flowed out into the wizard continent. However, the wizard continent had a much lower proportion of saints than Maria's world. The first generation magic crystals lacked convenience in recharging and usage. Therefore, their usage was restricted to a few large cities. Reform and research of the second-generation magic crystals were still in progress. With Lady Catherine's suggestion about collecting the power of consciousness, Cook Bay built the first magic crystal tower after around 20 years. Alchemy Master Cook Bay's name was more celebrated than ever, almost catching up with the first alchemy warlock, Brock Kim. However, magic towers had to be built inside metropolises. The bigger the population, the more power of consciousness was absorbed from the people, and more mana could be collected by magic crystal towers. Now, we shall give Mr. Cook Bay a Wizard Tower Merit Emblem. Only those who make a huge contribution to the Wizard Alliance and the entire wizarding civilization can receive this emblem of honor. Cook Bay received the Wizard Tower Merit Emblem in the tower. Many wizards in the audience sent him their congratulations. Of course, some were jealous and bitter. Controversy over someone from a foreign race receiving such honor was inevitable. Cook Bay was thrilled, as he was the first foreigner to ever receive the emblem. Also, this award implied the possibility of becoming a member of the Gathering of Wizards. He had the chance to become the first goblin member of the Gathering of Wizards. If I could join the Gathering of Wizards, I could play a part in making major decisions about the Wizard Alliance, and improve the status of goblins. Cook said in his heart. Cook Bay clenched his fists, pinned the Wizard Tower Merit Emblem to his robe, and walked down the long stairs. He headed home and found that a special letter was in his mailbox when he arrived. Dear Mr. Cook Bay, I would like to invite you to help me with the design and construction of a floating space tower. See you in the City of Leaves in the Forest of Fairies on the 6th of August. Run Bell. Cook Bay broke into laughter and said, build a floating space tower? Is he dreaming? Cook Bay had first proposed the idea of floating space towers. However, even Cook Bay himself knew that building a true floating space tower was dreamlike in its impossibility. A true floating space tower would be a level 7 mythical alchemy entity, which could only be built and controlled by level 7 mythical wizards. It would be able to move freely, attack land units from the air, and even rise up to the Bitwall and Star worlds, becoming the crucial vehicle for humans to explore the Bitwall and the truth of the world. Its value was undeniable, but it was still theoretical and no one could build it at this stage. Moreover, floating such a huge tower in the air and keeping it in the sky would require a massive amount of energy. And yet, someone had invited him to build a floating space tower. As the modern alchemy master, Cook was surprised and amused. He held the letter in his hand and shook his giant green head and pointy ears. Floating space tower. Floating space tower. Run Bell. Cook repeated to himself. The name seemed familiar to Cook Bay. He suddenly remembered that Run Bell was the great elemental wizard who had given him the book The Mysteries of Alchemy when he was young. Since then, Cook Bay had kept this book with him at all times. The foundation of his alchemy skills were found in this book, and the floating space city on the cover had been in his dreams ever since. It's Mr. Runlear. Maybe I should go. Cook Bay said. The goblin was thrilled. He was very grateful to the man who had changed his journey in alchemy so greatly. The second-generation magic crystal system was finished. He did not take any credit and did not participate in its distribution. Instead, Cook Bay had packed and boarded the aircraft to the City of Leaves. It was on the Titan continent in the territory of fairies. Cook Bay had not been to the Titan continent for a long time. Chapter 365, The Levitation Ring. It was no longer the same Titan continent Zhiyu last visited. Goblins, dwarves, trolls, and fairies had gradually become a part of the Wizard Alliance. Nevertheless, the City of Leaves was a foreign trade city built by fairies, and most fairies still lived in the Forest of Fairies. The City of Leaves was a unique city. The Forest of Fairies was a forest growing not on gentle hills, but a plateau. Dangerous cliffs surrounded the forest as if the forest was growing on a pillar. From below, it seemed like a forest in the sky. The City of Leaves was built on the cliffs below the forest. Vines spiraled down the cliffs. Trees thrived on the cliffs. Houses and buildings were built along the cliff at an angle. A huge ancient tree of fairies was embedded in the cliff, piercing through the cliff, and growing up over the top of the cliff. Beside the cliff and the ancient tree of fairies, roads and fences were built. One could walk and climb up to the Forest of Fairies above. Even roofs had fences on them, as they were also a part of the trail. At night, alchemy gas lamps were lit, turning the cliff and the City of Leaves into a starry tree. The landscape was the creation of nature. When Lu Zhiyu first constructed the astral world, he only set up the model of standard worlds. However, everything internal was created by the force of nature. He had not noticed that such a beautiful view had been created here. Ee-ya-ya! Ee-ya-ya! Ha-ha-ya-ya! Tiny fairies flew along the cliff-covered vine, chattering in their language. At the bottom of the cliff, many taverns, shops, and fairy bistros were built to host humans, goblins, and other races. Local products like fruit wines were sold inside. Docks for aircraft and train stations were built here as well, as foreign races were not allowed to enter the forest of fairies. Choo-choo! Clackety-clack, clackety-clack! Lu Zhiyu stayed in a small cabin at the bottom of the cliff. If one opened the window, an endless grassland with beautiful flowers would come into view. A single railway track extended toward the horizon over the field. Steam trains arrived here every morning. The flowery grasslands with steam trains arriving from far away painted a mesmerizing picture. Lu Zhiyu wanted to build a special floating space tower here. If the wizard civilization continued to develop at the same pace, it would be almost impossible for them to build a true floating space tower, never mind a level 8 floating space city. And without a floating space tower, the wizard civilization could never step out beyond the bitwall and explore the astral world. Mythical wizards without floating space towers did not possess the power to leave the world and explore the astral world. Moreover, it would take a long time for them to build the level 8 floating space city and rival the true gods of Maria's world. True gods with divine kingdoms were level 8 mythical beings, side gods were level 7. Several elements were necessary to build a floating space tower. A level 7 alchemy floating space tower life blueprint, a levitation ring, and a mana pool. The most difficult to acquire was the levitation ring. Lu Zhiyu had decided to build a floating space tower as a gift for Catherine to celebrate her becoming a mythical wizard. However, building the tower himself would not be as meaningful as teaching the wizards how to build it. And since Catherine was not gifted in alchemy at all, Lu Zhiyu had to find someone else to build the floating space tower. The floating space tower would also push forward the development of the wizard civilization. Without it, the wizard civilization would stay trapped inside the Star Soul world, while Maria's world started to explore the astral world and the divine system reached out to the astral world. Maria's world had perfected the magic crystal system, and the species within started to challenge the bitwall. Another steam train arrived from far away. This time, there was a green-skinned goblin in wizard robes walked on board. Cook Bay stepped off the train and followed the wavy trail, looking at the rows of houses built on the bottom of the cliff. Holding on to the fences while he walked, he had finally found the address on the letter. It was a white house with a red roof, red chimney, and beautiful stained glass windows, embedded into a slope on the cliff. Knock knock. Knock knock. Cook Bay did not hear anything coming from inside the house but realized the door was unlocked. He pushed the door and looked inside. His jaw dropped as the door opened. He did not see the inside of a small cabin as he had expected, but a crystal-clear watery swirl. If not observing carefully, one might not notice the transparent swirl of dimensional folds. Through the swirl, he could see rolling hills where many grand palaces had been built. Whoomph! Cook Bay shut the door immediately. He was still in a state of shock. He opened the door again, and the view was completely different now, as he again saw the wizard tower outside. Golly! How is that possible? He exclaimed. Cook Bay stepped into the cabin and went through the swirl. His body decomposed into the tiniest ashes and reassembled on the other side of the swirl. The next thing he knew, he was standing on the street of the City of Wizards. Familiar streets, familiar alchemy shops, and familiar steam railway buses. Cook Bay had spent more than a month traveling across the sea and had made quite a few stops along the way before he finally arrived at the City of Leaves on the Titan continent. And now, just one step took him all the way back. The green-skinned goblin tripped over the threshold and fell back through the door. Immediately, he was in a simply styled room with a fireplace, benches, closets, and a kitchen. Welcome. Mr. Cook Bay, we meet again. A familiar black-haired man sat on a cane chair near the window, holding a cup of tea, looking at Cook Bay as if he was a joke. It seemed this little setup was designed to make him flustered. Well, that was really poor taste. However, Cook Bay was not a bit provoked. This was because he had seen something amazing. He saw a portal. Gosh, what a miracle! He never imagined such portals truly existed. He had only read in a few ancient books that portals had existed. In the legends, ancient wizards traveled through giant portals from one world to another and kept their mouths shut about the details. Gosh golly, it's a miracle. Mr. Runthir, it's a portal, isn't it? That's right, it's a portal. Cook Bay said. He now believed that coming here was the best choice he ever made in his life. He did not just see a portal, but also the possibility of actually building a floating space tower. If Mr. Runthir could build a portal, he could definitely build a floating space tower, since portals were so much harder to build. If he could make such an alchemy item, he would be idolized by all goblins. No, he would be the god of all goblins. Technically, it's a one-time portal. Look behind you, said Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu had played a mean trick on Cook Bay, but he also genuinely wished for the idea of teleportation technology to be spread across the land. If someone could actually perfect the technology of portals, that would be a great surprise to Lu Zhiyu. Cook Bay turned his head around. He saw that the door was distorted in the swirl, and then the swirl vanished. Cook Bay put down his travel case and started talking to Lu Zhiyu with great excitement. Even though neither Cook's skills in teleportation, nor his ideas and designs for the floating space tower were good enough, Lu Zhiyu could tell that Cook Bay was highly gifted in the field. Goblins had great talent in alchemy, just as Lu Zhiyu had designed them. Let's talk about building a floating space tower then. I have looked over your design. Not much concern about the level 7 alchemy life floating space tower blueprint. You could design and make one utilizing a wizard tower. The mana pool should also not be a problem. Even though it's not possible at the moment, it will not be a problem for much longer as the magic crystal system progresses. So, the only problem is the levitation ring. Lu Zhiyu said. Lu Zhiyu spoke non-stop. Cook Bay was trying to take as many notes as possible in his notebook like a student. His eyes suddenly lit up. I would like to build a floating space tower tailored to the powers and gifts of the fairies. Or more specifically, tailored to the fairies in the forest. A floating space tower based on illusionary techniques, plants, and life. Therefore, you need to first truly understand the powers of the fairies, and then make a design. That's why I invited you to come here. Only here could you learn about the powers of the fairies, the ancient tree of fairies, and characteristics of fairies. You need to go deep into the forest of fairies. With the existing relationship between goblins and fairies, and your identity as a level 4 alchemy warlock, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the forest. I also understand that you know a great fairy from the forest of fairies. I need you to research the powers of fairies and the structure of the ancient tree of fairies to design the floating space tower. When I have approved your draft design, I will teach you how to make a levitation ring. That will be your reward for designing the floating space tower. What do you think? Lu Zhiyu asked. Cook Bay stood up immediately. Even his pitch rose as he trembled with excitement, his giant green head shook continuously, almost frighteningly. He said, definitely. Sir, please teach me. I will design and build the floating space tower just for you. It was a gift, a blessing. The levitation ring was the hardest part of building a floating space tower. Such a creation was far beyond the imagination of goblins. No, even wizards. Lu Zhiyu shook his head and said, no, no, no. Not for me, for Catherine. Cook Bay was even more thrilled and said, Catherine? The owner of the high tower, Lady Catherine? Oh! Great gold, great titan, and great Lady Catherine. It was my dream to work for her. After 2 months, Cook Bay handed his design concepts and a stack of drafts to Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu had a look. It was a floating space tower utilizing plants and alchemy, with a dreamy, beautiful style just like the fairy buildings. Nevertheless, looking good would not be enough. Lu Zhiyu turned to the back of the page and saw that Cook had included the design concept of the life template of the ancient tree of fairies into the floating space tower. The prospect of such a floating space tower meant a great deal for the fairies in the forest. Lu Zhiyu thought about this and said to Cook Bay, why don't we transform an ancient tree of fairies into a floating space tower? Cook Bay froze and asked, transform an ancient tree of fairies into a floating space tower? Is that even possible? Lu Zhiyu nodded and said, give it a try. With the help of Catherine, it shouldn't be a problem. The ancient tree of fairies is the accompanying tree of the fairies in the forest. Here's the fabrication drawing of the levitation ring, and the seed of the ancient tree of fairies. I am quite satisfied with your design. you can return to the high tower and discuss details of building the floating space tower with Catherine. Tell her that this is my gift for her level up. I hope she will like it. Lu Zhiyu put a folded drawing and a supernaturally glowing green seed into Cook Bei's hands and opened the door. On the other side of the door was not the flowery grassland outside, but the city of leaves, a dense forest. Cook Bei opened the door again after Lu Zhiyu closed it behind him, but the scene had changed back to the flowery field. No matter how Cook Bei fiddled with the door and tried to find out the secret behind it, he realized that it was now just a normal door. Mr. Rundheer must be joking. How could this design fit onto such a small paper? It must be incomplete. Cook Bei complained. Cook Bei unfolded the paper several times. The book-sized paper unfolded into the size of a table, with a drawing of an intricate three-dimensional silver ring on it. But there were only 2 words, levitation ring, written on it and nothing about the fabrication method. Ah! Cook Bei was again shocked. The goblin's green head was about to explode. Just when he was getting frustrated and started complaining that Mr. Rundheer had played a terrible joke on him, Cook Bei noticed that in the corner it said, fabrication method located on the library on level 2. Cook Bei rushed to level 2 and opened the door to the library. Stacks of books fell over, covering the floor. The titles were, Theory on Fabrication of Levitation Ring I, 2, 3. Cook Bei, again, felt that the world was crumbling around him. Chapter 366, The Fairy Dreamland. If he walked down the forest trail through the dense forest of Taur, Lu Zhiyu could see the distant capital of fairies just below the sun. Nevertheless, what caught Lu Zhiyu's eye was not the magnificent royal palace of fairies, but the vast farmland and flower fields outside the city, and the farmer treants in the fields. The 20-meter-tall treants were like dancers on the fields, leaping between fields gracefully, regardless of their huge, cumbersome bodies. As they waved their hands around, seeds sprinkled down and were sown, and crops were harvested. Some farmer treants watered the crops while others weeded the fields. They each had their own responsibilities. The seemingly endless fields outside of Sylve City extended to the far horizon, and the farmer treants were responsible for planting, nurturing, and harvesting crops from them. Hey! Stop! Where did you? What do I see? A human? We have never seen humans here. As Lu Zhiyu walked over some ridges, a farmer treant came over to him. A fairy with a white blouse and linen trousers was sitting on its trunk. A gust of wind blew in from afar, crossing the wheat fields, shaking the heads of the golden sunflowers. It was a beautiful dreamland. Colorful bubbles drifted in the air. The sun gave off a surreal shine. Maybe it's because this place is completely isolated from the true world that its connection to the world is weakening and outsiders could hardly enter, Lu Zhiyu whispered to himself. Lu Zhiyu noticed that he had passed through an illusory barrier when he came in. The barrier separated this place from the real world, and the barrier was growing stronger. A great power was isolating this space into its own independent area. Nothing here is completely real, but somewhere between illusion and reality. The power of arcane magic and the network of supernatural power cover every inch. The supernatural power is assimilating everything here, Lu Zhiyu said. The fairy sitting on the treant was shocked. He looked harmless and pure, as if he had never left this place, and had never seen any outsiders or other races before. He asked, how could an outsider like you know that we are building the arcane network? Even most fairies do not know what we are doing. Lu Zhiyu shrugged and said, I also know that you are already dead. Fairy Herald was absolutely astonished and said, that's right. I failed when I was about to level up from level 4. However, my soul remained here and was changed. As long as I am here, in Fhardasil, I will live. However, I can never leave Fhardasil, since the moment I step out of Fhardasil, I will be found by the star soul controlling death and the consciousness of the world, and I will enter the eternal cycle of death. Lu Zhiyu asked, this place is called Fhardasil. Fairy Herald said with pride, yes. We are only one step away. If Her Majesty Wendy succeeds, we will all obtain sublimation. Here will become the fairyland Fhardasil, the dreamland and the home of the souls of fairies. Her Majesty Wendy is almighty. She created the arcane system, opened another path different from the wizards. She even opened up the future of arcanists herself, as she is about to become a mythical arcanist. Lu Zhiyu nodded and agreed, that's right. Somehow, Harold had a good impression of the man standing in front of him and felt he could continue the conversation with the man forever. He even invited the man to sit with him on his friend, the farmer treant, and the prideful farmer treant Take did not show any unwillingness at all. One could see much further when sitting on the branch of the farmer treant. The entirety of Phardasil came into view. Looking down, the sun was golden, the wheat fields were golden, even the sunflowers were golden. The whole world was colored gold. This view was the most mesmerizing and beautiful sight Lu Zhiyu had ever seen. It was much better than the other worlds and continents, and even the capital of God, floating space city he had created since he had absolutely zero artistic talent. Everything was breathtaking. Everyone's soul would be painted with the golden color of the lights, freshened and reborn. It's so windy. She always complained about how my creations were made in poor taste and with zero sense of beauty. Lu Zhiyu mumbled. Lu Zhiyu understood Sylr. In Sylr, Phardasil meant the home of souls. After observing all of Phardasil, Lu Zhiyu understood the importance of this independent area. It was the key for Wendy to become a level 7 mythical arcanist. She had combined the power of all arcanists and the arcane ancient tree. She had built the arcane network in Phardasil, assimilating this area utilizing the arcane network and the barrier, thereby becoming the ruler of this area and a level 7 mythical arcanist. The arcane network and the power of a mythical arcanist would spread to every corner of this place. This place would become a special place between reality, supernature, and illusion, a fairyland separated from the world. In the future, she could expand her territory to the entire continent. Once she masters the power of space, she could isolate this place to a half-bit wall itself, disconnect from this world, and rise up to the bit wall or the astral world directly, and then become a level 8 mythical arcanist. Lu Zhiyu could see Wendy's plan and her future as an arcanist. He could see the impact of his path of becoming God, but this was a bit different, with the touch of fairies and Wendy's taste. The farmer treant walked towards the capital of fairies, crossing many vast wheat fields. The distant city walls became larger and larger, and one could start to see the inside of the city. Lu Zhiyu saw the cake-like spherical palace in the center of the capital of fairies. Layers were built on layers. Statues of men and women and other races were placed on the pillars in the outermost hallways. There were also the fairies' favorite sky corridors and fountains. That is the arcane ancient tree, the core of the arcane network, the foundation of the arcane power and the framework of fairyland. Harold said, pointing to the arcane ancient tree in the city, which was an upgrade from the boundary ancient tree of war. Each of the trees was about 100 meters tall and looked as if they were holding up the sky. Their trunks were no longer wooden but crystallized. They were giant trees of crystal, reflecting rays of colorful lights under the sun. All information here, every speck of dust in the air, is recorded in the arcane ancient tree, which then constructed the new model of Phardasil. We can build Phardasil as we wish. Lights, temperature, weather, or the environment. That's just for now. Once we become mythical wizards, we can rebuild everything here, said Harold. Fairy Harold did not realize he was sharing the information which should not be revealed to outsiders. At that moment, he was too filled with excitement and thrill. It's not a one-man job, and can't be accomplished by a single level 7 mythical arcanist. It can only be achieved with all powers of fairy arcanists, said Lu Zhiyu. He saw through the plan. He had to say this, after all, the path to becoming a level 7 mythical arcanist was very difficult. On the other hand, becoming a mythical arcanist at all had been difficult in the first place. Lu Zhiyu noticed that the farmer treant had stopped outside the city. At the same time, a glaring beam of light shone from the crystallized arcane ancient tree, spreading out over all of Phardasil. It has started. I forgot. I planned to attend the ritual once I finished my work. Harold exclaimed. Harold looked to the city with great excitement. Lu Zhiyu knew that all the arcanists in the capital of fairies were standing on a node. Level 4 and Level 5 arcanists were controlling the arcane ancient tree. Arcane gems on the foreheads of countless lower-level arcanists glimmered, contributing to the power. Hundreds and thousands of ancient trees of life, ancient guardian trees, and treants had joined, stabilizing the entire arcane network. A massive amount of mana flew through the network built by mind powers, impacting all of Phardasil. Chapter 367, Fairyland Phardasil. With the 11 arcane ancient trees producing violent arcane power fluctuations, the arcane gems on all the arcanists in Phardasil vibrated in resonance. Colorful rays of light flew through the air above the capital of fairies and extended to the horizon. From outside the city, rainbow ribbons of light spiraled upwards to the sky, connecting to the outer boundaries of Hardisol, assimilating everything within. Activate the arcane network. Activated. Scan Hardisol. Scanning. In the cake-like palace, groups of arcanists activated the channel ray. A female fairy wearing a tiara stood in the center of the ray on the stairs. Colorful light rays flew out of her body, slowly connecting to everything in Hardisol. Fairy Queen Wendy did not choose the path of mythical life, nor did she choose the fixed mythical template. She had chosen to build Fairyland Hardisol. She would be the ruler and god of this fairyland, and the fairyland would be her divine body and kingdom. Nevertheless, her power could not compare to that of a level 8 true god with support from the World Force and the Star Kingdom. Hardisol was only a small region. Its arcane network and control of the boundary could not equal a level 8 true god's power. Still, Wendy had much more power than a level 7 mythical wizard. Even a level 7 mythical wizard with a powerful floating space tower and support from all the elemental wizards within the tower could not fight against Hardisol. Such level 7 mythical arcanists were limited in that they could not move their arcane territories freely, unlike floating space towers that could move freely. Only when they became level 8 mythical arcanists, and their territories were upgraded to small half-bit walls, could they move their territories as they wished. And now, the construction of the arcane territory had reached its most critical point. All the arcanists chanted arcane spells, arcane powers crossing and spinning everywhere. Construct mythical territory. Wendy opened her hands and all the fairies in the city mimicked her action, opening their hands. As hundreds of thousands of fairies looked up to the sky, even the arcane runes on the giant arcane ancient tree flew upwards, projecting a huge gold channeling ray into the sky. Assimilate. The huge gold channeling ray in the sky and the silver channeling ray on the ground moved towards each other, overlapped, and became one. The entirety of Hardisol trembled. The immense boundary overhead was engraved with a mythical mark. Wendy's body was illuminated, then transformed into countless beams of light and arcane runes, integrating with the mark. With the influence of these mythical powers, the arcane boundary began to transform everything in the arcane territory, including land, air, trees, lawns, everything. Every being there would be assimilated into Wendy's power. Mythical arcanists were trying to take the lands and resources of this world and separate them. Stars glimmered in the sky as the consciousness of the world sensed what was happening. The representatives of the world, star souls, drew close to the main world and revealed themselves in the sky over the Sylv continent. Day turned into night instantly. Lights vanished and stars shone up above. Fairy arcanists who were constructing the mythical arcane territory were filled with fright as the sky frowned down at them from overhead. "Why did the sky turn dark?" asked a fairy standing inside the palace, craning his head back to observe the change in the atmosphere. "This is impossible. Lights should be stored and adjusted inside the boundary. Climate, environment, with the projection of reality illusory technique, we control the days and nights here," said an elderly fairy arcanist as his countenance changed. "No, no. It's the world force, the star souls. The world is repelling us, it believes that we are stealing power from the world." Many great arcanists started to panic. Though they tried to maintain the arcane territory, they could sense a strong power stopping them from assimilating the ground and sky. The world force was repelling the mythical arcanist and separating the mythical body of Fairy Queen Wendy, who was integrating into the ground, from the arcane territory. At this moment, more and more stars gathered in the sky. Glimmering stars fell over the land of Hardisol. They filled the entire sky, some barely the size of a fist. So many star souls of various sizes put immense pressure on everyone below. The people of Hardisol could hardly breathe. Starlight sprinkled on the ground, shining on the territory and directly onto every fairy. All warmth vanished, leaving only freezing cold. Guilty. 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 Cool. Many voices overlapped with each other, echoing continuously around the entire world, as if all stars were speaking at once. As for those who were judged, they did not have the right to make a sound. Commoner, saint, or mythical being. In the name of the stars, you were found guilty. In the name of the stars, you were found guilty. Initiate World Guardian Program. Elimination confirmed. Elimination, elimination, elimination. Elimination. Elimi. The voice was genderless, emotionless, and cold. The judgment of the world pierced through every soul. The voice alone had made most fairies lose control over their bodies and they collapsed to the ground. The arcane territory contracted and collapsed. The divine body of Fairy Queen Wendy was expelled from the place. All the fairies turned pale and began to panic. The star souls in the sky formed a huge star soul chart. Silver starlight flowed through the star chart, covering the entire sky. Then they fell to the ground as light beams, destroying all guilty beings and wiping everything clean with their devastating power. How could this happen? The elder great arcanist sorrowfully cried. Has this path failed? Is it forbidden by the world? Many fairy arcanists started to doubt themselves. The world has its own consciousness. It would never allow us to do this. We are killing ourselves. No, we have failed. Harold, who was sitting next to Zhiyu, urged the farmer treant to keep running forward until they had reached the city wall. Harold looked at the sky as the judgment was about to fall. He felt bewildered. Why? Asked Harold. All traces of excitement had left his face, nothing but disappointment remained. Harold felt he had fallen from heaven to hell. We calculated every step. We should be successful. Why is this happening? Harold cried. The judgment of the stars was about to fall to the ground. There was no way to save the situation. Even fleeing was no longer an option. All right, enough. In the name of the Creator, cancel and shield the World Guardian program with the highest authority, said Zhiyu. At this moment, the mysterious human sitting next to Harold stood up and waved his hand. The stars full of fluctuating star powers froze as if time and space had stopped. After a while, a beam of starlight shone on him. All the stars vanished. It seemed that the world was an instrument beneath his fingers, played at his will. The sun rose, the power trying to separate and isolate the world was gone. The arcane territory appeared again. This time, Wendy's mythical mark was engraved onto all of Fhardasil without any obstacle. Immediately, lights began to flow all around Fhardasil. The forests outside disappeared and a river formed. The river turned into huge rolling waves in the blink of an eye, surrounding Fhardasil, turning it into an island on a lake. A steam railway was built across the water, connecting to the outer edge of the boundary. It was the only way into the fairyland Fhardasil. If one wished to enter, one would have to take the train and travel across the water, through the golden sunflower fields, and beneath the glaring sunshine, to reach the city of the fairyland. The flat landscape of the capital of fairies started to undulate. The capital transformed into a city on mountainous lands, like a tiara for the region. Magical flowers bloomed in every field. Unique ancient trees grew. Fhardasil had become more like a dreamy fairyland. Fairies in Fhardasil were still in shock from the tremendous change and the abrupt turn of events. To their joy, they soon realized that they had succeeded in their goal. Although they had no clue how, it was a fact that Wendy had successfully become a level 7 mythical arcanist. And now, a giant transparent shadow made of wind, the illusory goddess, roared down from the clouds in the sky of Fhardasil to Zhiyu. She looked at Zhiyu, who was standing on one of the farmer treant's branches, looking embarrassed, and asked, "Are you humiliating me? Are you trying to say that I'm nothing without you? That I can only succeed with your help? Is that correct?" Harold was confused. However, what he did know was that the man standing next to him was much more terrifying than he had ever imagined and that the man knew Fairy Queen Wendy. Chapter 368, Mythical Arcanist. I'm just stopping by to check on you and to ask if you have rediscovered the meaning of your life? For mythical lives, immortality is just the beginning. Not the end. Zhiyu said. He was standing on the branches of the farmer treant in the brilliant sunshine of the sunflower field, facing the giant shadow of the female fairy made of wind. As he said that, Zhiyu departed. This time, he took the train out of Fhardasil traveling to the outside world. The red train dashed across the water, the blue sky and clouds reflected on the water's surface. It was like the train was traveling through the sky. Passing through the defensive region formed by the boundary and the arcane reality projection, the train reached the outside world and continued to travel somewhere distant through a dense forest. As time flew by, ancient stories turned into legends, legends turned into myths, ancient figures turned into heroes, and heroes turned into gods. Wendy would be the god of fairies and the arcane kingdom. Everything about her would one day become legend and myth. As for fairyland Fhardasil, it had truly transformed into a legendary dreamland for fairies and other races. According to the legend, there was a fairy queen, Wendy. When a fairy arcanist passed away, their soul would be summoned to Fhardasil, returned to the fairyland in the legend. It's a mythical territory, a dreamland created by the fairy queen Wendy. There live the souls of the ancestors of fairies, as well as the most powerful arcanists. It's a place with no pain or worries, a home for the soul, which all fairies long for. With the rise of mythical arcanists and fairyland Fhardasil, the fairy arcane kingdom stepped into a new age. The fairy arcanists never saw the impact of the world force repelling, as Wendy was the first fairy to become a mythical arcanist. Because no great fairy arcanists knew how fairy queen Wendy had succeeded, the details of the fairy queen becoming the first great arcanist were not clearly recorded in the arcane kingdom's history. Even so, all arcanists understood that it was not possible to build an arcane territory inside the world. We could never possess enough power to challenge the entire world. Even a level 8 true god cannot fight against the entire world. Minette Ambrose, the second mythical arcanist. Later, to explore new paths to become mythical arcanists, fairy arcanists started to explore beyond the world and attempted to construct their own mythical arcane territories outside the world. Fairy arcanists began to explore the Bitwall and the astral world. They attempted to absorb and summon the power of the astral world in the Bitwall and construct their own mythical territories gradually. Prior to the beginning of the Bitwall Age, humans entered the era of astral world exploration, the era during which wizards and arcanists mastered the techniques behind crafting unstable portals. Fairy arcanists had truly started to rise. They discovered that all kinds of special half-bitwalls existed in the astral world. With chaotic and dangerous internal rules, these half-bitwalls were extremely unstable, offering no possibility to nurture normal lives within them. However, for fairy arcanists, these half-bitwalls felt almost designed for them. The paths to challenging and conquering these half-bitwalls were also the paths for them to succeed in becoming mythical arcanists. At the beginning of the Bitwall Age, the Arcane Kingdom, the Wizard Alliance, and the clergy in the Divine Kingdoms of Maria's world were all competing to explore the astral world. They used a kind of special bitwall probe, simple space witchcraft, to find and lock onto a half-bitwall in the vast astral world. To find a half-bitwall in the boundless astral world using such rudimentary space witchcraft was even harder than trying to find one particular grain of sand in the ocean. Nevertheless, there were always a lucky few who were favored by fortune and hit the jackpot in the vast astral world. With the discovery of each half-bitwall, arcanists, wizards, and clergy fought, even battled for the half-bitwall. Fighting over half-bitwalls was the theme of the beginning of the Bitwall Age. However, that was all for later. For now, most saints and supernatural creatures were still trapped within the world and could hardly challenge or explore the Bitwall. This is our mission for the next decade or even century. A floating space tower is, by definition, the simplified version of the floating space city, which is the ultimate goal of alchemy. However, by using the techniques for building a floating space tower, we could remove a key obstacle in the path of alchemy. It is a stepping stone leading us to the ultimate goal of alchemy, said Cook Bay. Cook Bay waved his hands and many pieces of chalk drew out the graph he described on 6 blackboards. It was a simplified design of a floating space tower. Wizards and dwarf alchemy warlocks seated before the stage looked up at the green-skinned goblin in disbelief. The goblin did not look worthy of the wizard robes he was wearing, yet the design and knowledge he demonstrated were mind-blowing. How is this even possible? Creating a floating space tower like this would be impossible, said a young human alchemy warlock. He was so lost in thoughts about the intricate designs on the blackboards before him that he didn't realize he had dropped his giant book on the ground. Liar. Definitely a liar. Many of the alchemy warlocks simply did not believe him at all. Such an unimaginable invention was fully planned out in front of them. They had believed that this kind of advancement would not be seen in their lifetimes or in the lifetimes of future generations of wizards. But he is the floating space tower designer appointed by Lady Catherine herself. He has the approval of Lady Catherine. The crowd was engaged in a heated discussion. Most were studying the design covering the 6 blackboards, raising doubts and trying to identify deadly flaws in the plans. Didn't the great alchemy warlock, Oakland, prophesy that wizards would only successfully build floating space towers after at least 1,000 years? Goblins' talents in alchemy should not be overlooked. More and more genius goblin alchemy warlocks have come to prominence lately. Maybe we need to consider truly accepting them, said an aged wizard. The aged wizard put his glasses on and took a closer look at the blackboards. The pen in front of him was taking notes of the drawings on the blackboards automatically. Although it was a simplified design, and it was impossible to build a floating space tower from it alone, there were no problems at all with Cook Bei's theory. What a shame! The first floating space tower of wizards would be built by a goblin when the tall tower symbolizes wizards? I cannot accept this. The young human warlocks were gnashing their teeth over it. In the lecture hall in the tall tower, Cook Bei explained the details of constructing this new tower to all the alchemy warlocks. He had stayed in the Forest of Fairies for half a year and then spent 2 years reading the books Lu Zhiyu left behind, finally returning to the tall tower on the wizard continent to meet with the owner of the wizard tower, Catherine. After becoming a mythical wizard, Catherine gained a new title, Forest Fairy Catherine. She appointed Cook Bei as the lead designer of the new tower, a floating space tower. His proposed design would become the new kind of wizard tower. The wizard tower was the symbol of wizardry and what held the wizard alliance together. Therefore, the first floating space tower had to be a wizard tower. Even if the appearance was different, it had to be a wizard tower. It would be the inheritance of all wizards. The great alchemy warlock, Oakland, who was sitting in the front row, was the one who had prophesied that no one could possibly build a floating space tower in the next 1,000 years. He stood up and raised his question to Cook Bei, "Excuse me. Your theories are indeed fine. The construction of the mana pool and the design of the level 7 mythical alchemy floating space tower are not perfect. Still, they can be constructed and I do approve of them. But the levitation ring? Can you actually build that? Does it really exist?" Cook Bei straightened up and answered, "Most certainly. However, it was not designed by me, but by a great alchemy warlock who is wiser than I ever could imagine, the great Mr. Randilaron Bell. He taught me how to design a levitation ring and asked me to build a floating space tower." Cook Bei's eyes were filled with sincerity and he continued, "He is a great alchemy warlock. Not only did he teach me how to build a floating space tower, but he also showed me the application of portals." Impossible. Portals? That's another ultimate goal of alchemy. Together with the floating space city and intelligent alchemy life, they are the 3 ultimate goals of alchemy. Randilaron Bell? That's a human name. Why have I never heard about this wizard? Maybe he is a hidden first-generation wizard, who came here from the birthplace of wizards and experienced the exploration ages, 2 female wizards suggested, showing respect and yearning in their eyes. Of course this is the work of a human alchemy warlock. What a great man! It is because of these great wizards that all wizards can live long and prosper, said Oakland, accepting Cook Bei's story. He then nodded with satisfaction and sat down. The crowd broke into another round of heated discussion. No one in the room had ever heard the name Randilaron Bell. But when they heard the name, the resistance in their eyes faded. The design of the floating space tower came from the hand of a mysterious and powerful human wizard. However, their jealousy grew much stronger. Why am I not the lucky dog? Why would the great Randilaron Bell choose a goblin to build the floating space tower? Are there no other qualified candidates among wizard alchemy warlocks? We need to work harder so that these goblin alchemy warlocks will not stay ahead of us. We are the best alchemy warlocks. Chapter 369, The Floating Space Tower in the Sky. With the construction of the floating space tower in full swing, the alchemy warlocks and elemental wizards of the Wizard Alliance were summoned over to the Wizard City. The groups of elemental wizards were building the huge tower on the foundation of the original 6 great elemental tower. Every corner of the tower was enveloped with and guided by a majestic mythical power, and dense and close-knitted mind power spiritual strands covered every brick and floor of the tower. Under the leadership of Cook Bei, all of the alchemy workshops in the Wizard City were building complex parts of the floating space ring. The complex floating space ring was composed of tens of thousands of large and small parts. There would be major issues if any single one of them was faulty, the entire floating space tower could drop from the sky. None of the wizards could assume such a responsibility. Catherine, the forest fairy, had cultivated the ancient tree of fairies which accompanied her. The entirety of the wizard city had drawn up a channeling array to supply the growth of the ancient tree of fairies. As seedlings of the ancient tree of fairies were planted on the first floor of the wizard tower, one could immediately see that the power of mythical wizards was distributed by the seedlings of the ancient tree of fairies cultivated by Catherine. The brilliant rays of light diffused up along the channeling array. Wherever the brilliant rays shone, the tower, which was originally made with a special semi-metallic material, was gradually transformed into a wooden material. The ground and the exterior began to reveal an obvious wood grain. The whole tower was transformed from a dark-colored tower to a tower full of vitality. However, the interior structure hadn't changed at all. A group of elemental wizards sang incantations to activate the channeling array, while Catherine transformed into a forest fairy that was several meters tall. She set off a tsunami of elemental waves, the lights and colors of vitality glistening as she passed by, and all the plants in the wizard city were affected. She carried the radiating power of the forest fairy, and as she surrounded the tower with the persona of mythical life, the whole tower kept on transforming from rough and boorish to delicate and exquisite. Beautiful wood grain spread all the way up from the tower's base. There were even numerous branches and green leaves that started growing at the top. The magical vines proliferated rapidly over the surface, and the sparse numbers of windows were multiplied so that the interior became increasingly bright and spacious. This beautiful wizard tower akin to a big tree appeared before everyone's eyes. It was brimming with vitality, plants, and green aura. All was in line with the color palette of the forest fairy. The witchcraft boundary it released was stronger than before and had expanded a large area outside the wizard city and encompassed a large plain outside. Everyone inside the wizard city found that flowers and trees grew rapidly between the sidewalks and cracks in the street, and the air had become fresher. Petals falling from the wizard tower floated in the air. Each fallen petal would create a special or magical plant. The huge tower was a special alchemic life. It was a unique mythical life which was a combination of the elemental tower, alchemic life, ancient tree of fairies, and mythical life power. The power it emitted could influence all the plants around it. Cook Bay, who was in charge of the construction of the floating space tower, said, "The first step was successfully completed. The second step is building the floating space ring and the mana pool." Over the next decades, after a series of explorations, continuous failures, and scraps, Cook Bay finally succeeded in creating the first floating space ring when everyone else doubted him. On the day of the birth of the floating space ring, the power it exuded made the alchemy workshop, the land, and the rocks in the south of the wizard city float and rise into the sky. Everything was revolving around the silver floating space ring. The wizards of the wizard city looked up and saw everything in the sky. They saw that houses, stones, flowers, and furniture that had lost their gravity. They were stunned. But one of items, the huge silver floating space ring, attracted everyone's attention. "This isn't a floating space ring, this is Heaven's ring. It's a ring from the sky." Oakland, the great alchemy warlock, watched that scene and was completely overwhelmed by the charming sight, muttering to himself. The Heaven's ring, which was rotating slowly and irregularly, was reflected in his blue pupils, clear and defined. While Oakland greatly admired the designer of the floating space ring, the mysterious wizard Randile, he also thought highly of the somewhat funny-looking green-skinned goblin Cook Bay. Oakland finally recognized Cook Bay's talent and achievements in alchemy. He also recognized Cook Bay as the main designer of the floating space tower. And what Oakland said was recorded in history. In the future, wizards used Heaven's Ring as a nickname for the floating space ring. Most wizards thought that the name floating space ring was too plain. They used Heaven's Ring more often. It was their way to glorify and ennoble the floating space tower which reached the mythical level of alchemy. The magic crystal system had been operating in the wizard continents for decades. In the past, magic crystal towers were only being built by wizard schools. Now, countless huge cities had the ability to build the magic crystal towers. With the construction costs and expenses of the magic crystal tower gradually decreasing, a massive quantity of magic crystals was continuously produced in each and every magic crystal tower, and the blank magic crystal was recycled for charging after every use. The newly manufactured magic crystal could be used hundreds of times, which greatly reduced the cost of magic crystals. Magic crystal devices were popularized in many small cities and villages in the wizard continents. In addition to being traditionally used in steam trains, airships, steam buses, and locomotives, through the farmland, farmers began using the new magic crystal seeder to sow seeds. There was also a new mill using the new alchemy flour milling machine. There were large and small commodity workshops with standard alchemy benches that ordinary workers could also operate. In the cities, there were many rich families using alchemy fans and roadside grocery stores using alchemy freezers to store meat and snacks. In many people's eyes, it was an extremely magical era. It was a fantasy world that they could never have imagined. People could travel conveniently using all kinds of alchemy transportation. Although not everyone could have a proper meal, as long as they worked hard, most could live a richer life than was ever conceivable in the past. The perfection of the system of the Magic Crystal Tower had led to the development of the third generation of the Magic Crystal Tower system, the Magic Crystal Network. As long as the Magic Crystal Network was used, mana could be transmitted anywhere the Magic Crystal Network was available. Magic crystals could be charged, and magic crystal alchemy devices could be used to establish a real magic crystal city. In the year 758 on the Wizard's calendar, the Wizard City, which was the core of the Wizard Alliance, began to lay its true magic crystal network. However, a large number of alchemy materials were needed to build a wizard city entirely soaked in mana. Will this cost too many resources? Even by the preliminary estimates, we will need hundreds of billions of wizard dollars, and the help of tens of thousands of formal wizards and a large number of alchemy warlocks, as well as at least 60 alchemy workshops and elemental laboratories. Oakland immediately objected to the idea Cook Bay suggested. We're not going to spend a lot of resources just to build a magic crystal network, but to explore the manufacturing methods of mana pools. At the same time, we need to build a magic crystal city which will be the model of an alchemy city and the foundation of the future floating space city, Cook Bay excitedly explained. According to Cook Bay's design, this step was also preparation for the future floating space city. He wanted to transform the wizard city into one which was fully immersed in mana. He could also explore the manufacturing methods of mana pools and make the wizard city more compact, all of which were for the preparation of the floating space city in the future. Although their generation might not live to see it, it would be the foundation for future alchemy warlocks to work from. All the land of the wizard city was converted into an alchemy slab by tens of thousands of formal wizards, hundreds of elemental wizards, and the mythical wizard, Catherine. They then spent 10 years creating a magic crystal network on which mana could be freely transmitted and transported. Even a level 1 wizard, with the help of the magic crystal network, could wield the power of an elemental wizard. Then the mana pool was developed by Cook Bay, who spent half of his life in the development of the floating space tower. 3 key creations of the floating space tower, namely the 7-grade mythical alchemy floating space tower, the floating space ring, and the mana pool, were all created by him, one after another. When the 3 were combined, one could see that the huge wizard tower separated from the earth and floated up into the sky bit by bit. It became a real floating space tower rising up like a giant in the sky. Cook Bay stood on top of the floating space tower. While many wizards shouted and jumped for joy, his face also revealed an excited smile. I've finally accomplished this. Mr. Randile, I didn't fail in what you've entrusted to me. I really succeeded. I made the first floating space tower on the wizard continent. Chapter 370, The Death of the Chaos Worm. On the wizard continent, from the farmers and workers on the ground who occasionally looked upward to the women who worked by windows and often watched the clouds in the sky, wherever they were, anyone could see the faint silhouette of the wizard tower. The faint silhouette of the wizard tower was never fixed in one spot for a long time but would tour all of the wizard schools and cities of the wizard continent. The wizard parliamentary system of the Wizard Alliance and the system of the College Council and the City Hall which controlled the continent had been in power for hundreds of years. Although there were many loopholes in the system and problems often arose, the system persisted because of the dominant position of the powerful wizards in society. Wizards from the Wizard Tower had established more and more wizard schools, and wizards from wizard schools built numerous cities, towns, and villages. Through constant reform and the suppression of the wizards' extraordinary status, the construction of a new system for wizards and magic crystal was constantly emerging. At the same time, the Wizard Alliance had been focusing on their expansion and development of other continents, and it had gradually formed a system that was unique to the wizards. But at the same time, because of the longevity of the elemental wizard and the malpractice of the parliamentary system, the reformation of some important areas was taking place at a slower pace. In hundreds of years, the world hadn't changed as much as Zhiyu thought it would in a decade of the Industrial Revolution. But for the Wizard Alliance, there was no problem at all, because they had the time to take it slowly. They progressed slowly. They saw nothing wrong with it. Everyone inside the wizard tower was busy and on the go. The bottom of the tower was a huge octagonal magic crystal pillar and a 7th-grade mana pool. It was embedded in the energy room at the bottom of the tower. No one was allowed to enter. Majestic mana was continuously transmitted through the magic crystal network to the inside of the tower. Above the mana pool was a huge silver ring that spun continuously in an irregular oscillation. It allowed the huge tower to float in the air. The tower had completed its first inspection, and its next goal was to explore the world of Bitwal. The floating space tower needed a large number of alchemy warlocks to support its daily operation. At the same time, its consumption of mana was extremely high. After a huge round of inspections of the wizard continent, the rate of mana consumption had reached an alarming level. A newly promoted 7th level mythical wizard was in control of the operations of the floating space tower, and it was tiring work for him. The routine inspection will be completed soon. On our next stop, we'll return to the wizard city. Prepare for docking immediately. Cook Bay, who was in a white wizard's robe with a tower and silver-colored infinity symbol embroidered on it, had recently suggested that he become a member of the wizard parliamentary system, and he became the first goblin and being of a different race to become one of the decision-makers in the Wizard Alliance. They were in the 6th floor control room under the main floor, the 7th floor of the tower. The floor was divided into several areas. There were areas controlling the magic crystal network, the floating system, the witchcraft boundary, the attack system, and the main control platform respectively. An Eye of Truth, made by the one-eyed spirit-devouring devil of the abyss, projected a detailed three-dimensional map of all the areas near the floating space tower. It could target anything in the area at any time and strike and intercept accurately. Their inspection tour was also a deterrent to many wizard schools under the Wizard Alliance. The magic report has been sent to the Wizard City. The Wizard City has responded, communication has ended. When the floating space tower returned to the sky above the Wizard City and sat on the base of the city's core, one could see the rapid expansion of the overall protective witchcraft boundary of the Wizard City and the activation of the mana network of the whole city. Catherine looked at the familiar Wizard City and said to Cook Bay, "Well done." Cook Bay was a little short. He only reached the much taller Catherine's waist. He looked up with excitement and said, "Just doing my job." Cook Bay completed the inspection mission and confirmed that there were no major problems in his design of the floating space tower, but he still dared not relax a bit. This was because his next task would be to explore the world of Bitwal. It would be the first time that wizards had really explored that world. After completing an inspection of the wizard tower, all crew members immediately disbanded following an urgent meeting and went home to rest. Cook Bay stayed in the tower and prepared for his next mission. But Catherine, the master of the tower, disappeared quietly from the tower and went down the long street toward the castle of the Tower College where many people lived. The stairway inside the castle was intricate and bizarre. Whoever had constructed it was full of imagination, it was just like a garden castle in a child's dream. She walked up the stairs to the very top of the castle. Lu Zhiyu was already standing there, looking at the wizard city. "How is it?" Catherine was very proud of the wizard kingdom she had founded. Lu Zhiyu nodded, "A great country worthy of praise and pride, but I'm not just looking at the cities and wizards on their own, but wisdom and civilization. It's the eruption of thousands of people's wisdom that leads to the formation of a brilliant civilization." When Catherine saw Lu Zhiyu, she knew that he was going to leave, but she asked anyway, "Are you going to leave again? Leave this world? For a new place? Maria's world? Or other unknown places in the astral world?" Lu Zhiyu nodded, "There seems to be something wonderful occurring in the astral world. I'm going to take a look at it. Before I leave, I'm bidding farewell to you, because it may be a long time before we meet again." Catherine said as if mocking herself, "Don't worry, the only advantage of being a mythical being is that I can afford to wait." Then she got a longing look in her eyes. "Astral world? I wish I could go and take a look at it too." "You will." "I wish I could go take a look at Maria's world." Lu Zhiyu had his reasons for choosing that place. It was the place where Catherine and the rest had lived when they were becoming apprentices as wizards. It was also the place where wizards of their generation liked to play the most. When they were children, they played and fought there, basked under the sun, watched the sunrise, and watched the sunset. After a final farewell to Catherine, Lu Zhiyu finally left that world and ended a journey that would be considered long and tedious by ordinary people, but for Lu Zhiyu was just a simple and short journey. Lu Zhiyu wanted to leave in a hurry because a chaos worm had died in the astral world. The chaos worm was the model and seed of a world. Its death wasn't a simple matter. In a sense, they shouldn't die because there was no natural enemy for them in the astral world. But the truth was in front of Lu Zhiyu. A chaos worm had really died, so he rushed to the astral world to see what was happening in the dark and unfathomable astral world. Chapter 371, The Birth of the Half-Bitwal. Darkness, nothingness, silence. The astral world maintained its usual state as if it was eternal. However, a giant beast on a long journey broke the eternal tranquility of the astral world. It was a huge transparent worm with a body the size of a continent. At its core, there seemed to be a silver whirlpool revolving. Wherever it went, it left traces of dimensional folds. One breath or one movement could set off an elemental wave that could spread over millions of kilometers. Inside the wave, an astral world meteorite was born, accompanied by a special astral world creature. A unique energy creature emerged from the huge elemental wave. It only possessed faint awareness and it followed the footprints of the chaos worm instinctively. There was also some unique liquid vitality hidden within the astral world meteorite. Hence, when the chaos worm passed through the astral world, there was a long tail of elemental waves with astral world meteorites and astral world creatures following close behind. It had formed the beautiful scenery of the astral world. Bang! When the giant astral world chaos worm arrived, it stopped in its track, its whole body melting little by a little, and the brilliance from the explosion of the inner silver whirlpool enveloped everything around it. The astral world chaos worm was slowly dying, its original shell turning into layers of dimensional folds that wrapped around its insides and formed a mini bitwall. It was the death of an astral world chaos worm that hadn't yet matured, so it formed a half bitwall instead of a full bitwall. The silver whirlpool inside the original astral world chaos worm condensed rapidly after the explosion and gradually formed a floating island within the half bitwall. A special fluorescent organism was also formed in the half bitwall that filled the half bitwall like a massive silver yarn. It emitted a silver glow and illuminated the entire half bitwall. The long tail of elemental waves behind the original astral world chaos worm crashed into the half bitwall immediately. Many groups of special energy vitality, liquid vitality, and gaseous vitality also bolted into the thin half bitwall, and after a long time of being lost and floating, all of them fell into the interior of the half bitwall. Zhiyu appeared and stood on the floating island of the half bitwall. Floating islands like this one could be seen everywhere in the half bitwall. In the long course of evolution, have there been distortions and things went astray. Zhiyu walked through the half bitwall which hadn't yet fully evolved and formed. He observed everything around him and could see that the chaos worm had completely died. It hadn't successfully evolved into a world, so it couldn't be re-nurtured from the end of that world at the time of its demise. This was the very end of its life. The evolution of the chaos worms is also risky. To surpass the others by evolving to its final stage would take too long, especially when all kinds of accidents can happen to it at any time. This place has no sun, but there are special fluorescent organisms. What an interesting half bitwall. After checking it out, Zhiyu discovered that the failed evolution of the chaos worm wasn't caused by external reasons, but by internal reasons. After all, it took 10,000 years for its growth and maturity period. That was too long and tedious for any life form. And the half bitwall, which was not far away from Maria's world, was influenced by Maria's world and was gradually attracted to Maria's world. The half bitwall was moving towards Maria's world. That was the first naturally occurring half bitwall of the astral world. There might be more instances of such a phenomenon in the future. As Zhiyu envisioned it, the astral world would become increasingly lively. The northern part of the Mara kingdom stood at the foot of the Andromeda mountain. There was a small village, Iris village, in the bright plain. Hundreds of years before, or even 1,000 years before, that place wasn't called the bright plain. It had been a decaying marsh. However, as more and more people migrated to that place, after hundreds of years of harnessing resources, developing water canals, drawing water in, and cutting down the forests into farmlands, it had developed into what it was now. It had gradually developed into a natural granary of Mara kingdom. The food produced by the bright plain could feed half of the population of the Mara kingdom. With the marsh transformed into a useful farmland and the dark forest removed, brightness enveloped that place. At a glance, one could only see windmills and wheat fields swaying with the wind. People had gradually forgotten the darkness and terror hidden in the rotten marshes. They had forgotten that this place was once the haunting space for the dead spirits and the undead wizards. They had even forgotten that the king of the dead who once walked down the Andromeda mountain and the core of the undead who occupied the entire land were the ones who had named it the Bright Plain. Iris village was a remote village at the foot of the Andromeda mountain. If one looked up, they could see the beautiful mountains and the snow-covered Andromeda peak. The village was far from the heart of the big city and the core areas of the Mara kingdom. Even the nearest steam train station in Ali City took 3 days on foot to reach. That was the only way to go to the city. There was public transportation by steam locomotive available every 2 days. There was no gas, no water supply, and no alchemy street light. The only magic crystal alchemy devices were crystal purification tower and alchemy mill. The crystal purification tower was used to control and purify all of the farmland in Iris village. These ensured the successful harvest of crops for the whole village. The village head controlled the crystal purification tower. Every year, there would be an acting priest from the Church of Light who would inspect the village. The alchemy mill belonged to Old Man Bree, his family was the richest in the village. At night, it was pitch dark there. The only entertainment was the magic radio that some wealthy people owned. The radio attracted people from the whole village to come listen to it in the town square. I really want to go to big cities. I heard that girls in big cities can wear beautiful clothes and skirts, eat all kinds of delicious snacks and food, go to school by car in the morning, and dance with friends in the evening at a ball. Wow! I want to be a girl in a big city. Alice often went to the forests of the Andromeda Mountain to collect firewood. She sometimes sat beside a tree stump and looked at the wheat fields under the mountains and imagined things like all the other country girls would. She would be thinking about the life of the city girls living lives like princesses. She was a girl born to a peasant family in the mountain, but now she lived with her sister and brother-in-law after her father's death. But her brother-in-law always looked at her with an odd expression, especially as she grew up to be a beautiful girl. In the original Andromeda Mountain, there were dangerous beasts, even magical beasts, and ghosts. But with the collapse of the King of the Dead, Adnos, the Faith of the Sun, the Church of Light, and the Mara Kingdom sent several groups of priests and holy knights to clean up the entire Andromeda Mountain from corner to corner. And all the beings associated with the dead were cleared out. Even ordinary magical beasts and beasts were removed. Hence, it was rare to see any beasts there anymore. It was a very safe area. Men and women in the village would often go up to the mountains alone to pick wild fruits and firewood to cook with. Ah! When Alice stood up, she accidentally cut herself on the sharp branches under her feet, leaving a large wound. Alice squatted down in pain, and her blood flowed directly onto the tangled roots and through the cracks in the tree. Her blood was dripped onto a corpse buried under the tree, a corpse that had been in sleep for an unknown length of time. Blood dripped down the roots and into its eyes. The corpse was clutching a heavy black book with a metal cover and a few big letters carved in bronze. The title, Book of the Undead. That book was what countless ghost wizards were fanatically looking for. The Faith of the Sun and the Church of Light wanted to destroy it. It was the legendary Book of the Undead by Adnos. It recorded all the exceptional ghost witchcraft performed by Adnos and the legendary Song of the Undead which could cause the undead calamity. Ta-ta! The fresh blood appeared like it was dripping on the surface of the water. Like gunpowder that stirred up thousands of waves, layers of black smoke rose from the ground, the clear and cloudless sky transformed into dark clouds all of a sudden, and the bright plain under the sky lost its light, covered by darkness. In hell, riding on the boat of the soul was the black-robed ferryman who ferried souls along the river Styx. In the dark waters of the Styx, the dead struggled painfully in the river without an end. The faintly illuminated boat of the soul was traveling silently. No souls dared to look directly at the ferryman or the lights on his boat. At that moment, the ferryman, without any expression, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky of hell. His eyes seemed to penetrate through the sun of the underworld, through all 9 levels of hell, and he saw the earth in an instant. Adnos didn't know how long he had slept or how many dead souls he had brought over on the Styx. At that moment, he instantly recalled all his memories, his past lives, and his teachers Boer and Edward. He was the prince of the Mara Kingdom, the first ghost wizard, and the king of the dead. He could almost see the sunshine of the human world. It was so resplendent, so beautiful, Adnos was overly excited, and his whole body was burning with undead flame. The bandages on his body all burned up in an instant and ignited all the water of Styx. The whole river was devoured by the undead flame and Adnos turned to ashes within them. In that fire, he got rid of the shackles of the Styx, the shackles of hell, and the identity of the ferryman. At the speed of light, herds of deathbringers with soul sickles arrived, and a huge divine shadow emerged from the deepest part of hell to look at the boat of soul and the fire above the Styx. Suicide. Before Ketasus became the demi-emperor of the Death Underworld sector, the ferryman of Styx was already there to lead the dead. Even when he first saw the god of death in the Death Underworld sector, that ferryman was also the one who personally led him. At that time, the horrifying ferryman of the sticks left a deep impression on his mind. No one knew the ferryman's identity or origin, and his sudden self-immolation deeply puzzled Ketasus. But after the undead flame extinguished, no information could be found regarding the Styx's ferryman. His origin wasn't recorded in the Book of the Dead which Ketasus was holding onto. He only knew that the ferryman was punished by the gods and had to remain forever on the Styx as a ferryman who couldn't have any memories. Maybe he had a sudden moment of realization and chose to die instead of face his desperate situation. But what happens to the souls when there's no ferryman? Some important souls and beings still needed him to lead them in. Ketasus flipped through the Book of the Dead and then circled one of the names with a goose brush. I'll pick you. Lin A. Heniton. You're the next ferryman. Sealed in the deepest part of the underworld, according to the rules of hell, Lin A. Heniton became the new master of the Styx. His memory was erased, like those of all his predecessors. He went and stood on the boat of the soul. Lin A. Heniton, dressed in a black robe, looked into the distance, bewildered. It took a long time for him to steer the boat of the soul towards the gates of hell instinctively. There was a new arrival of souls that needed him to bring them over. That was his duty as the master and ferryman of the Styx. Ketasus nodded, satisfied, and watched Lin A. Heniton go far away into the distance before he returned to the temple of the death god and began his complex and repetitive work. Those groups of deathbringers gathered around the Styx dispersed in an instant. At the foot of the Andromeda mountain, green flames erupted in the eyes of an ancient undead being embracing the Book of the Undead. He climbed out of his grave. Chapter 372, The Evil Spirit That Escaped from Hell. Mr. Skeleton, I've bought the tickets, where are we going now? We're going to Babu's, making a detour, and taking an airship to head over to the exotic kingdom of Halima. Why are we going there? Alice was a little scared, but she felt a little more curiosity than fear when she was looking at Adnos. The world had been peaceful for a long time. For most people, the legends of the undead and ghost wizard belonged to centuries long ago. Wizards, the undead, demons, and devils belonged to their great-great-great-grandfathers, that was what they had gone through. Adnos was wearing a wig, mask, gloves, and top hat and was reading a local daily newspaper. During his long hiatus, the world had undergone tremendous changes. The wizards had disappeared, the gods had sanctified the divine kingdom, and supernatural power was seen everywhere. Even ordinary people could use the divine artifacts of magic crystals and alchemy devices to exhibit extraordinary power. Adnos, who was freed from the song of the undead and the erosion of innumerable dead spirits, he had recovered his senses from his previous madness. Back when he was in hell, as the master of the Styx, it had some effects on him too. After he had retrieved all his memories, he had become more composed and restrained. Adnos looked at Alice and said as if amused by her naive question, why? Because the master of the night is now at his weakest. But that's God, an eternal God. Alice felt that what Mr. Skeleton said was a little dreadful. He sounded like a devil that was going to bring extinction to the human race, just like one in an epic novel. Only those who die completely will truly be eternal. Adnos sneered. Adnos discovered that the girl who had activated his undead identity was actually a member of the Monner family. She had the same face as Adnos's sister, Esha Monner. It was her blood, which had the same origin as Adnos, that stimulated his soul and awakened it from its deep sleep. But the present Monner family had declined and faded out of its place of prominence. The royal family of the Union of the Mara Kingdom no longer belonged to the Monner family. The Monner family, since Adnos's sister, Esha Monner, had become the queen, had taken a sudden turn for the worst. They're indeed a bunch of good-for-nothings. They even lost the throne. Adnos crossed his legs. He had a cold look on his face as he stared indifferently at the historical records of the Monner royal family. Alice felt that Mr. Skeleton liked to brag. Every single time when he spoke, he always talked about the royal family, the gods, the ancient mythological heroes, and most importantly, that all of them were insignificant in his eyes. He labeled them as worthless and good-for-nothings. Excuse me, Mr. Skeleton, it's not right to speak ill of our ancestors behind their backs. Adnos looked up at Alice through his white mask. Alice swallowed her saliva and dared not say another word. That was scary. They took the steam locomotive all the way to Ali City, and then they took the steam train to Babu's City, the capital of Mara Kingdom. After stopping in Babu's city and making a big purchase, Alice followed Adnos onto an airship which crossed the kingdom of Rosa Doro and the Black Forest and arrived at the kingdom of Halima in the exotic kingdom. Alice, who had never left her hometown, felt that to travel like this was a once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Mr. Skeleton looked terrible, talked terribly, and he was really harsh and indifferent. But she felt that Mr. Skeleton was a good person. Mr. Skeleton seemed to have been an esteemed noble in his lifetime and had left behind many treasures. Alice had never seen so many gold and silver treasures, nor had she ever thought that one could be so rich that he could afford to buy the whole world. They were in a first-class seat on the most luxurious platinum train traveling along the coast. Alice was enjoying the red wine and beef from St. Sarl City and admiring the view of the sea. The dreamy capital of the Mara Kingdom, Babus, and the excessive purchases left Alice dizzy. Although Mr. Skeleton said he wanted her to help him buy books, all kinds of history books, books about gods, the history of various churches, the history of other continents and national records, he didn't restrict Alice from buying other things. Hence, Alice was excitedly buying all the clothes, skirts, and hats she wanted. Ah! It feels so good to be rich. Long live Mr. Skeleton! Alice felt that she had never been so happy in her life. It was as if gold coins were constantly raining down before her eyes. She accompanied Mr. Skeleton to the church of the Goddess of Light in the Mara Kingdom to pay their respects. Although she thought it strange that a skeleton was worshipping the Goddess of Light. Even if he's a skeleton, he might have been a believer in the Goddess of Light before he died. In that case, doesn't it all make sense? But Adnos didn't mean to worship the Goddess of Light at all. Instead, he stood in front of the Archangel, Feroz, for the whole day. It was Alice's first time riding on an airship. When she looked down from above, she could feel her wobbly legs. She lay on the window for almost half a day and couldn't stand up. She had been worrying the whole time that the airship might fall from the sky, until Mr. Skeleton scornfully said, "What a fool." Alice rested stubbornly on the window, and then she went to the airship's sky corridor for a walk which allowed her to overcome her fear of heights. The kingdom of Halima was a country in the exotic kingdom. Its customs, architecture, and beliefs were very different from those of the kingdom of the Church of Light. They liked to build with boulders. Because of the hot weather, they liked to wear simple, short, and comfortable clothes. However, with the advent of the magic crystal era and the dramatic development of trade and commerce, the situation there was also changing. It was gradually homogenized by the outside world. People here believed in the Master of the Night. They believed that night was the symbol of God. They were used to praying in the night, they liked the color black, and symbols of the moon were a common sight. On the first day of Adnos's arrival, he entered the night temple of the Master of the Night. The statue that was once broken had been rebuilt, but there were no longer the spiritual tension and divine aura it once had. Adnos didn't behave as he had at the Church of the Goddess of Light. Instead, he spoke to Alice in front of the statue of the Master of the Night. "You know what? In our times, there were no gods." Alice didn't believe it. "What? There were no gods? How is that possible? All gods have been worshipped by human beings since ancient times, and they've been passed down from the past." Adnos laughed, and his laughter sounded as if his teeth were clattering, which was a little dreadful. Of course, because there was only one real faith at that time, called the Church of Light, and there was only one God who really proved the existence of God. He was the great angel of balance, Feroz. When he talked about it, Adnos suddenly had a profound fear and dread revealed his eyes. He didn't know what he was afraid of, whether it was the name or the truth behind the name. It took Adnos a long time to recover from his fear, and he scoffed at all the gods that came up later. "None of you know the naked truth of this world, that everything in this world was made under false pretense, everyone lives in a game of fraud. I want to leave this world and advance to another kingdom, the Abyss world. I need to break away from the shackles down here. But before that, I need to offer sacrifices to it. Even if I become a demon, I must be the strongest one. I'm Adnos. This sacrificial offering, of course, it must be a little more grandiose." Hidden behind the mask, Adnos's fleshless mouth was split and cracked into a frenzied smile. Chapter 373, A Young Girl as the High Priest. In the name of God, the Master of the Night, the Supreme Ruler of the Star Kingdom, the Divine Guardian of the Night and Dreams, you're the newly appointed Pope of the Church of the Dark Night. You're in control of the power of God. You're leading all living beings on behalf of God. A seemingly young and tender girl was dressed in a magnificent black robe, she was wearing the crown of the Pope, and being worshipped by a cardinal priest dressed in the red robe of the Church of the Dark Knight. He knelt on the ground with the Pope's staff, waiting for the newly appointed Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight to accept her power. The sun will eventually set, only the night will last forever. The sun will eventually set, only the night will last forever. With the roar of that watchword, all the priests of the Church of the Dark Knight hysterically followed suit. Tens of thousands of people gathered there to shout the standard watchword of Church of the Dark Knight. It ignited the whole city. The eternal master of the night. You're the only indispensable being in the world. Sacred and melodious songs, with the recitation of the choir, brought the whole city humming together, singing praises of the great master of the night. In the Bikito city of the kingdom of Halima, the town square of the night temple and the high stairway were filled with priests serving the master of the night. On the stage, there were the kings of the kingdom of Halima, the Puvant city, the Roman city, and other kings from the exotic kingdom. They were all dressed in magnificent clothing. There were also groups of nobles and those who had a prestigious status, saints, clergy members, and the ruling class. At that moment, all were kneeling at the feet of the new Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight. Even if she was just an ordinary-looking girl, at that moment, she represented the god. The young girl sat on her divine throne and looked blankly at everything below. It seemed that a new world had opened its doors to her and enabled her to see the most astonishing side of the world. I'm the High Priest. There was only excitement on her face, but she had completely no idea what throne she was sitting on, or what the position meant, or what responsibilities she had to bear. Over the town square, the convoy of chariots of the kingdom of Halima passed by. Soldiers lined up with flags and their guns fired into the sky. The latest battle airships soared over the sky above the town square. The fleet was arranged in rows or in a herringbone pattern as it moved forward. Airships could be seen parked in the sky everywhere in the city. They were watching out for anything abnormal in the city, while also hanging a banner to congratulate the newly appointed pope. Military music was played from morning till night, with orchestras and theatrical companies from all over the world performing in the town square. The high priest previously serving the master of the night had died suddenly, and it was a 15-year-old girl who inherited his supreme power. Over a very short period of time, 3 high priests had been replaced, which was unusual for the Church of the Dark Knight. Was there anything crazier than a mere 15-year-old girl becoming high priest and therefore the supreme ruler of the entire exotic kingdom and the kingdom of Halima? The latest news about the new high priest of the Church of the Dark Knight was all over the newspapers and radio stations across the All-End continent. A 15-year-old young girl becomes the Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight. Young female high priest takes over the supreme power of the exotic kingdom. The transition of power in the exotic kingdom, the successor. Such news could be heard everywhere in the world. After all, although the exotic kingdom wasn't the most powerful kingdom in the All-End continent, the kingdom of Halima wasn't weak, and the Church of the Dark Knight was the orthodox belief of the entire exotic kingdom, so it was in charge of the destiny of tens of millions of people. That evening, when the coronation ceremony ended and Alice returned to the Pope's palace, she was divorced from all the excitement and thrill she had felt before. She was now trembling with fear. Mr. Skeleton. What we're doing now, isn't this blasphemous? Sitting in front of the window, a gentleman in a mask and suit who looked like a doll turned around and asked, blasphemous? Adnos was sitting in a chair, remorseless, his head tilted to one side, the skull under his mask revealing an odd expression. It was without skin and flesh, but he was obviously laughing. Wrong, it's not blasphemous, what I wanted is, kill the god. He stood up and gestured toward the window, as if he was embracing the world, or as if he was devouring the world. Abandon that pitiable awe and revere of yours. Nothing is nobler than ourselves. Nothing is more formidable than our own will. As long as we've enough courage, and possess an imagination beyond the ordinary, we can accomplish all the impossible things. Adnos preached his ideology. For him it was a belief he had carried with him right from the beginning. No one could be as blasphemous as he was, no one could be more audacious than him, no one had a greater imagination than him. But Alice only felt fear when she saw Adnos acting like a tyrant. Adnos found himself facing that simple childlike girl from a peasant family, so unlike a king even though she was wearing a crown. Suddenly, he felt a little tender-hearted. Ridiculous. Laughable. What's the matter with me? Are you old? Old? Lacking in enthusiasm? How could you be soft-hearted? Adnos mocked at himself in his heart, but he soon realized that he was indeed soft-hearted. When he killed his father and brother but left his sister, Esha, alive, he was soft-hearted then. When he looked at Alice, who had the same face as his sister, he could still remember her after such a long time. Adnos suddenly cherished the memory of everything he was familiar with. Sleep, just treat it as game or a dream. I'll arrange everything. And you, just have your fair share of fun, that's more than enough. Adnos looked out of the window. The world outside the window hadn't changed. But Adnos saw the power and presence of the abyss surging over the land he was on. In order to kill a true god, unless a person erased the whole world along with the god, that person would never be able to remove the imprint of the god from the world or the imprint between the god and his believers. It was almost impossible to kill a true god who was sunk in sleep and waiting to be reborn. It wasn't difficult to destroy him, but it was hard to kill him completely. Adnos was once the 7th grade king of the dead of the mythical beings, a mythical creature specializing in the soul. For any beings on the mythical level, with the exception of gods, he was more well versed in them than anyone else. Adnos knew that it was absolutely impossible to kill a true god with his own power, but what if he borrowed the power of another world? Would the power of an entire world kill a true god? Moreover, what if it was the legendary powerful and terrible abyss world? It was a crazy idea that would make anyone turn pale, but Adnos dared to think of it, he dared to work it out and had the ability to do it. Adnos never wanted to inherit the priesthood of the Master of the Night, but he wanted to sacrifice the Master of the Night as an offering to the abyss world, sacrificing a true god to it. He would then have the ability to become the devil monarch of the abyss world. Such an idea was impossible if it was targeted at the true god who overlooked all the living beings in the divine kingdom. At the very moment he initiated his attack, he would suffer a full blow from the true god. But for the Master of the Night, he was one of the 3 gods of civilization, a god who was in the rebirth stage would be different. He, who was sunk in deep sleep, had no ability to resist any attacks. He had even lost the ability to cry for help. Adnos's plan, right from the beginning, targeted the former high priest. He had killed the Pope because he was in the way. Adnos was the 7th grade king of the dead who had been the master of the Styx for many years, so it was easy for him to plan the murder of a high priest serving a god with a weakening divine power. It was not difficult for him. Later, Adnos seized the Candle of the Night, a divine artifact of the Master of the Night that was carried by the high priest. That was also an important factor in the sustainability of the Church of the Dark Night since the Master of the Night had sunk in his deep sleep. That divine artifact was a part of the divine power. By offering sacrifices to the abyss and borrowing the devil's power from the abyss, Adnos would degenerate into an abyss seedling, and the abyss devil's power would soak up the Candle of the Night and became a devil's weapon. Through the devil's Candle of the Night, priests who served under the Master of the Night would be eroded. At the same time, under the Bikito city, a Talos door would open up. This would be the legendary Abyss Door. As the priesthood of the Master of the Night is dragged into the abyss bit by bit, every priest actually has a tiny part of the god. When they all transform into abyss seedlings, and when they return to the divine kingdom, they'll pollute the core of the divinity. All I need is a grand sacrificial ceremony, and a massive number of degenerated priests. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of priests will return to the divine kingdom together, and then the last one dragged into the abyss is. Adnos could picture that wonderful scene. But all of that must be done behind the curtain and not be found out by anyone. But he was relatively safe. The exotic kingdom was a closed and independent country, and the Master of the Night was a god who couldn't defend himself, a god sunk in a deep sleep. Chapter 374, Deicide. A young man covered in scars and bruises crawled along the coast of a small town in the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. It was a lively town, with neat streets, tall lighthouses, concrete docks, and small steamships. The local fishermen found him severely injured and dying. They immediately realized that something was unusual about him. The man's robe was ragged, but one could still recognize it as a robe from the Church of the Dark Night. The priest was covered in blood. Black veins were twisted together in his arm. A giant eye grew out of his chest. The black pupil trembled and moved constantly as if it was sizing up every individual on the shore. Devil! Devil! A fisherman screamed with great fear. He stumbled backward off the ship and fell into the water. It's the eye of the devil. Do not look! Do not look! The crowd dispersed. Go find Sir Ankaru, now. When Ankaru, a priest of the Church of Light, finally arrived, the young priest of the Church of the Dark Night was trembling and vomiting something black and foul-smelling. The afflicted young man clenched an exquisite silver wand in one hand. It was the status symbol for red cardinal bishops of the Church of the Dark Night. I am, the High Priest of the Church of the Dark Night, following Bishop Arthas. The dying man leaned against the posts on the dock, confessing to Ankaru. Ankaru greatly feared the power of the devil spreading through the air. He was merely an apprentice priest who had never seen anything so evil. The demon power within this man was about to break out. Almighty Goddess, I am calling your name, please give me your power, Ankaru murmured. Ankaru could feel his legs are quivering with fear. A level 3 official priest was in front of him, using his last of his strength to suppress the power within him. Ankaru hoped that with the power of the light, he could control the demon within the priest's body. He could sense that, if the power broke out, no one on the scene would survive. The priest was a powerful clergy member, and at this moment, he was struggling under the demon's attack. Demon, demon, evil is ruling the entire Halima kingdom. The Church of the Dark Night has fallen, everyone turned into apostles of demons. That man has resurrected. The king of the dead, Adu, Nis, has come back, the fearful being has emerged from the abyss. He wants, the possessed priest mumbled. Ankaru was holding the sigil of the sun and activating the divine power within it. However, it was only a small comfort. Ankaru gulped when he heard the terrifying news and the name of Adonis. The representation of death and terror in countless fairy tales and myths, the origin of sins and evil, the damned soul sent to hell by God, had come back to the world. What does he want? Ankaru asked, his hands trembling as he held the sigil of the sun. The priest of the Church of the Dark Night clawed at the dock. The power within his fingers sunk into the ground beneath him. The ground cracked and spread out more than 10 meters. It seemed that he could no longer bear the torture. He wants, the young priest looked to Ankaru with his blood-red eyes and said, he wants, deicide. At that very moment, the darkness in his veins climbed up to his face. His eyes turned pure black instantly, and he burst into laughter. Too late, it's already too late. He has only one last step left. The power of the abyss spread out from his body, burning the ground around him. Then in the next moment, the priest of the Church of the Dark Night awakened and used the forbidden witchcraft of the Church of the Dark Night, soul flame, to ignite his soul and all his powers, giving up all chance of redemption and entering the divine kingdom, and perished together with the demon. Spread my word. I hope it's not too late. No, it's already too late, the priest of the Dark Night screamed. He lingered for a moment in pain, despair clouding his face. He slowly burned into ashes, along with the demon from the abyss, perishing with painful screams. Everyone was silent. Everyone at the scene felt that their hearts were about to explode. No one had ever imagined a being so evil, no one had ever heard a tale no horrifying, no one had ever dared to do such sinful deeds. In no stories or tales had anyone ever dared to kill a god. The shocking news spread out among the priests in town. Before long, airships displaying sigils of light from the Church of Light arrived at the town. The town was locked down by the army. The news about Adonis' resurrection and the fall of the kingdom of Halima reached the Pope of the Galton branch of the Church of Light in the kingdom of Rosa Doro. With no need to look him up in the books, most priests were haunted by their deepest nightmares when they heard the name of Adonis. More importantly, they understood that something unforeseen and horrifying awaited them. Disaster, it's definitely going to be a terrible disaster. What should we do? Help the Halima kingdom. Did hell not realize that such evil had escaped from it? He was a being who once challenged the gods. The king of the dead who destroyed the Holy Civil Empire with the undead army. The evil god from legends who took the divine artifact from the goddess of the night. He now has control of the entire Halima kingdom and even the foreign lands. Help them? How? We should be on the defensive, defending against the evil army which could rush out of the foreign lands at any time. What is he going to do? Did you see that? Deicide, he is going to kill a god, even if it's a pagan god. In the divine hall, the powerful priests fell into chaos. The Pope of the Galton branch of the Church of Light made up his mind and said, an evil god who has escaped from hell can only be judged by the gods. Send a message to the other churches through the magic transceivers. In the meantime, perform the divine ritual of prayers immediately. I wish to ask God what we should do. As the news of the change in the foreign lands spread out across the Alan continent like an unstoppable flood, Adonis' plan had reached its last step. In the foreign lands of the Halima kingdom, priests of the Church of the Dark Knight, kings and nobles crowded the streets of Bikito city. The city was in a frenzy. It had fallen under an abnormal, manic tide of fearful reverence. Day and night, everyone prayed non-stop. In churches, royal palaces, streets, and alleyways, frantic believers kneeled on the ground, chanting prayers. Tents and temporary buildings were popping up everywhere in the city. Craftsmen, farmers, fishermen, and factory workers from all kingdoms gathered here, knelt on the ground, and faced the city. In front of the Church of the Dark Knight, all streets and areas surrounding the Divine Palace were filled with the clergy of the Church of the Dark Knight. All the clergy from foreign lands gathered here in a hurry, searching for the reason why their power had faded, for the reason of their pain, and for their redemption. The reason was that the day belonged to their God. It was the day of resurrection of the great ruler of the night, and he would finally return from the dark night. Adonis was wearing a red priest robe and the mask of the moon, standing next to the Alice, the Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight, holding high the candle of the night, the Church's divine artifact, looking down on everyone below. In his eyes, every individual was completely swallowed by the power of the dark abyss. They believed that it was because of the resurrection of their God that their powers were weakened. However, it was actually the power of the abyss spreading through the system of the divine power of the ruler of the night, even spreading to the ruler of the night himself. Let us pray to the great ruler of the night. We are calling your divine name. You are the ruler of the night, the controller of stars and dreams. We long to enter your kingdom, enjoy immortality and, Adonis chanted. Adonis howled and cheered until his voice reached every corner of the city. He sounded so faithful, but no one could see the evil, manic smile of the skull behind the mask. Chapter 375, Deicide. Hearing the calls of the crowds and the prayers of believers, the enormous star kingdom moved closer and closer to the ground out of the dark night sky over the kingdom Halima. The divine kingdom of the Master of the Night was never so close to the mortal world as it was at this moment. It seemed to be within one's touch if they stood on high grounds. We call your sacred name. You are the Master of the Night, the controller of stars and dreams. We long to enter your kingdom, to enjoy immortality and... All the believers repeatedly chanted the same prayer. With the star kingdom approaching, the silver stars started to form patterns in the sky. One could even faintly see the inside of the divine kingdom. Such a view drove all into a frenzy. Many did not even realize that darkness had swallowed them. Countless believers were assimilated by the power of the abyss by their prayers. God! I can see it now. Your angels have come for me. A priest of the Church of the Dark Knight stood up all of a sudden. A black vortex rushed to him. His body was taken by darkness and transformed into a black shadow. It rose into the sky following the dreamy starlight and entered the kingdom of the Master of the Night. Look! It's a miracle. The kingdom of God is welcoming his believers. Other priests saw what had happened, and jealousy kindled within them. The heavenly doors are open for us. Commoners outside the city were tearing up. They all wished that it was they who had risen up to heaven. They kept hitting their foreheads against the ground madly, not stopping even when blood dripped from their foreheads. Adonis laughed even louder. He opened his palms, his face distorted. His body twisted and quivered from his laughter, almost like a puppet. However, no one's attention was on him, as all were distracted by the star kingdom in the sky and the shadows entering the divine kingdom. Ha ha ha, come, come, come. Pray to God. God shall be awakened from sleep. He is calling his believers. His most faithful children. Tonight, the doors of heaven are open to everyone. As long as you are truly faithful, shouted Adonis. With Adonis's words, many of the clergy members were swallowed by darkness one after another, transforming into evil shadows of the abyss. They rushed to the star kingdom in the sky and became part of the kingdom of the Master of the Night. Ha 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 ha. That's right. That's right. Adonis laughed so hard that he could barely straighten his body. Go! Go! He screamed madly. Standing in the hall of the divine palace of the Church of the Dark Knight and looking down the stairs, he saw countless people below. In Adonis' eyes, they were countless foolish idiots. It was a dreamland. The night was quiet, the stars glimmering. Clouds danced on the wind, lively and whimsical. Stars intertwined with the clouds. Countless bubbles floated through the air. In each bubble, there was a unique scene. Happy dreams, horrifying nightmares. They were the dreams of the living. The kingdom of God, a magnificent palace, was built on starry clouds. There should be many followers and believers there, but now they were all trapped in their sleep. A dream bubble inside the palace was breathing and swelling as if it was incubating something within. When the many evil shadows of the abyss rushed into it, the bubble burst. The beautiful divine kingdom of the Master of the Night was tainted with blackness. Darkness had invaded the palace. The crowd on the square did not notice a thing. They had lost their minds. Everyone had lost their sanity. One by one, they all turned into evil shadows of the abyss and rushed into the divine kingdom in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 10,000 and then 100,000. All believed that their God was awakened and that the heavenly doors were opening for them. They did not know that they were turning the divine kingdom of the Master of the Night into an abyss, contaminating the origin of the Master of the Night, and dragging the Master of the Night into the abyss of annihilation and no return. The sacred silver kingdom gradually turned black. Darkness entered from below, covering the entire star. A black star breathing the horrifying power of the abyss emerged in the sky of the Halima kingdom. The young pope sitting on the stage, Alice, sensed the abnormality. All the people in Bikito and the Halima kingdom had gone crazy. Darkness and horror abounded. She held Adonis' hand in fear. "Mr. Skeleton! Stop! Stop this," begged Alice. Adonis turned his head. His frantic smile faded and he said, "Don't fear. It's almost over. Just one last step. Do as I asked, and take the name God of the Night. Alice, believe in your power, and you shall be the next Master of the Night." All the believers in the square turned into evil shadows of the abyss and entered the divine kingdom. From the streets, shadows flew into the sky on starlight. The crowded divine palace of the dark night became less and less crowded until there was not a single person left. On the stage, kings, nobles, and so-called descendants of God all turned into evil shadows of the abyss, taken by the darkness. When Adonis said those words, the square was infected by the power of the abyss. Something seemed to have risen from the underground, and the entire square was taken over by the abyss power. Huge, diamond-like crystals rose from underground, devouring everything around them. Matter, air, even light. It was the Talos door summoned by Adonis. The entrance to abyss emerged from the underground. Black swirls filled the sky over Bikito city, devouring everything, and moving toward the Star Kingdom in the sky. At the same time, in the darkened Star Kingdom, the Master of the Night was sleeping in his palace. He also sensed grave danger. The palace collapsed and crumbled. The divine kingdom slowly turned into an abyss. Countless evil shadows from the abyss flew into the palace and became part of the core of the sleeping Master of the Night. Only a few in the city escaped from the frenzy. They stared at the black star in the sky, the opened entrance to the abyss, and the mad commoners around them taken over by evil. "What is this? What have we done?" a young girl shouted. She stared at the entrance to the abyss floating in the sky and collapsed to the ground. "God! What are we doing?" Commoners looked at the evil shadows flying toward the divine kingdom. Nothing but fear was on their faces. "Who are we praying to? God, or demon? Run! Evil has befallen us. It is a setup. It's the evil calling us, and we are all infected by the evil. Darkness and evil haunt this place. Death haunts this place." The city fell into chaos. Staring at the giant entrance to the abyss in the sky above them, despair consumed everyone. People fled, struggling to escape this city which was now under the control of the power of the abyss. "It's my time now," said Adonis, glancing down at the lost commoners who were running around and screaming for help in the city. Adonis ripped off his disguise and robe, turning into a pillar of fire. The roaring flames of the mutated devil fire rose into the sky. Black flames spun and danced around him, then transformed into a skeleton of dark flames. He became part of the giant swirl at the entrance to the abyss, staring at the Star Kingdom in the sky with cupidity. Adonis had fully become one with the abyss, and he no longer suppressed his power. Leveling up from a level 6 to a level 7 mythical being, transforming into the King of the Dead, Adonis rose again. He did not care about the pressure and rejection from the origin of the world, as this was his last show, and this would be his last stage. The leader has entered the stage. In the next scene, the death of God, shouted Adonis. Adonis became one with the entrance to the abyss. Dark tentacles twisted out from the swirl of the abyss, reaching out into the sky, as if they were looking for a sacrifice. Chapter 376, The Abyss of Freedom? Boom! Giant arms extended from the palace with painful, desperate, and bewildered howling. What's going on? What on earth has happened? Asked Louis. The Master of the Night, Louis, crawled out from the palace where he had been deep in sleep and saw his divine kingdom crumbling and falling apart. Evil shadows of the abyss were searching for the origin and rushing toward him to erode his body. Louis' body was slowly being devoured by the power of the abyss. No! No! What is this? Abyss? How could my believers become creatures of the abyss? Screamed Louis. Evil shadows of the abyss merged together like a river and poured into Louis' body. The entire divine kingdom collapsed and fragmented. The sleeping and praying believers fell and vanished together with the kingdom. Impossible! Who? Who on earth? Louis roared. The enormous divine body of the Master of the Night struggled out of the Star Kingdom. From the ground, one could see that a divine shadow thousands of miles long had escaped from the star and was looking down to the earth. Louis immediately saw the giant entrance to the abyss on the ground, the Halima kingdom haunted by darkness, and Adonis, who had become a part of the entrance to the abyss, staring at Louis with eyes full of greed. You! Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Are you challenging a true god? Louis demanded. Louis realized he was being completely assimilated into the abyss. The power of abyss has reached his core, and his divine personality, divine duty, and divine power, which were all part of his core, were rejecting him and slowly breaking away from his divine body. My divine personality? My divine power? By the name of a true god, activate the world rules. By the name of the Master of the Night, summon, roared Louis. He realized that his howling could not activate any of the world rules. It seemed he had been transformed into a creature of the abyss and was being rejected by the world. What was more terrible was that the entrance to the abyss below was sending out a strong eroding power towards him. At the same time, Louis' body felt attracted to it, as if he yearned to entree the abyss and become a part of it. No, no! What have you done? What have you done? You filthy, puny insect! Louis shouted. Adonis raised his head and looked at the shadow of the true god with disgust, as if the divine noble being was insignificant in his presence. The true god was struggling with fear, rage, and panic, almost like a clown to Adonis. Adonis said, Puny? Who are you to say such a thing? Who are you? Someone who could only rise when wizards were declining. With no perseverance in the pursuit of truth, no courage to challenge the world, and no extraordinary intelligence, how dare you call yourself a wizard? How sad! After the first and second generation wizards all died, the world turned out to be such a tedious place. How could a cowardly, scheming rat become a god? When the wizard system of the undead was created by me. When I rule the kingdom of the dead, the world shall quiver beneath my feet. Then, you will only look at my name with reverence and tremble and scream at my power. Louis stared at Adonis in shock. Louis recalled Adonis' name from the old legends and writings. Adonis? Adonis? You? How did you escape? How could you escape from hell? Weren't you trapped at the bottom of hell? Louis asked. Louis struggled to escape from the attraction of the abyss. He was still slowly dragged out of the Star Kingdom until he fell through the entrance to the abyss. Louis screamed with fear and tried to activate the power of a true god, but he sensed that his connection to the world had weakened. Devilish flames roared across Adonis' body. He laughed loudly and said, I did not escape from hell. The Adonis trapped in hell has died, and the Adonis in the mortal world has been resurrected. Adonis looked up at the Master of the Night and said, So, bad day for you. I, Adonis, present a sacrifice to the consciousness of Abyss, the true god Louis Bikito, Master of the Night. The sound of Adonis' laughter echoed in the sky of Bikito city. As Adonis said these words, dark shadowy tentacles reached out of the entrance of the abyss and grabbed Louis Bikito. In the meantime, stars glimmered in the sky. 10 star kingdoms moved closer to the sky over the Halima kingdom from the Bitwal. The other gods seemed to see what had happened. Every god except for the goddesses of light, sun, and death were present, an assembled meeting of gods in the sky above Halima. They looked down at the Master of the Night, who was being dragged into the abyss, and Adonis, whose body had half become one with the entrance of abyss and could enter the abyss at any time. There is no hope for the Master of the Night. He has been taken by the abyss. Even the world has rejected and given up on him, said the goddess of steam and machinery, with the tone of sadness. It chilled all the true gods that a fellow true god had fallen. Even the gods could die. If that was true, then, in this world, what was eternity? Blasphemers shall not be forgiven. The ruler of storms was furious. However, he was still constrained by the world rules because he had broken the agreement of the gods. That's right, blasphemers shall not be forgiven. At this moment, a god in the sky started the attack. It was Felix, the god of earth and war. A giant divine palm fell from the sky and smashed Bikito City. Just one palm could cover the entirety of Bikito City. Felix was going to crush the entrance to the abyss and strangle Adonis. The power of an awakened true god was apocalyptic. Adonis finally noticed the stars in the sky. However, he was not fearful or nervous. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, everyone's here. What a party!" At this moment, a giant book opened in the sky and stopped the palm of the god of earth and war. "Edward? What are you doing?" asked Felix. "Let him go. The Master of the Night has fallen. It's better to let them both leave this world," said Edward. "It's better to kill them both. I will not allow that. You think I don't know? Adonis and you were both the students of Boer, the second owner of the tower. You grew up with him," said Felix. The god of earth and war, Felix, and the god of truth and knowledge, Edward Guillermo, were arguing intensely. Edward Guillermo insisted that the blasphemer, Adonis, should be let go and allowed to leave this world. Lights beamed down from the two arguing gods in the sky, shining on the entire Halima kingdom. Night turned into a bright day. Most of the gods were still waiting and observing since the Master of the Night did not have many allies. At the same time, Adonis, the problem, was about to leave the world, along with the Master of the Night, creating an even bigger problem. All were concerned about Adonis' apocalyptical power over the undead. They all wished Adonis would just leave this world, since a mythical being, especially someone like the King of the Dead, could hardly be made to leave by force. Leave the divine personality. Right, leave the divine personality of the Master of the Night. The goddess of the sea, Gina, who had been waiting, now made a move. The other gods suddenly understood the situation but were prevented to act by the goddess of steam and machinery. As this was happening, the Master of the Night was dragged into the entrance to the abyss, became part of the consciousness of abyss, and turned into Adonis' sacrifice. As the entrance to the abyss was destroyed by the goddess of seas, the remaining power from the entrance to the abyss faded away because of the world's rejection. As for the divine personality of the Master of the Night, it was lost. Adonis stood before the consciousness of the abyss, the divine personality of the Master of the Night in his hand. He had presented the sacrifice, a true god, and he would be rewarded by the abyss. As for the divine personality of the Master of the Night, it turned into a normal stone after leaving Maria's world. The world would regenerate. Therefore, it was of no use to Adonis, and it would expire. Just as they had agreed, when Alice called his true name, Adonis would give the name to her. "I shall be the next king of the undead. And I shall leave Maria's world, a prison, a trap, and a game," Adonis said. The power of the abyss was an enormous, spinning black hole. Adonis was thrilled. "At last, I am free. Here. Ah! I can smell the fragrance of freedom. I have finally escaped from this horrifying world and the shadow behind it." At that moment, a giant black sphere spinning inside the consciousness of the abyss formed. Silvery light emerged from its center and expanded continuously. A figure appeared. The figure was wearing a mask with white sigils of the sun on it. The figure carried the power of the entire abyss. The consciousness of the abyss began to put pressure on Adonis. The flames of him giant devilish skeleton dimmed. Adonis did not even notice that he had dropped the divine personality of the Master of the Night. He stared at the figure in front of him. The figure had emerged out of thin air and made Adonis tremble with fear. It now stood right before his very eyes. "Oh? Where do you think you're going?" The figure with the mask sized Adonis up. Coldness spread across Adonis' body from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Never in his life had he felt such despair. Chapter 377, I am the star high above. Looking at it from afar, in a world of darkness, layers of the abyss surrounded this place in concentric circles. This was the core of the abyss. There was no gravity, air, or matter. Apart from the consciousness of the abyss, there were only the abyss blood sun and the abyss door talos, the symbols of two kings of the devil orbiting the consciousness of the abyss. The ruler of abyss revealed his enormous divine body with all the consciousness of the abyss. Lights shone from his robe onto everything around him. Finally here. Maria's world, astral world, the abyss. I jumped from one chessboard to another. That's true, ha ha ha, said Adonis. Adonis floated in the darkness of the void, looking up at the masked ruler of the abyss, then lowered his head and laughed. It started with a smile, then Adonis lost all control, bursting into laughter. The teeth in his skull clacked when his jaw moved up and down. Mythical beings communicated using a common divine language. One could clearly sense his bitterness and unwillingness in his laughter. Adonis raised his head suddenly. Even in such a hopeless situation, Adonis did not lose his calm. He chose to face his destiny with grace, and asked, "Who are you? The great angel Pharos? The creator himself? The great wise Anthony? Or the ruler of the abyss?" Lu Xiao looked down at him. The devilish skeleton was thousands of miles tall but still belittled by the projection of the consciousness of the abyss. It was almost like a giant looking down at an ant. Their eyes landed on the void-like core of the abyss. "Is there any point?" Lu Xiao asked. Adonis was stunned, then broke into demented laughter. Derision filled his laughter. Maybe he was scoffing at himself, or maybe at Maria's world and the destiny of all those living within. Right, that's absolutely right. There is no point. It is a tedious, pointless world. Everyone lives in unreal dreams, boring, hopeless dreams, Adonis said. Adonis laughed and trembled. His body moved and swung like a puppet, making all kinds of bizarre posture. Ridiculous. Ha ha ha, kakik, ha 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 ha. Pathetic. So, in the end, I am just a clown. Adonis laughed. After quite a while, Adonis finally stopped laughing. He trembled, shrugged his shoulders, opened his palms like a pantomiming clown or puppet, and asked Lu Xiao, "So, this world, the great and almighty creator, did we put on a good show? Did you enjoy yourself? Toying with all our fates, looking down at our births and ruins, like the openings of ridiculous operas. Placing and abandoning us as if we were nothing but pawns. Did you find this game, ha ha ha, particularly interesting?" Lu Xiao took off his mask. His enormous body, which filled the entire core layer of the abyss, started to move. Divine lights shone from his. Ribbons of light flew through the air. His long, transparent fingers were illuminated with white light. His fingers alone were of the length of Adonis's entire mythical body. Lu Xiao removed his mask of sun sigils and showed the smile underneath. "Do you find it interesting?" Lu Xiao asked. Adonis looked into Lu Xiao's eyes. The devilish flames roaring in Adonis' empty eyes slowly calmed down. "So, even the creator himself shall not have redemption," said Adonis. Lu Xiao asked, "Do you still wish to be the king of the dead?" Adonis tilted his head and smiled like he always did, and asked in the same tone Lu Xiao had used before, "Do you find it interesting?" After he said that, Adonis' tone changed instantly, from calm to furiously hysterical. Adonis said, "I do not accept fate or anyone's plan. Ant, pawn, or lowly maggot, I, Adonis, shall have my will and pride. I am the star high above and I will never be the dust looking up at the sky." The soul flames on Adonis' body roared to life. The pillar of fire shone bright like the sun. Lights beamed up through the bitwall, shining deep into the layers of the abyss around him. In the fire, Adonis burned every part of himself. His mythical cells, consciousness, core, and memories, with no regret or reservation. Lu Xiao looked at Adonis calmly as he burned his mythical body. They both remained silent. Only the flames of death could be heard as Adonis entered eternal annihilation. At this moment, a call of Adonis' true name came from afar, crossing the endless distance through ritual. Adonis looked at Lu Xiao, turned his head suddenly, grabbed the floating, spinning divine personality of the Master of the Night, opened the entrance to the abyss, and threw the personality into it. "Mr. Skeleton! Mr. Skeleton!" Adonis heard the gentle voice coming from the other side of the entrance. An unusually calm expression filled his face. His jaw clenched as he looked through the other end of the entrance to the abyss. He could see her innocent cheeks and her adorable pout and knew she was angry. Alice. It took Adonis back to that day. He could see the little girl hiding in a corner in the royal palace, watching him lift up his sword, huddled up, wailing as if she had lost the entire world. Adonis, who killed his own father and brother to pursue power, suddenly softened. "My little sister," Adonis said. Adonis reached out his hands as if he was going to hug the crying little girl hiding in the corner of the palace in his memory. His bony hands vanished in flames. The fire spread over his body, and Adonis turned into blackened dust in the fire. On the aircraft dock of the Halima Kingdom, a prearranged cargo airship set off in the middle of the dark night. A few priests with green lights in their eyes escorted a young lady in a black robe onto the airship. The airship departed. Its destination was the distant Yala continent. It was the world of wizards and fairies, the most beautiful place in Maria's world. It had the most desirable fairyland, a warm, comfortable climate, an everlasting spring, and thriving forests. Beautiful fairies, their unique cities, and the giant trees of life could be seen everywhere, along with the wizard towers and relaxing fields of the wizard kingdom. The airship traveled through the clouds in the starry night. Mist coated the deck. It was like walking through clouds if one walked out on the deck. The starry sky and silver moon shone above. Lands and cities peeked between the clouds below. At this moment, a special witchcraft channel array was drawn on the deck. Alice, a newcomer who had studied for almost 2 years under the guidance of Adonis to break from 7 units of mind power and become an official wizard, was there. Nevertheless, being able to activate this witchcraft channeling array was enough. Alice spoke divine languages. Though she had no idea of the meaning of the words, the channeling was drawn in the correct direction. The power of the abyss covered the witchcraft channeling array. She had connected to the distant, unknown, powerful being. "Mr. Skeleton! Mr. Skeleton! Can you hear me? Mr. Skeleton!" Alice mumbled with her eyes closed. On the channeling array, a diamond structure formed. It was the symbol of Talos, the doorkeeper of the abyss. It showed the image of its devil species and opened a door that only immaterial creatures such as devils and mythical beings could pass through. This was what was passing through the door now. A black gem that seemed to be made of threads fell onto the deck. It was covered with countless runes and spells, which were the stereoscopic patterns of the base of the god of the night on the model of the world tree. Starlight spilled from within it. Power fluctuations and lights flowed between Alice's fingers, forming a long tail behind the airship. A simple gesture of activation could trigger its great power and alter the rules within Maria's world. Alice grabbed the gem. She was breathless, calling Mr. Skeleton in a trembling voice. However, the entrance to the abyss had closed. The witchcraft channeling array on the deck turned into a cloud of black smoke as if it had never existed. Alice put away the divine personality of the Master of the Night and gazed into the distance. She was about to go to the distant Yala continent, just like Adonis asked of her. It was so far away that she could never imagine it, just like visiting another world. Chapter 378, Discovery of a New World? Year 611, San Calendar. Yala Continent, Silver Moon Kingdom, Seth City. Professor Rode of Seth Public University was already 150 years old. For a half-elf, he had passed his prime and walked into the sunset. However, as Rode was struggling with weakening physical body and mind power, he had a breakthrough and became a level 4 class holder with a lifespan of 1,000 years. As a half-elf, he was not clergy of the goddess of harvest, but of the 3 gods of civilization, and chose a class under the 3 gods of civilization, a magic crystal warlock. The 3 gods of civilization had few restrictions on their believers. Loyalty and faith were not crucial to them. Also, their magic crystal warlock system was rather refined. Professor Rode quibbled over spell knowledge and details, and he loved to argue. He could have a heated debate with his close friends for months and even make it into public newspapers. In a way, you could say that he did not get even a bit of the grace and elegance from his elf blood, and he was more like a human who loved to argue just for the sake of it. Though he was not well loved by staff or students at Seth Public University, his integrity and morality were unquestionable. Ever since Rode was a little boy, he had always said he would be a hero and an ace pilot. "If the brick and mortar in the kingdom have accepted me, I would have become a hero long ago. I would be the first to explore the Bitwall and return successfully. And I would be worshipped by every single being," said Rode. Rode was adjusting a piece of intricate equipment in front of him in his own laboratory. It was a spinning sphere with multiple rings surrounding it. As the sphere spun, space around it folded and became slightly wrinkled. This giant piece of equipment took up more than half the room. A black winged raven was perched on a hanging basket in the corner of the chaotic laboratory. It spread its wings and said, "You have no talent in piloting airships. The first time you piloted a simulated airship, you destroyed the ground of the training field, and 12 people were severely hurt. Of course, they didn't accept you. Also, space turbulence and bitwall mazes are still unresolved to this day. No one ever returns once they go in. You are lucky they did not accept you, or you would be nothing but an idiot with his name in the paper on the casualty list." Rode looked to his partner the Wind Raven somewhat agitatedly. He opened his hands and waved them in the air. Rode said, "A little respect. Not idiots, but pioneers, heroes. They sacrificed to explore civilization. Every one of them deserves our respect." Wind Raven Blackjack looked at the equipment and said, "And this space fluctuation tracker of yours is useless. What if you could detect stable space bubbles in the bitwall? The space anchoring and portal technologies are still in early stages with no application value. They're just burning loads of money. If I might say, no idiot would be willing to give you any more money. What's wrong with money? Why would they want to waste it on your experiments, with no sign of any return?" Ding dong! Before the Wind Raven Blackjack could finish its taunting and the two of them could start another round of arguments, the doorbell rang. Rode opened the door and found a beautiful lady wearing a slinky black dress and a black veiled hat standing outside his home laboratory. A fancy steam locomotive was below the stairs. A skinny servant stood behind the lady, sending out signals of power and danger. "Is this the home of the well-known space spellmaster, Professor Rode? I would like to see him." The lady spoke fluent Syllr, which pleased Rode. Rode straightened up, fixed his messy robe and answered, "That's right. This is the home of the space spellmaster, Professor Rode. I am the person you are seeking." The lady looked up and down at Rode, reached her hand out and said, "Hello, I am Alice. The Red Moon Business Group is under my name, and we are interested in funding your research." Rode's smile grew even bigger. His experiment had bankrupted a number of financial groups. His plan of studying the Ring of Anthony, which was a gift from the great wise Anthony, and reverse engineering the space witchcraft within to produce bulk alchemy equipment had fooled quite a few financial groups into funding his experiment. The large-scale laboratory flopped, bringing debt to a number of well-known financial groups. If Rode was not a level 4 class holder with a mysterious level 5 magical beast, he would have been murdered long ago. The reality was, the news of the leaders of those financial groups committing suicide, going bankrupt, and becoming homeless could be seen constantly in the paper. However, Rode lived just fine. No debt collector dared to knock on Rode's door, and no underground force dared to set foot on land within miles of Rode's house. But still, no idiot would ever want to invest in his experiment. Rode's name spread out in Seth City and scared off every business group and rich investor who heard it. Another dupe, no, generous sponsor sat on the couch in Rode's messy living room. She pulled out a stack of strategy plan documents, including detailed plans and funding on 3 fronts, funding Rode to rebuild his laboratory, the Bitwall Exploration Project, and space alchemy equipment. What raised Rode's eyebrows was that they possessed space spell knowledge and technologies. Those were not something that could be easily acquired by an average financial group. Only the top laboratories of various kingdoms, churches, universities, and alchemy institutions could touch on those subjects. Method to summon and open the Talos Gate. The relationship between devil summoning and teleportation. Possibility of discussion on portal construction. Mind power anchoring transmission witchcraft. Rode read. Rode looked to Alice in shock and said, "These? You could provide all these?" Now Rode realized he was not dealing with just anyone. He sized up the lady who claimed to be Alice. She was a mysterious woman. As for looks, they did not reveal her age. She was a level 2 class holder, a clergy member of an unknown church. "What's your plan?" "That's not something an average person could touch on." "It's not just about the money, it's forbidden knowledge," said Rode. Alice stood up and asked, "Can you keep this between us, Mr. Rode?" "Of course. We could sign a contract under the name of the Dragon God of Time," answered Rode. Alice said, "I want to find a person in the abyss." Rhodes' jaw dropped and he said, "Find someone in the abyss? A fallen devil warlock? Or a soul dragged into the abyss by the devil? It's fine if it is a devil warlock. With his true name which would have become part of the consciousness of the abyss, we could bring him back once we open the entrance to the abyss. As for a soul in abyss, no, we could not find him using his true name or get any response. I just want to know if he is alright there," said Alice. The romantic elfin soul inside Rhodes awakened. Though he did not say a word, all kinds of thoughts floated through his mind. Oh my god! The taboo love between a clergy member and a devil warlock? I love the story. Surely it will sell if put on stage. Alice, on the other hand, did not finish the story. She said, "I will let you know the details later. You only need to help me find a stable way to open the entrance to the abyss which will not require a soul contract with the devil Lord Talos." Rhodes said with confidence, "No problem at all. But all this money? Just to perfect the devil spell of summoning the door of the abyss?" Alice answered, "Of course not. The contract states that once space items are produced, the technology will be owned by the Red Moon Business Group. Of course, we won't forget the share that belongs to you, Mr. Rhodes. If you agree, the contract will be notarized by a priest of divine agreement of the Dragon God of Time." Rhodes reviewed all the paperwork and clauses in the contract. After some thinking, he said, "No problem. I will sign it. With the information you provided, I am very confident this time. Then, I wish the best for our partnership." "I believe we will be good friends," said Alice. "Definitely," said Rhodes. After a hearty handshake, the lady got into the steam locomotive and disappeared on the busy, spacious road of Seth City. "Ah! What a generous, graceful lady!" Rhodes said with excitement as he closed his door. "Ah! Another idiot who wasted her money here," said Black Jack. It was standing on the basket, mimicking Rhodes. A wind scythe came for the ropes of the hanging basket but was wiped out by Black Jack. At that moment, the 5-meter-tall space fluctuation tracker in the laboratory started to spin much more rapidly than it ever had before. The rings around the sphere created a blurring image. "What's going on? What did we find?" "The response is too strong," shouted Rhodes. Rhodes threw himself at the space fluctuation tracker. It was his precious equipment, and no one else could touch it. And now, it was spinning so madly that it could break at any second. "No, no. It has detected a huge space bubble. It's a huge discovery, we discovered another stable space bubble inside the bit wall. Huge, extremely huge. It is probably the biggest space bubble ever found in history," said Rhodes. Rhodes was thrilled. Just now, someone had offered him funding to restart his experiments, and then he made a huge discovery. "Coordinates, coordinates!" Rhodes shouted. Rhodes stared at the spinning space fluctuation tracker and locked onto the position of an unknown space in the distant main world. Simulations and information about the space popped up on the projection screen. Rhodes copied down some figures. Black Jack flew over to Rhodes' shoulder. After Rhodes finished taking notes of the coordinates, both of them started to think about the position of the coordinates and realized something strange. The coordinates seem weird and the response was way too strong. Such intense space fluctuations imply a huge space beyond our imagination. It is too far away, the position seems to be. Rhodes and Black Jack looked at each other and said simultaneously, "Not inside Maria's world." Both instantly looked at the rapidly spinning space fluctuation tracker and exclaimed, "No way! Did we discover another world?" Chapter 379, A Disaster Caused by the Half-Bit Wall. Within the astral world and outside of Maria's world. The capital of God, the floating space city, was parked outside Maria's world. Around Maria's world, the most prominent thing was no longer the floating space city, but a half-bit wall which was speeding towards Maria's world under the gravitational attraction of Maria's world. The half-bit wall dragged with it a long elemental wave from the depths of the astral world. It had only one goal and it was to reach Maria's world. The huge Maria's world was like a burning flame, and half-bit wall was a moth that was rushing towards that flame. It bolted desperately towards Maria's world. It was expected that the half-bit wall would eventually crash into Maria's world. Although it wouldn't cause the destruction of the whole of Maria's world, there would be a catastrophe if the huge half-bit wall collided with Maria's world head-on. This is a catastrophe at the level of world destruction. It might cause everything to revert to its original state. In 50 years, it'll crash into Maria's word. Space will be smashed and then collapsed, elemental waves will sweep across the core world, and groups of meteorites will fall onto the earth. With the exception of gods, everyone else will die. Verthandi, Kelly, and Olmidi stood beside Lu Zhiyu. The four of them stood on the edge of the capital of God. They were looking at the dim but visible light in the distance. It was getting brighter and brighter at a slow and steady speed and gradually showing its size. Lu Zhiyu retracted his gaze. What you said will not happen. It's not the end, but a key factor to promote and improve the whole of Maria's word. When Lu Zhiyu looked at the grim and scared expressions of the three goddesses, he suddenly smiled. In the face of such a crisis, a hero will emerge to save the whole world. Isn't there a saying? When they're in adversity, they'll naturally become heroes. No. Lu Zhiyu's lame joke wasn't welcomed by them. Instead, he suffered from their contemptuous looks. Verthandi said angrily, even the gods can't perform such a feat, except you, old man. I don't think anyone has such formidable power. Strong power isn't necessary, but it has to be used correctly. Wisdom and knowledge are the most formidable power. Lu Zhiyu turned his head toward Maria's word as if he had caught sight of the world's most prosperous civilization and the numerous living beings who were struggling to succeed. Don't worry, there'll be no accident, they'll have wisdom and power far beyond your imagination. Rode had the accumulations of the first 100 years, coupled with the knowledge base that Alice inherited from Adnos, and the wealth that Adnos left behind. It seemed that the cooperation between Rode and the Red Moon Business Group was in the bag. Rode spent several years making a breakthrough in space anchoring technology and then spent nearly 10 years studying the space transfer array engraved on the ring of Anthony. Finally, he was able to complete the replication of the space transfer array and made some minor changes as required. But his space transfer array could only transfer small objects and not huge cargo objects, moreover, only non-living objects could be transferred. Rode used a projection spell and finally targeted a space bubble in the bit wall. He opened a small space transfer array and the image of the elemental organism was projected. It was a way to explore the bit wall. He perfected his space magic and space storage theory bit by bit. Through anchoring and reinforcement spells, further renovations, and the successful additions of space transfer magic arrays and nodes, Rode finally controlled the first space bubble belonging to him. It was about 100 square meters, located in the depths of the bit wall. Without coordinates and guidance, even the gods couldn't target such a space bubble in the chaotic bit wall. With that as a foundation, he finally succeeded in creating his own space storage alchemy props. Rode's storage bracelet. Manufactured from Rode's Space Magic Props Alchemy Workshop and guaranteed by the Bank of Monor. Each storage bracelet has a special number and unique mind power lock. It corresponds with a space storage cabinet of Rode's storage space bubble. Rode's storage space bubble, located in the depths of the bit wall, absolutely safe and hidden, there'll be no accidents. It's the storage space that the Space Magic Master, Mr. Rode, personally anchors, reinforces, and designs. The small space transfer array, divided into 100 lattices, corresponds to 100 Rhodes storage bracelets. At the same time, the goods stored in the interior will be kept by the Bank of Alice. They'll never be lost or meet with a mishap. I heard that the Bank of Monor will also provide space warehouse service. Let's wait and see. The auction starts now. 30,000 standard third grade magic crystals. 50,000. 60,000. When the auction started, there were many nobles, royals, high-ranking officials of various churches, and saints under the stage bidding wildly. Space magic was the highest field that the saints had yet discovered. The appearance of the first space storage alchemy props, although the space anchored by a storage bracelet was only a square meter, contained the profound knowledge of alchemy. Only the top-notch alchemy warlock and the strongest space magic master could produce such an alchemy prop. In the auction room, the first batch of space storage alchemy props, Rhodes storage bracelet, sparked a feverish response. The first batch of 100 space storage bracelet was sold out. The great space magic master, Rode, the Tefai's news. The man who changed the world, the Light Weekly News. Breaking the threshold and boundaries of space magic, the greatest person of this era, Swirl Continent's Misty Moon Broadcasting Channel. We've opened the door to the world outside, the Elf Daily News. Newspapers and channels of various magic radios, from the All-End continent to the Swirl continent, immediately published and broadcasted various reports about Rode, the space magic master. Originally, Rode's influence was limited to only Hagrid City, but now he had become a world-renowned figure overnight. Everyone knowing his name and the whole world talking about him and praising him was enough to keep Rode excitedly awake and sleepless. It was enough for him to boast to his Wind Raven, Blackjack, for days and nights on end. But at the moment, Rode was dutifully controlling the new space wave detector in his master tower for measurement and calculation. The new space wave detector was more than 10 meters high. It was grandiose from the first glance. At that moment, it was rotating violently and accepting the spatial fluctuations from the distant astral world. A dozen of the master's assistants were at his side. They were helping him to calculate the data. More than 10 blackboards on 4 walls were filled with all kinds of digits, symbols, and formulas. On the table and on the ground there were papers with calculations on them. When Rode drew a ladder-shaped figure on the front of a blackboard, he finally threw away the chalk, at a loss for words, and sat down on the ground. "Mr. Rode? Mr. Rode? What's going on?" Several assistants were immediately concerned, but Rode waved them away. "Nothing. That's all for today. Thank you for all of your help these last few days. Go take a break." His assistants didn't know the meaning of the data that they had been calculating. They just thought that Rode's experiment had failed. It was normal for research-based masters to take it hard when that happened. When the master tower was empty, Blackjack landed on Rode's shoulder. "What's wrong? Rode, this is unlike you. Is there something wrong?" Rode looked at Blackjack, then stood up and pointed to the constantly changing numbers on the blackboard. "The spatial fluctuation we explored more than a decade ago has basically been determined. It should be a legendary half-bit wall. It hasn't reached the world's level, but it's so large that it's beyond comprehension." "That's good news. If that's the case, we've discovered a half-bit wall. If we can explore it, you'll be a pioneer of a new history." Blackjack wasn't fully understanding the situation. But Rode shook his head and said, "No, the data isn't right. Over the past decade, the coordinates of this half-bit wall have been constantly changing, and," Rode looked at Blackjack and said bitterly, "it's getting closer and closer to us." Blackjack sprang out its wings and jumped in front of Rode. "You mean it's approaching our world?" Rode nodded. "And according to the data, its trajectory is facing us, and it's likely that it'll hit Maria's world head-on. If such a huge half-bit wall hits our world, Blackjack, can you imagine the consequences?" The air froze in an instant. A man and the bird looked at each other speechlessly. They were shocked by the discovery and couldn't say a word. Blackjack finally spoke after a long pause. "Maybe, the situation isn't as bad as you think. Maybe it's going to brush past us." Rode immediately stood up and said, "Yes, so we need to explore this half-bit wall as soon as possible." Chapter 380, The Exploration of the Half-Bit Wall. "I'm calling out your name. I earnestly pray for your response. Adnos, I offer you my soul as a sacrifice. I'm calling out your name. I earnestly pray for your response. I earnestly pray for your response. Please respond. Adnos." In a large castle on the outskirts of Calermo in the Master Kingdom, a lady in black robes, with the help of dozens of saints, opened the door to the abyss. It wasn't too troublesome to call out to the devil, but if they wanted to find a devil with his real name while using specific witchcraft, and the devil they were looking for was resisting their summon in the abyss, that was a different scenario. But Alice found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find him in the abyss by calling out his real name. Even when she used a soul spell to trace their memories, she just couldn't locate him in the abyss. "We succeeded previously, why can't we do it now?" "Why?" After several attempts all were futile. They tried a new method every time, but their anticipations and expectations always met with failure. Alice summoned a devil and tried to find Adnos through the devil. Such a man would never be nameless even in the abyss. But Alice found that even if she summoned the will of the Devil Lord from the deepest part of the abyss, she couldn't find out where Adnos was. It was as if he had never existed. Gaga. There's only one possibility in this case. That's it, he's dead. He had a clean and neat death, there's nothing left of him. The Devil Lord from the deepest part of the abyss answered Alice in that way. Although those devils were cunning and evil, they wouldn't cheat when they were offered sacrifices and bound to an agreement. When she got that answer, Alice realized that she wasn't that shocked and grieved. Perhaps she had already accepted the result in her heart even before all the attempts and expectations and pain. And yet, she was still unwillingly to accept that result after spending 20 years searching for an answer. So he'll die too. Adenose's words suddenly reverberated in Alice's ear again, and the tone was still so cold and disdainful. Only the dead will be eternal. So, you'll die too? I thought, there's no being or difficulty in the world that can make you frown. I thought even death has to lower its head when it meets you. As Alice lifted the witchcraft array used to summon the devil, she watched the supernatural spiritual light spin and the devil bound to the agreement exit. She drew open the curtain of the castle, sat on a bench beside her, cupped her face, and felt her shoulders continuously tremble. Alice still couldn't believe that such a fellow could die. He might not be the one with the most unique and striking appearance, but he was absolutely the most arrogant and extremely conceited one in spite of that. He despised gods, held contempt for death, scorned at all living beings, morality, rules, and order. Alice, like everyone else, disagreed with his approach. His crazy and unbridled actions and his madness and his contempt for life, but one couldn't deny his charm and mesmerizing demeanor when revolting against everyone in the entire world. Alice stopped searching for answers, she felt that was enough. The corpses of those who died at Adenose's hands were enough to accumulate into a mountain that could break through the clouds. Their souls were enough to turn a bright sky into a dark night. There was nothing to complain about or regret about his death, and nobody prayed for him. Still, nobody thought such a person would die so quietly. His life wasn't like the brilliant fireworks blooming and fading away, but it sorrowfully exited in the quiet dark night. Mr. Skeleton. Ready? Everyone report your situation. The portal is stable. There's nothing wrong with the coordinates. The energy supply of magic crystals is stable. Activate. Inside the Master Tower of Rode the Half-Elf, hundreds of saints were now controlling their own alchemy devices. The robotic arm which was giving off steam was recording magic array runes and channels of the magic crystal network. The metal gate was densely embedded with magic crystal and magic silver network, and more than 10 of the control devices in the surroundings were connected by the magic silver network. They were used to supply energy and to control the portal. However, such a huge gate could only open a pinhole-sized portal, but unlike the fixed space storage ring, that portal could open a fixed coordinate portal at will and it could transfer large items. Unfortunately, it still couldn't transfer living creatures, and non-ordinary forms of life weren't within that limit either. They worked in a level 4 elemental master tower where, at the bottom, the magic crystal network was completely spread out. It was able to supply energy to destroy the set of alchemy devices. Rode went up to the portal step by step and he watched the supernatural light shining along the lines. Suddenly he was nervous. It was because today wasn't like any other day. When he used a projection spell to enter the other end of the portal for exploration, there was a distance limit. With his mind power, he could only extend less than 1,000 meters and his projection spell would be invalid. Such a distance was enough to explore a space bubble in a bit wall, but if it was to explore a large half-bit wall, it was far from enough. Nothing would be in sight within a kilometer. It wasn't enough to perfect the purpose of the exploration, let alone to predict the half-bit wall's trajectory and calculate the actual distance between it and Maria's world by observing the half-bit wall. Rode was ready to use the dangerous soul spell which only the level 4 professionals could use, because only the level 4 professionals' souls would form a stable structure. He would use the soul master to let his soul slip out of his body, and then project his soul to another plane. In that case, there would be no limit. But if there were any accidents, the worst-case scenario could be beyond death. Alice, who was Rode's friend and investor, visited him there. He had told Alice about his speculation that the half-bit wall would hit Maria's world. Alice immediately gave full financial support to his plan to explore the half-bit wall, which was the reason why he could explore the half-bit wall so quickly. Alice stood behind Rode. That day, her short hair was neatly combed. She was dressed in dark classical clothes. She stood in the crowd with her pet cat in her arms. Her gaze was as desolate as ever, but she still looked at Rode energetically as if to cheer him up. Begin. After looking back, Rode finally summoned up his courage. When the charge was done, in between the portals, a whirlpool was stirring as if the space was broken. The color darkened closer to the center, and all that was left was a black dot right in the middle. The white ray in Rode's body lit up little by little, and a grey profile of him which gradually brightened appeared in his body like a Russian nesting doll. There were two of him. As Road took control of his soul, it stepped out from his body and headed for the portal. Then his wind raven, Blackjack, suddenly flew down. It stood at the top of the portal, looked at Road, and said, "Hey! Road, I suddenly found out that you're really handsome and stunning today." Road was startled, burst into laughter, and said with his head up, "Of course, because I'm going to save the world." When Road finished his sentence, he stepped into the other end of the door. His soul seemed to be engulfed by the whirlpool, it spun through the infinite space and reached another world far away. Chapter 381, The Death Indicator Bitwall. Silvery yarns of light flowed like a river over the sky, scattering brightness and illuminating the bitwall. Large and small islands were floating under the sky, some complete and others broken. Unique gaseous vitality condensed into various unreal shapes, like clouds sweeping past those floating islands. Originally, the astral world's creatures were integrated into the world within Bitwall. They had now combined with the content inside the world and had given birth to a variety of extraordinary scenes on the floating islands. If one was to look at the sky, they would see several continents of floating islands. Some had turned into seas of lava and fire, where within them were special lava monsters tumbling around. Others had turned into worlds of ice and snow with all sorts of strange living creatures formed by ice crystals walking around. There were even floating islands that were entirely covered by spores from peculiar plants. There was air up there too, but it was certainly not suitable for ordinary life forms from Maria's world. Road's soul witchcraft, which had previously condensed his elemental body, now turned into a man radiating white brilliance. It stood in that world, commanding a view of everything, completely fascinated by that magnificent and dreamy scene of the new world. "Oh my God! Oh my God! This is simply a whole new world." Road began his investigation of the world. He flew from one floating island to another, stopping on floating rocks between the floating islands from time to time. In certain places, the dangerous, intelligent, and grotesque creatures on the floating islands would attack and drive him away, so Road tried to avoid them in the dangerous areas if he could. The air there was very thin and would be highly poisonous to the life forms of Maria's world. There were no plants or ordinary life forms on the half-bitwall. Most of the seemingly weird life phenomena and beings there had transformed after they had entered the world or was caused by the power of the world. There were all kinds of metal elements on the floating island which were the same as those in Maria's world. It was Road's first encounter with the half-bitwall, so he didn't know if that was a normal sight. However, this bitwall was much thinner than that of Maria's world. On a safer floating island, Road began to use spells to generate metal and create simple alchemy devices. After that, he drew and carved a dense and complex magic array on the ground, creating a simple version of the space fluctuation tracker. Road spent 7 days calculating the exact coordinates and trajectories of the half-bitwall based on the strong spatial fluctuations and positions emanating from Maria's world. Finally, he found out that the half-bitwall was being attracted by the forces of Maria's world. According to its trajectory, it would definitely crash into Maria's world eventually. With its current speed, it will hit Maria's world in about 30 years. Road paused in shock and looked in the direction of the distant Maria's world. Are there really only 30 years left? Road stayed in that world for a month. Because there were no days and nights, Road could only calculate time passing by himself. However, nearly 10 days later, the portal which had been scheduled to open after a month was finally opened. Road found that the half-bitwall's time velocity was different from that of Maria's world. There were some slight differences. 40 days on the half-bitwall was equivalent to 1 month in Maria's world. Road's discovery in the half-bitwall shocked everyone in the Master Tower. Discovering a huge half-bitwall was sensational and exciting news. But since the half-bitwall would soon hit Maria's world, the exciting news became nightmarish. So? The world is going to be destroyed. An assistant couldn't believe it. No, the gods won't let this happen. A priest of the goddess of harvest said firmly. No, it has nothing to do with the gods. This is a disaster targeting the ordinary people. The gods aren't affected, and some powerful saints won't be affected either. According to my calculations, even if the half-bitwall collides with our world won't have any major problems. However, the core world will suffer intensely from the attack of element storms and spatial storms, and living conditions will change dramatically. Ordinary life forms won't survive. Blackjack, the wind raven, immediately corrected two of the statements which had displeased most of the people listening. I still believe that the churches and the gods would never just sit back and watch. God favors the common people and will never allow such a disaster to befall the world. Each of us is their devout believer. This isn't just about us, it's about the fate of all the people in the world. We should tell the churches and kingdoms. Members of Rhodes Master Tower immediately compiled a document and sent all the news and information about the half-bit wall to all churches and kingdoms in the world in the name of Professor Rhode, the Space Magic Master. The document also included the signatures of 10 professionals above level 4 from the Master Tower. Soon, all of the great divine churches like the Temple of Civilization, the Church of the Goddess of Harvest, the Kingdom of the Church of Light, and the Church of Truth and Knowledge had received their letter. Because the co-signatories were renowned saints, and Professor Rhode of Seth Public University was a space magic master, they were all well known to the church leaders in Maria's world. Ridiculous! What half-bit wall? What doomsday is coming? This would only be intimidating to a child. The Archbishop of the Church of Light denounced the news in front of the members of Rhodes Master Tower in the temple. How could there be such a thing? The popes of the major churches didn't believe anything that Rhodes Master Tower said. But from the data point of view, it all adds up. Plus, Rhodes seems to have entered and explored that half-bit wall, so maybe we should pay attention to it. St. Sarl City's cardinal in his purple robe was a scholar who was proficient in all kinds of knowledge. After reading the information, he expressed that he would pay mind to it. Maybe we should pray to the lords and ask them to send down an oracle to tell us if it's true. As the debate intensified, the churches decided to inquire and search for the truth from the gods. The letter immediately caused violent sensation and controversy among the major forces. Most people thought that it was simply ridiculous and an alarmist talk. But reading the information on the reports and letters, it didn't look like falsified news. At the same time, the members from Rhodes Master Tower came to each church with letters and information in their hands. They informed the people with detailed information and reports that proved their experimental processes were correct, and that caused the major churches to become worried and uneasy. The churches prayed to their respective gods and they immediately received a response from the Star Kingdom. However, that seemingly absurd and laughable prank was clearly recognized by God as true. It's true. This is a calamity. But all God told us was that as long as we are His most devout believers, we'll enter His kingdom and not suffer from this disaster. Doomsday is here. It's the end of all life. It's a destiny that we can't escape. None can escape except the superior's gods. We all have to die. Only God's most beloved believers can enter His kingdom, only they can escape this catastrophe. The gods gave up on us. This is the judgment from the gods for the sins of the common people. After the news was confirmed, panic broke out in an instant. Although the churches were still trying to hide the news, some high-level professionals, kings, and nobles of the major kingdoms knew all about the news. Rhode, the first space magic master, the first to discover the half-bit wall, and the first to discover the crisis facing Maria's world had attracted worldwide attention. The Pope of the world's largest church, the Church of Light, personally invited Rhode to St. Sarl City, and the popes of the other major churches and the kings and monarchs of the major kingdoms would send representatives to attend the meeting. The whole world had begun to study the newly discovered half-bit wall in search of a solution to the crisis. At the same time, the bit wall had been renamed Rhodes Bit Wall after its discoverer, but people preferred to call it the Death Indicator Bit Wall because it was a sign of death and destruction. Chapter 382, The Judgment Day. St. Sarl City was an ancient and sacred city. In that city, there were countless miracles and legends. It was the holy city of the Church of Light and the holy land of countless believers in the Goddess of Light. When one looked at the holy city from the defensive wall, one could feel the thousands of years of stormy growth and historical aura it exuded. Faith and divine power seemed to permeate every corner of the city and it brimmed with a sacred aura and mighty power. This is St. Sarl City. The birds in the sky flew past the hot air balloon airship, passing the white spire and soaring into the far distance. They called to each other with melodious twittering. After several extensions of the St. Sarl City, the holy city had grown taller and larger. Most of the stone buildings were 20 to 30 meters tall. There were square-sized white minarets, round castles with diamond-shaped windows, sacred and solemn churches, some drab clergyman colleges, roads and intersections many meters wide, and beautiful shop windows and stores on both sides of the streets. Buildings were stacked on top of each other with stairs and handrails leading up and down, connected bridges, traces of plants and trees could be seen in the mid-air, while the Temple of Light located in the middle of the city was the tallest buildings of all. It seemed to reach the clouds. The stairway leading to the Temple of Light was so tall that it looked like it could lead people from the earth directly into the clouds. Ordinary people even didn't have enough strength to climb such a high staircase. If one climbed up the stairway and stood before the Temple of Light, they felt like they could see the whole world at once. Living in such a place for a long time, I'm afraid it'll make people think that they're leaders above everyone else or even removed from the rest of the world. When Rode was standing there, that was the first thought that popped into his mind. The city under his feet exemplified the combination of the ancient and the new era of magic crystal. The public transportation steam locomotive was passing around Goddess Square on tracks, airships took off and darted into the clouds, shops were filled with all kinds of magic crystal alchemy devices, coffee shops were filled with whirring magic crystal ceiling fans, and steam trucks were carrying magic ice refrigerators filled with goods for the grocery store. The world of light. At 12 o'clock, a melodious, holy, and pure female voice that pierced the soul had attracted Rhode's attention. The magic crystal clock tower triggered a divine projection. It projected the movement of time into the sky so that everyone could look up to see the passage of time in the heavenly city. Believers in the city, whether they were working or resting, stopped in their tracks and looked at the beautiful and sacred divine projection in the sky. They began to pray, "Long live the goddess!" Throughout the whole city, the people were bustling with noise and excitement. There were huge crowds of people everywhere. They allowed Rode to feel the vitality and energy of the world's most famous ancient city. Such a beautiful era, such a beautiful world, I'll never allow anything to destroy it. While he was looking at the scene, Rode muttered to himself, then turned and walked towards the Temple of Light. Inside the hall of the Church of Light, there were many cardinals, archbishops, prime ministers from the various kingdoms, and even some kings and popes were present. Other than that, there were many top-notch professionals, masters of space magic, and first-class alchemy warlocks. The moment Rode stepped on the stage, he saw everyone turn to look at him. He felt that he was standing in the middle of the world stage because the people watching him represented the whole world. Rode put a magic crystal projector on the stage and projected pictures and data into the air so that everyone in the hall could see. This is the Rode Spitwall, although I hate to call it by that name because it indicates death. You can see that from this data generated from our detailed calculations that in 32 years' time, the Bitwall will crash into Maria's world and cause widespread destruction. Rode showed another picture, this time a map of the secondary world. The core world will be severely damaged as a whole. There are only two places that will be unaffected, the Star Kingdom and Hell. Rode looked down at everyone present. We're all believers in God. God will bless us. Most of the people present may have a chance to survive. Rode looked at the clergyman of the Church of Light. It could be in heaven. Then he looked at the believers from the Temple of Sky and a large number of professionals. Or in hell. Just then, Rode said angrily, "But who wants to live like that? Open your eyes and look at the world. Billions of people, infinite living beings, everything will be destroyed and annihilated. Only a bleak and desolate world will be left, and then everything will have to start again." Just then, someone in the audience said, "It may be better to start a new era. This is the punishment for our sins from the gods. Only those who will survive are the most devout to the gods. We'll then create a promising and greater era of eternity." The one who stood up and spoke was the young male priest of Lord Torvald. He was strong and powerful looking and had the face of an ancient warrior. He hollered at everyone, "This is not destruction, but rebirth." He looked back at all the clergymen. "This is not the doomsday, but the judgment day. In the trial of thunder and fire, we'll usher in a new era and create a better world." To Rhode's surprise, such a slogan resonated with many who were present. Many of the clergymen were in leadership positions in their churches. They felt superior and looked down on all others. They had long lives and immense power. They assumed they were the spokespersons of gods, chosen to lead and guide all living beings on behalf of gods. All other living beings were simply a flock of sheep under the guidance of gods, but they were different. They were the shepherds serving the gods. They had long ago lost their old identities and the memory that they too were once ordinary people. More importantly, this was a disaster that would affect the whole world. Even the gods couldn't stop it. They didn't believe that they could prevent it themselves, nor did they believe that Road, the so-called space magic master, could stop such a disaster. That meeting enabled Road to clearly see the honest truth of the world. Even if doomsday was imminent, those in the hall believed that they could survive. The noble mermaids from the Mermaid Kingdom had never spoken, but Road heard that they were looking for the legendary ancient city of sea gods, the Poseidon City. The noble mermaids weren't worried about the imminent calamity, they believed that their god of the sea, Gina, would never give up on them. Needless to say, the followers of the god of death would be returning to their world. Hell was their home to return to, and it was their main desire. As for the elves, their population was small. The moon elves of the Silver Moon Kingdom and the daytime elves of the Sunshine Kingdom had a total population of only 2 million. Even a great disaster wouldn't be a problem for them. The Dragon Raja felt the same way, since there were only a handful of them. The kingdom of the Lord of Time had ample spaces prepared for them. The gods had long known that the world was about to come to an end, and they had their people's backs. The gods must have planned for their futures. It was only the myriads of living things who were still in the dark about things that would perish. The meeting ended in a heated debate, and Road's heart became ice cold. However, Road also received the attention and support of many people, especially the Temple of Civilization, from the 3 gods of civilization, and from the Kingdom of Sumerian, all of which spared no effort to support Road's plan. Road traveled all over the Alan continent and received some support from the top figures of various churches. Finally, at the invitation of the Red Moon Business Group and his friend Alice, he went to the exotic kingdom to begin his new research. Road's master tower was rebuilt on an offshore island in the exotic kingdom of Halima, known as Rhode Island. With the participation of clergymen from the 3 gods of civilization, the Church of Light, the Faith of the Sun, and the Temple of the Sky, a large number of professionals from around the world also flocked to participate in the exploration of Rhodes Spitwall. A city was gradually formed. The major churches had also launched their own exploration into Rhodes Spitwall. While they had a contingency plan, they still tried to explore Rhodes Spitwall. They had to at least figure out how destructive the disaster would ultimately be. Judgment Day is coming. Everyone will wash away their sins and be reborn. We'll usher in the beginning of a new era. That was the reaction of a low-ranking clergyman who had discovered the news about the destruction of the world. But the following day, he went insane and ran madly down the street crying, "A new era, a new world. The Judgment Day is coming." The cruel verdict from the gods determined the fate of all beings. True gods, however, have opened up a paradise for you. If you believe in gods, you'll be redeemed, you'll be able to go to his kingdom to receive protections and blessings. A man in a bizarre black robe with a red wheel printed on his back stood in crowded places in various cities, publicizing the news that Judgment Day was approaching. Among the chaos and threats, there were evil forces that wanted to exploit the situation to gain power and rise up. The ghost wizard and demon warlocks hiding in the darkness appeared frequently. Their power became increasingly strong. They sparked chaos in an attempt to strengthen their power and then planned to enter the abyss or the kingdom of death before the Judgment Day. High-level professionals, who had immense power, knew about the news ahead of time and were each looking for their own way out. They wanted to reserve a place with the gods they believed in. Some were even trying their best to open the doors to hell and into the kingdom of death, or even into the abyss. Others frantically looked for legendary ancient cities such as the Poseidon City, the Motherland of Gods, the Wizard Tower, and the Fairyland of Sylphs Elves. They heard those cities were out of the control of the world. Legends said that they had the power to resist the gods and escape from the shackles of the world, and they hoped that they could escape Judgment Day by going there. Others went to all corners of the world hoping to find a legendary divine artifact. Eventually, even the businessmen who traveled to some remote towns expressed their fears in the tavern and spread the terrible news. Chapter 383, The God of Space and Exploration. Inside Rhodes Spitwall, several portals opened, revealing the silhouettes of powerful figures. The Level 4 professionals arrived in groups. There were frequent arrivals of Level 5 professionals, too. Even the old men who had been born at the beginning of the Sand Calendar began to enter the half-bit wall. The astral world's creatures, which were making a mess on the floating islands, were cleaned up. The elemental body was projected into the world where masters built a master tower there, senior alchemy warlocks set up research institutes, and some special ghost masters and demon warlocks could even directly abandon their bodies and enter the half-bit wall to stay there frequently. The size of that half-bit wall was finally explored. Rhodes Spitwall was even larger than the entirety of the Alan continent. If the true size of the bitwall was added into the calculation, the scope and destructive power of that half bitwall were beyond their imagination. The members of Rhodes' Master Tower set up 6 small portals and tried various methods to change the fate of Rhodes' bitwall's collision with Maria's world. Change the track of Rhodes' bitwall and makes it deviate from its track. No, Maria's world constantly attracts Rhodes' bitwall to move forward, just like a magnet. No matter how we affect the deviation of the Rhodes' bitwall from its trajectory, it'll continue to amend its deviation, and eventually, it'll still hit Maria's world. Maybe we can conceal the traction of Maria's world working on Rhodes' bitwall so that the speed of Rhodes' bitwall will slow down, and eventually we can find a way to stop it. That's impossible, we can't achieve that. It took Rhodes more than 20 years to become a level 5 magic crystal warlock, but he couldn't change anything. No one could change the arrival of the so-called Judgment Day. The disaster of that doomsday was approaching with a countdown. The major churches had been getting ready for the imminent Judgment Day, so much that when the prevailing cults, the spreading of the dead spirits, and the plots of demon warlocks on some continents were on the rise, they had no intention of fully suppressing them. Various groups with names like the Church of Truth, the Salvation Society, and the Paradise of God, which were apparently evil organizations, had emerged continuously. In the past few decades, Alice had absorbed the leftover power of the Master of the Night through the use of his divine personality and the legacy left by Adenos. She had advanced from level 3 to level 4. With the strength of the Bank of Monner and the Red Moon Business Group, she had subdued the remaining power of the Church of the Dark Knight bit by bit. She relied on the foundation of the Church of the Dark Knight and had regained her influence over the Kingdom of Halima and other exotic kingdoms. The original Church of the Dark Knight rose to power and fame again. The Church of the Dark Knight, which had once fallen, had finally found their true god again. Although that true god had changed from the so-called Master of the Night to the Goddess of the Night, as long as someone could redeem their sin and help them escape Judgment Day, that person would be their master. It didn't hurt that Alice had once been the high priest of the Church of the Dark Knight. Alice once again became the controller of the Church of the Dark Knight. And this time, she had really gained everything that the Church of the Dark Knight had accumulated in the exotic kingdom over hundreds of years and all that the Master of the Night, Luis Bikito, had ever possessed. Alice hastily kindled the divine fire. Under the great faith of the whole kingdom of Halima, she inherited the priesthood of the Master of the Night and merged with the divine personality of the Dark Knight. With the cheers of countless people, the temple of the Church of the Dark Knight was rebuilt again and order in the exotic kingdom was restored. She ascended the throne of God in the last 10 years by making use of the belief of tens of millions of people in the exotic kingdom and the foundation of the Church of the Dark Knight. The whole world had sunk into a dark and depressive atmosphere, and all forces were preparing for their final struggle. The design of Rhodes' Master Tower was in the style of the ancient Golden Imperial Court. On each floor, there would be several huge windows and arches which opened to the outside. Various distinctive doors formed his Master Tower. The witchcraft boundary emitted pale white radiance which enveloped a large portion of the research facilities and the buildings around it. Rhodes sat on the table. The meeting was over and he was the only one sitting there. Even now, he had no intention of giving up. Thud. Rhodes back-leaned on the chair. He was slightly exhausted and he closed his tired eyes, then felt a ring on his thumb suddenly being removed. The ring was silvery white, carved with mysterious patterns, and through a small pinhole opening, one could see the internal workings of dense and complex alchemy parts. Each complex part, akin to an organ, was rotating. Just then, a strange hand grabbed onto the ring, not letting it fall back into Rhodes' hands. Rhodes immediately opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar man with black hair and dark eyes sitting across the table. "Who are you?" Almost 200 years had passed, and even Rhodes had gradually forgotten about the man he once had glimpsed when he was in his youth. Lu Zhiyu plucked the ring in his hand and looked at Rhodes through the ring. "It seems like you've done thorough research on my ring. The theories of space magic and space transfer have basically all been discovered through my ring." Rhodes stood up abruptly and looked at Lu Zhiyu with astonishment. "It's you. Anthony, the Great and Wise, from the legendary Wizard Tower." In the early days when he received Anthony's ring, that mysterious ring seemed to point to the world's fundamental truths. It had made Rhodes crazy about it. Through the description of Jack Black, his Wind Raven, he searched high and low for other descriptions of Anthony, the Great and Wise, of the legendary Wizard Tower. The Wizard Tower had long disappeared from the world, but legends about it were widely spread in churches and kingdoms, and Anthony, the Great and Wise, was the one who had built the wizard tower in the legend. But there were no records or books about the origin of Anthony the Great and Wise. No one knew how powerful he was. No one knew his identity, race, past, or fate. Only in the notes of the early wizards was it recorded that he didn't belong to the world, but came from the astral world. He seldom appeared in front of people. But in the first year of the San calendar, with the emergence of supernatural power, he seemed to have been standing behind the world, and he was absolutely a being that shouldn't be ignored. Rode looked at Lu Zhiyu and said, "Something must have happened for you to come here all of a sudden." Then a hopeful and mysterious smile appeared on his face. "You want to tell me how to solve the problem of Rode Spitwall's collision with Maria's world?" Lu Zhiyu waved his hand and a drawing with mysterious patterns of round wheels on it appeared on the table. There were 17 cards on it. At the moment, 14 cards had been overturned, and the remaining 3 were still covered. "Choose one. Go with your intuition." Instead of answering Rode's question, Lu Zhiyu asked him to choose one of the 3 remaining cards. Theories and records of becoming gods had all been erased from historical records. Even though Rode vaguely knew about some of the legends, he had never really seen them. Only the oldest group of beings might have scattered knowledge of the records. Rode didn't know what Lu Zhiyu was doing. He carefully observed the 17 cards. On the back of the cards were chaotic whirlpools that were stirring, while on the front of the cards there were pictures of brilliance, the sun, the sickle of death god, the storm. When Rode finished looking at them, he looked up at Lu Zhiyu in horror. "Is this God?" "Each card represents a god. The 14 cards represent the 14 true gods." Rode looked at the remaining 3 cards again and suddenly remembered the records he had read on an ancient scroll. The Creator had left 17 thrones for the gods. However, the bizarre records and legends, if they were really studied in detail, revealed that different versions were available at different times. However, what was presented to Rode at the moment made him felt a little different. All of this is true. Rode seemed to be attracted by some force and he inexplicably reached out and grabbed one of the remaining 3 cards. As soon as his finger touched the card, even before he revealed the front of the card, he saw a dazzling brilliance radiating from the thin card. When the card was lifted up, beams of light shot out from the Master Tower, shocking people all over Rhode Island. They looked up at Rhode's Master Tower at a loss for words. They didn't know what had happened. Rhode's eyes were attracted to the card at the moment and he allowed the brilliant rays of divine power to flow continuously in the Master Tower. It had transformed the Master Tower into a dazzling white shrine. On the front of the card were tiny bubbles and a diamond crystal constructed by folds. Rode knew what it was at a glance, it was the Bitwall and space. From the card, a transparent crystal that reminded him of space slowly emerged and fell into Rode's hands. The 15th true god, the god of space and exploration. It's foretelling the future of Maria's world, the exploration of the outside world, and the first step for your world to advance further. The unique power of the priesthood and the divine personality of the god of space and exploration can control and create a small stable space. The true god can even create some small half-bit walls. Hence, using the power of the god of space and exploration, you can control and create a half-bit wall, as long as you've enough great divine power and enough material energy from the outside world. Rode became excited at once. If that's the case, we can use its power to solve the crisis caused by Rode's Bitwall. Yes, yes. This must be it. Other gods may not be able to do it but the god of space and exploration can. He was born to be the controller and master of space. There will be no problem in controlling and influencing Rode's Bitwall. Lu Zhiyu shook his head and said, "If it's in this world, of course, it's possible, but now it's outside this world. In an area that doesn't belong to the Bitwall of Maria's world, you don't have the permission to do anything." Lu Zhiyu looked at Rode. Therefore, even with the identity of a demigod, when this person enters Rode's Bitwall with the priesthood of the god of space and exploration, with his mythical body and strength, he will have to offer sacrifice to the Bitwall before he can control the half-Bitwall. Only then can he have the power and authority to control the Rode's Bitwall. Rode then uttered the second half of what Lu Zhiyu had never said, then, by offering sacrifice to the Bitwall, the mythical body, which is a replacement for the power of rules, will perish. But Lu Zhiyu said, "No, as long as you integrate the entire half-Bitwall into Maria's world before the mythical body perishes, you'll gain the strength of the whole world. You'll reborn as a true god." Rode stared at Lu Zhiyu blankly and asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 384, my heroic epic. With the support from the three gods of civilization, the Church of the Dark Night, and the Church of the Goddess of the Harvest, Road built up divine palaces and religions for the god of space and exploration all over the country. With the support of 4 true gods and the Church of the Dark Night, as well as the silent approval of all the gods, belief in the god of space and exploration bloomed and thrived. Being a level 5 magic crystal warlock with a divine personality, Road lit the divine fire much sooner than any level 4 professionals could have. Followers of the god of space and exploration did not have a specific territory to which they belonged. Rather, his believers were mostly professionals and masters who were intrigued by spacecraft. As for his divine palace, the most obvious feature was the door. Giant, characteristic doors became his symbol. Also, inside every divine palace, a portal existed. The divine palaces of the god of space and exploration had the function of connecting continents and distant cities, as well as transporting and storing objects. Just like how the divine palace of the god of history and race acted as a library and place for recording and researching past events, or how the divine palace of the god of fortune and trade was the holy place for merchants, or how the divine palace of the dragon god of time was used for signing contracts, and how the divine palace of the ruler of storms provided shelter for adventurers and sailors, his divine palaces did not just serve the function of a meeting place for rituals or worshipping. Maybe as Road became a true god, the divine palace of the god of space and exploration would gain the power to teleport people, huge cargo, or any other object. Ever since the magical crystal age, divine palaces had changed with the culture and time. However, all of these were about to be destroyed as Judgment Day approached. Judgment Day came closer each day. Road could even see the outline of Maria's world from the Astral World telescope in the Wizard Tower of Road Spitwall. The remaining time to prevent the collision grew shorter and shorter. As Judgment Day approached, the chaos inside Maria's world quieted down. Many ghost wizards and professionals fled to the kingdom of death. Demon warlocks died or fell into the abyss. The Mermaid Kingdom, on the other hand, after much exploration, had found the ancient city of the god of the sea, User, hidden in the deepest trench, the abyss of Saken. However, User had long been destroyed, and there was nothing left but ruin. Nevertheless, it followed the design of the capital of gods. Though it did not possess the ability of levitation, it could sail in the water with a mythical level shield. Also, it had the same internal circulation system as the capital of gods. One could live underseas just like on the earth or in the air. The Mermaid Kingdom, the Halyuga Kingdom, and the Colossus Kingdom had given their all to repair the city of the sea, User, and migrated many professionals and commoners to the abyss in the sea. They wished to escape Judgment Day through this. Whether or not the plan would work, only fate knew. At least the chance of surviving underwater was much higher than on land. Top clergy members of churches gradually started their evacuation as planned. They had decided to seek sanctuary in the divine kingdoms of the Star Kingdom. Bernice, the goddess of the harvest, activated her mortal body, her tree of life, and used the unique life domain power of the goddess of the harvest to assimilate the entire forest of the Silver Moon. The power of plants gathered, turning the forest of the Silver Moon into an isolated territory, separated from Maria's world. The forest became a unique domain, a legendary fairyland, which could only be created by the goddess of harvest. In the outside world, the traces of the forest of the Silver Moon vanished. Fairies evacuated from cities, towns, and fairy villages until no fairy could be seen on the Yala continent. The news of the disappearance of a large number of clergy members and top the management of churches, as well as the situation in the Yala continent and Swirl continent, traveled across the entire world instantly. The coming of Judgment Day seemed to have become a reality. Panic spread across the whole world. Commoners, clergy, saints, and nobles who were left behind now remembered the ludicrous myth passed down through the generations. Not before this very moment had they believed that it was true. It's true. When everyone heard about the news coming from the distant lands, and that the divine palaces stood empty, all collapsed to the floor and cried those words. The end is coming, we are abandoned by the gods. We are abandoned, the world is abandoned by gods, shouted a mad old man. He held high some newspapers, running through the streets. Liars. All of them are liars. They are still trying to cover up the truth now. All gone, they have all escaped and left us behind. We have nowhere to go, and the world is about to perish, said a gentleman in a suit standing on the stairs of the divine palace, raising his fist with anger. We are all dying. Every one of us. That was the terrifying headline in the newspaper. It seemed that even members of the newspaper agencies had fallen into madness and despair. Chaos took over the world. At that moment, the divine palace of civilization, the Church of the Dark Knight, and the Church of the God of Space and Exploration performed divine rituals together and announced the oracle, claiming that Judgment Day was not the end and that the gods would save all when Judgment Day came. The date of the Judgment Day was also revealed. There was less than a month left. Some chose to accept their own fates, while some looked forward to Judgment Day as their sins were about to be washed away. Some lost themselves in despair, while some believed in the future. Rhode Island, on the Wizard Tower. A giant door stood on the top level of the tower. It was the symbol of Rhode as a god. The entirety of Rhode Island had turned into the base of the Church of the God of Space and Exploration by this point. Priests and clergy members could be seen everywhere, as well as many believers in the God of Space and Exploration. Before this time, believers who sought salvation had never been so faithful, and the Church of the God of Space and Exploration had never developed so fast. Hundreds of thousands of believers prayed in silence around the Wizard Tower. The murmuring of prayers seemed to say one name, Rhodes. More and more followers from distant places gathered on the island. The entire Wizard Tower seemed to be covered in the light of faith. White, holy and pure. Rhodes stood on the top of the Wizard Tower in front of the portal. As the power of faith gathered in him, his body became light. Every cell was filled with light. He was at the last step to becoming God, becoming a level 7 mythical being. A woman in a black robe stood behind Rhode. The sullen, gloomy robe seemed holy on her somehow. A wind raven rested on her shoulder. Black Jack fixed his gaze on Rhode. As Rhode turned around, he immediately said, "Hey, Rhode, my brother. If you die, I'll miss you." Rhode twitched his nose and answered right away, "I will not die. I will save this world, become a god, and then become the greatest man of this era." Rhode looked at Alice as he said those words. He might have sounded confident, but he knew that, once he took this step, he would probably not be able to return. Sacrificing his mythical body to the Bitwall and moving Rhode's Bitwall out of its orbit and away from Maria's world was all that he wanted to accomplish. As for controlling the half-Bitwall and merging it into Maria's world, he had done his calculations and, based on the low probability of success, no one would ever bet on that happening. "Alice, we've come to this moment, anything you want to say to me?" asked Rhode. His body shone as it left the ground. He had become a divine shadow, floating in the air. Alice fondled the feathers of Black Jack. Black Jack, surprisingly, did not resist but enjoyed it. A goddess was combing his feathers. No one ever received such treatment. Alice looked to Rhode as if she did not see the eagerness in his eyes. Her lips were pressed together, and her usually cold eyes seemed gentle. Her natural sadness and gloom seemed extremely attractive at this moment. "I wish for your successful return," she said. Rhode was disappointed, as that was not the answer he desired. However, he smiled at her anyway and said, "Most certainly." Rhode turned around and walked up the stairs to the portal. The portal was activated. The node connected to Rhode's Bitwall was turned on. A giant swirl spun above the Wizard Tower. Gods in the star world looked there as well. All the gods looked at Rhode as if they were sending their goodbyes. Rhode seemed to be the younger version of himself. After all these years, he had not changed a single bit. He was still stubborn, taking things too seriously, full of motivation, and never admitting defeat. Time seemed to change everyone, but not Rhode. "I am an ace pilot. Dragon Rider Rooney Elvis was hardly a hero. Only those who can save the world are heroes. When I grow up, I will be a greater hero than him. Theaters will perform my heroic epic and sing my legendary stories." Rhode seemed to hear his own young, arrogant words now. He raised his head high, and walked into the portal. Chapter 385, The Bell of Judgment rang. Dong! The bell rang on time at midnight. All the believers in St. Sarl city of the Kingdom of the Church of Light gathered at the base of the Divine Palace. All there left to do was pray. The Pope and some members of the Church did not leave but chose to stay behind. If Judgment Day is our inevitable fate, as the shepherds of God, it is our responsibility to guard the sheep. Leave the decisions to God. Everyone held on to the sigils of light, kneeling before the Divine Palace. Countless followers of God knelt on the endless stairs which seemed to connect to heaven. The silent prayers turned into the light of faith, shining above St. Sarl city. At that moment, the distant death indicator bitwall closed in on Maria's world. The fierce elemental storms were the prologue, invading the bitwall of Maria's world. Boom! The invasion of elemental storms and the chaotic space burst into glaring lights, turning the sky from blue to a burning bright white. Prolonged echoes followed the violent explosions, ringing in every ear. Everyone in the square raised their heads, staring at the sky in absolute shock. Crowds trembled in fear and collapsed to the ground, losing the strength to even stand up. God! I beg your forgiveness for our sins, whimpered a woman holding her child. Please forgive our debts, as we forgave others' debts, faithfully prayed a young priest with his eyes closed. Please save us from danger and suffering, said an old man in fine clothes. His voice trembled as he prayed. Kingdom, power and pride shall all be yours, for eternity. Every person in the world gazed at the sky in despair. Knowing that their final judgment had come, all the evil and the rebellious stopped, kneeling on the ground. Here it comes, finally, and we will all die, shouted crowds in black robes with blood-red wheels painted on their backs as they rushed to the streets. The final judgment has befallen us. Let us wash away our sins in the fires of the death of the world. The new era shall come. Death is not the end, as we shall be reborn. Crowds consumed by fear and rumors walked onto the streets, shouting all kinds of slogans. Countless people gathered in the streets and prayed faithfully, wearing distorted smiles, horrifying and bizarre. At the same time, all the gods looked past Maria's world from the Star Kingdom and could now clearly see Rhodes' bitwall. A transparent, silver, spherical bitwall with a long tail of enormous elemental storms was traveling in the direction of Maria's world. In the gods' eyes, the exact collision time could be easily calculated down to the second. Has he failed, the god of space and exploration? Asked Marina, the goddess of steam and machinery. Of course, we cannot rely on him. It's time to prepare the plan for the new era. This time, we shall reshape the world and create one of our own. The voice of the ruler of storms echoed in God's kingdom. We still have some time, said the new goddess of the dark night. She stared at the approaching bitwall, believing that road would not fail so easily. I am rather fond of this world, if it's all right, said Edward, the god of masters, as he looked down at the world below with affection, and at the Kalermo kingdom he had built. Above the capital of gods, 3 goddesses surrounded Zhiyu, looking outside with concern. Through the shield, one could see a shining tail rushing toward a huge bright sphere in space. The sparks from friction were already burning bright even before the collision. Dad, it's going to hit. Do something, it's going to be late, too late, said Dolmiti. She swung Zhiyu's hand, staring at Maria's world as if it was a toy of hers that was about to be destroyed. Verthandi said with anger, are you truly going to destroy the world, Dad? Zhiyu looked at Kelly and asked, do you also think so? Kelly answered, I believe that you have already made your decision. At that moment, something changed in Rhodes' bitwall, which was now only miles away from Maria's world. It was freed from the attraction of Maria's world and changed course. Zhiyu smiled and said, it has begun. All raised their heads and looked at Rhodes' bitwall and Maria's world. As they moved closer to each other, the unusual change in Rhodes' bitwall became more and more obvious. The orbit was corrected, moving away from the original orbit. Everyone knew it was the god of space and exploration assimilating the entire bitwall, trying to avoid the collision with Maria's world and prevent it from destroying both Rhodes' bitwall and Maria's world. I did it. The orbit has been corrected. Just one last step, said Rhodes. The enormous bitwall moved away from its original orbit just before it was going to hit Maria's world, brushing past Maria's world like 2 passing trains. Rhodes' mythical body faded away, disappeared in Rhodes' bitwall. His divine power turned into light and dust, becoming one with the giant half-bitwall. Sacrificing a level 7 mythical life to the half-bitwall by force, Rhodes felt as if he was a glass of water which had been poured into a pond. He merged into the bitwall instantly, and his consciousness and memories faded and assimilated into it. Rhodes felt that his consciousness had become one with the bitwall as he lost all senses. He felt like he had become an enormous being attracted by a blue world, moving towards it. Rhodes felt his memories leaving him, leaving nothing but emptiness in his head. Suddenly, he remembered his task, and he said in his heart anxiously, no. There's no time left. I have spent too much time to be assimilated. There's no time, I need to move fast. With his remaining consciousness, Road controlled Road Spitwall, forcing it to get off its orbit. He utilized the vision of Road Spitwall and he saw he was closing in on the giant blue world. He used the last of his strength and finally made Road Spitwall move past Maria's world. Hurry! No, where am I? What am I doing? Who am I? Where am I? Road could not even remember his own name. He turned around and saw Maria's world again. It was wandering in the dark, boundless astral world like a huge gem, shining, beautiful, purifying all souls. Ah! I have succeeded. But there's no chance left. I'll die. Joy filled Road's soul and welled with a sense of relief. Road gazed at Maria's world as Road Spitwall soared away, away from Maria's world, and deep into the unknown, distant astral world. At this moment, Zhiyu reached out his hand, standing on the capital of gods. Immediately, Road Spitwall started to orbit Maria's world, like a moon spinning around Maria's world, more and more slowly, but closer and closer. It touched Maria's world gently. Like two bubbles, they merged into one. Road Spitwall was caught and merged with Maria's world, becoming one of its half-bitwalls. Zhiyu took his teacup and sipped his tea. He looked at the three goddesses, shrugged, and said, "All right. It's over." Vert Handi asked angrily, "Dad, why didn't you interfere earlier?" Zhiyu shook his head and said, "My interference is meaningless. If I wished to enlarge Maria's world, I did not need this half-bitwall. If I wanted, I could create countless half-bitwalls inside Maria's world. What's more important is the emergence of the god of space and exploration and taking the steps to explore the bitwalls of Maria's world. This will be the foundation of their future exploration of the astral world. The creation of spacecraft, the emergence of the god of space and exploration, and the first steps of exploration are the most crucial. The elevation of a world depends on the lives and creatures living within it. Relying on me and me alone has no meaning at all." Dulmidi sat down and said, "Then, it is within your expectation that such chaos occurs inside the world? What's that for? To cleanse the world and make them more faithful?" Zhiyu shook his head and asked, "What do I need their faith for?" "Nothing. As I have said, there was no danger this time." He then opened his palms and said, "You did not trust your own dad. Instead, you terrorized all souls, and provided protection for your own believers, leading everyone to believe that the so-called Judgment Day was coming. If you had done nothing and ignored it, nothing would have happened. It was a simple world perfection plan to force the emergence of the god of space and exploration." Chapter 386, The Era of Space and Exploration. Help us, God! All gathered in divine palaces, churches, and beneath the statues of gods, waiting for the final judgment. Elemental turbulences and glaring lights of all colors from the distant astral world glimmered and shone bright in the darkness. Elemental turbulences in the sky broke up clouds, or sometimes raised violent storms, striking the ground. The chaos in the day clammed down in the night. In the dawn of the next day, people realized all the horrifying scenes had vanished. It was like waking from a nightmare. Now, everything was gone. "We survived," said the priest standing in the divine palace as he gazed at the rising sun on the horizon. He could not believe it. Fiery red sun rose from the ground, lighting up the horizon, as well as the entire world. Light was sprinkled on everyone, bring warmth and hope to them. One after one, they stood up, gazing at the morning sun. There was never a day that they felt sun was so important, warm, full of hope and brightness. "I see light," said a young boy. He jumped onto the bench on the square, and lost in his thoughts. "It's not light. It's hope and salvation, it's the future," said an old clergy in the crowd. "We have survived? We survived." More only had these words in their minds. "It's gone. The judgment day did not come. Gods had forgiven our sins," whimpered a young gentleman with joy as he held his lover in his arms. "The final judgment did not come. We washed away our sins and were reborn. The old times is now past, we have entered a new era." All cheered and jumped for joy, running on the streets in thrill. They threw their hats or scarves to the sky, or hugged their families and children, or prayed to the clergy and gods, thanking God's forgive. At this moment, snow fell down from the sky, announcing the beginning of winter. Road Bitwall. As Road Bitwall merged into Maria's world, lights shone from Road Bitwall. It had slowly become a part of Maria's world. Even the chaotic rules had assimilated into Maria's world. The ecosystem inside Road Bitwal started amazing transformations. Greens grew on the floating islands. Lives started to appear together with oxygen. Indigenous lives in the Bitwal had become a part of Maria's world, with the impress of Maria's world on them. As lights flowed and gathered, the divine personality of the god of space and exploration emerged from the lights. Then, a giant divine shadow stood within Road Bitwal. At the same time, the star kingdom of the god of space and exploration appeared outside Road Bitwal. The huge star was just next to Road Bitwal, with clear outline and shadow. The divine shadow looked to Road Bitwal, which was undergoing drastic changes. I succeeded? How? Road could not figure out why. However, a figure emerged in his mind. Road made all kinds of assumptions and connections in his heart as his expressions changed. At last, he felt relieved and said, "Overall, it's not bad. Just like in the fairy tales, there is always a happy ending." Road left the half-Bitwal. The giant divine shadow stayed close to the Bitwal, browsing the entire Maria's world. It was the first time he looked down the world from above. He never felt the world was so beautiful and breathtaking. He was looking down to the beautiful ground as the world was recovering to order. Everything was returning to what they looked like before Judgment Day. Winter had passed, and spring came. Ice melted and all awakened for the spring. Farmers reclaimed fields, workers returned to workshops, shops reopened, and streets were once again busy and lively. Chaos went away, order took the stage again. Steam locomotives whistled as rushing to the distant. Merchant ships sailed to the ocean from the docks. Aircrafts floated above the clouds. At last, Road returned to his own star kingdom, fulfilled his last destiny and task on earth. From now on, he shall fulfill his responsibilities as a god. Year 723 on San calendar. In the divine palace of the god of space and exploration in Maple City, Urabal Province, Sumerian Kingdom. The divine palace of the god of space and exploration was no longer the same as it was decades ago. It had gone through huge changes. There was no longer any walls, only enormous pillars and glorious ceilings. It looked like an open square with ceilings of the divine palace, as well as many divine statues and paintings. Areas were divided within. The huge statue of God stood in the center, together with 6 huge portals. The portals are circular in shape. Some were 10 meters tall, looking like a door for giants. Some were only about 3 meters tall, allowing only 2 to go in side by side at the same time. On the squares in the front of the portals, many waited sitting on stone benches. The entire divine palace of the god of space and exploration was almost like a station of the past, but much more advanced. It was because every usage of the portal costed a fortune, which could not be afforded by commoners. Priests of the god of space and exploration guarded the portals. Each portal was of different purpose. Some were specifically for transporting merchandises, some stored objects in inner space, and some transported people. Choo-choo! A silvery steam locomotive traveled from distant on the rails, across the portal, vanished in the transparent swirl. It traveled across distance, arrived on the main city on another continent in the blink of an eye. Although the technology in portals had some huge developments, without the portals in the divine palaces, which relied on godly powers and the force of the world rules of Maria's world, alchemists and masters still could not produce stable portals which could be used in the long term. Theories in spacecraft grew completed gradually. Masters, alchemists, and professionals started to explore special spaces inside the Bitwal. Some advanced masters even tried to create their own space witchcraft garden in the Bitwal. Though no one had succeeded for now, as the attempts carried out one after another, there would be a success eventually. Nevertheless, all explorations of space and Bitwal must be guarded and protected by the god of space and exploration. Once the wrinkles inside the Bitwal unfolded, the space was even larger than the main world. One could never get out once lost within. Moreover, every storage space, space bubble, and inner space must be registered in the divine palace of the god of space and exploration before use. Everything was under the guardian of God. Comparing to before, Road Bitwal had become the base camp for the Church of Special Worlds, Spaces, and Exploration. Cities were built on every floating island. Special bridges were built between islands for communications. Cities of masters and professionals were created. For those in Maria's world, it was like a supernatural kingdom on the sky or another world in the tales. The connection between Road Bitwal and Maria's world grew stronger. As Road Bitwal was assimilated, it moved deeper into Maria's world, and closer to the main world. Perhaps, after centuries, Road Bitwal would be completely assimilated into Maria's world, becoming a continent within. By continuously creating half-bitwals or catching half-bitwals, Maria's world shall become larger and stronger. One day, it would become an enormous world of gods, beyond all imagination. Chapter 387, A Beautiful World. On the steam locomotive, Lu Zhiyu traveled from the main world, across the portal, and arrived at Road Bitwal instantly. Everything around him seemed to faded away, transforming into void and silvery white shortly, then the locomotive took all through spaces, arriving at the city of steams in Road Bitwal. Through the endless tunnels, the locomotive traveled on the rails. Alchemy lamps lighted up in the tunnel, till the sky emerged, and a major city filled with metals and machinery appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Wow!" shouted kids on the train, as they were captivated by the scenery. They were students of various seminary schools. Those who came here and got off were at least apprentice professionals. It was completely a world of professionals. It was an island floating on the sky. They had traveled on rails in the air, from the top of the island, circling down the city of steams. Alchemists in robes with mechanical dolls could be seen at their feet. Alchemy colossuses as tall as two-floored houses were moving around heavy cargoes. Buildings on the streets spoke metal and retro. It was messy, but also weirdly beautiful at the same time. Giant boulders floated around the island as well. Houses and shops were built on the boulders. Some buildings become one with the boulder below, looking like floating castles in the sky. Look! Look! The sky shop of Blanc. It's real. I heard only the luckiest could see it. You could find anything inside. Elemental alchemy dolls, philosopher's potion, the mechanical core of Hall. Once a lucky dog found the legendary first batch second generation alchemy workbench. And someone from the Church of Steam and Machinery bought it. What was even more magical was that, when the steam locomotive was about to stop at the station, they saw a shop on the street stood up all of a sudden. That's right, an alchemy shop stood up. Like a steel bird, it spread its wings, flew to the sky slowly, becoming a moving castle. Passing through the shield of the city of steams, the shop flew to another major city on an island. Lu Zhiyu sat near the window. Young teenagers in the age of 12 or 13 pressed him against the window. Lu Zhiyu never imagined this. At this moment, with the whistle blew, the train had stopped at the station. Passengers and children ran off the train immediately. They did not have the right to stay in Road Bitwal for long, as they were only tourists. The air and environment have become similar to the main world, said Lu Zhiyu. He sniffed the air. It was not very refreshing, with the smell of rust and burnt gunpowder. However, it had transformed into a place where even commoners could live. The system of professionals changed the world in a way beyond imagination. Only after a few decades, Road Bitwal has transformed completely, leaving the name of Death Bitwal behind, turning into the kingdom of the sky. Lu Zhiyu came by to check on the progress of Road Bitwal's assimilation into the world. At the current pace, within 1,000 years, Road Bitwal would become one as the main world. More importantly, the divine system and the forces of rules of the gods had entered the Bitwal and spaces. The divine system was close to perfection. Lu Zhiyu traveled on all kinds of special transportation methods in Road Bitwal. There was the steam locomotive which traveled across the sky directly, the alchemy aircraft which was spinning, trembling and spilling dark smoke, as if it was about to break down, and carriages of 3 rows, which could sit 6 people, dragged by magical horses with wings. These powers were no wonders to Lu Zhiyu. However, such beautiful, dreamy kingdom with all these combined was breathtaking. The gravities are quite different though, said Lu Zhiyu. Across different floating islands of various sizes, some had gravity which allowed someone to travel more than 10 meters with a small leap, and some had gravity which made even walking rather difficult. Depending on the different properties of different islands, various cities of professionals were built by professionals. The original elemental creatures, gas-formed lives and astral lives merged into the system of Maria's world, becoming a part of the world. However, these creatures with low intelligence and nothing but instinct, were mostly used by professionals and the Church of the God of Space and Exploration to transform this world, and create landscapes as they desired. Snowy frozen islands, volcano islands with dripping lava, territories of wind where storms raged, powering alchemy mills, and lakes in islands filled with water. Next stop. Right Hope Island. Mysterious professionals sat on metal seats on a giant insect with armor arrived at the core floating island of Road Bitwal, Right Hope Islands, meaning the light of hope. It was where the main divine palace of the god of space and exploration located. The name of this floating island was given by the god of space and exploration as well. The giant insect passed through the shield, entered the inside. The refreshing air woke up everyone. Forests and fields extended below their feet, with special spore astral lives growing within, nurturing special magical plants. The closer one got to the center, one could see architectures of the style of the god of space and exploration, portals and orderly major cities like channeling arrays. Priests of the god of space and exploration from all over the world came here to register, report and study. As Lu Zhiyu just arrived at the square, he saw someone familiar immediately. Hey hey! Hey! The Grand Theatre of Blackjack is about to start its performance, it's about the Judgment Day. Feel the legends and stories of heroes, experience a different epic tale. A black wind raven spread the brochures on the sky. When someone threw it away once they finished reading, Blackjack just picked it up, and continued to give it to the next one. The wind raven jumped and hopped on the ground, raising winds with its wings, collecting brochures on the ground and put them back into its satchel, just like the days when it was just a wind raven postman. It was a bit tired, so it sat on the bench on the square, spread its wings, looking open and relaxed. At the moment, someone sat next to it on the empty bench. Hey, Anthony, shouted Blackjack as it jumped to the air, startled. Blackjack, what are you doing in the main world? Didn't you go to the Star Kingdom with Road, said Lu Zhiyu. He stared at the adorable wind raven. Lu Zhiyu did not imagine that it would remain in this world, and become a level 6. In terms of experience, it was the most ancient seniors. Lu Zhiyu looked at Blackjack and said in satire, and as a level 6 powerful being, you are doing trivial work in a theater. Blackjack straightened up and said, that's because I like this world, I like humans, being busy and theaters. And I am not doing trivial work, I opened a theater. I am the owner now. Blackjack waved its wings. A brochure flew out of its satchel. He said, look. Blackjack. Blackjack Grand Theatre. Blackjack was extremely proud, as if opening a grand theatre was the dream of his life. Though Lu Zhiyu did not understand at all how could this make a level 6 professional proud. Apart from mythical lives and gods, nothing in this world could threaten a level 6 wind raven. It had stood on the top of this world. Lu Zhiyu hesitated and asked all of the sudden, Blackjack, have you thought, your personality, nature, hobbies were designed by someone else? The things you love, even if you became a level 6 professional, your nature, still continued. That was how wind ravens were designed initially. You were born to be close to human and love life. Everything in this world was a play, fake and unreal. If that is the case, will you still be happy? Will you still love this world and humans? Don't you find this world to be dark and horrifying? Somehow, Lu Zhiyu felt the urge to ask Blackjack. Blackjack looked to Lu Zhiyu as if he was a fool and said, happiness is happiness. Beauty is beauty. There is no fake or real. All I know is that the climax is that moment on stage. As for before the begin or after the end, or anything hidden behind the curtain, no one cares and there is no meaning. Is there anything more important than enjoying the happiness of life? Why do you think so much? You wizards are weirdos. You keep thinking all sorts of stuff. Chasing after truth. Perfect world. Power and immortality. That's why stupid heads like Boer, madmen like Lewis and insane persons like you will always be there. Do you want to watch a play? Judgment Day, definitely a great production. Intense and exciting plot, promise to free you from your worries in no time. Blackjack threw the brochure into Lu Zhiyu's hand. Beautiful painting and pictures of the actors in makeup were on the white paper. Lu Zhiyu looked to Blackjack's eyes, and laughed in silence. Chapter 388, The Almighty Wishing Pearl. When the god of space and exploration emerged, the basic rules of this entire world were close to perfection. 15 gods, from material, soul, civilization, and space, merged their divine powers into every corner of this world, assimilating this world into the world of gods, like using divine powers to turn Maria's world into a huge, perfect divine kingdom. And the next god, was the god guarding lust. All souls of lives had their own endings. vanishing into the origin of the world, Star Kingdom, or Hell. Nevertheless, as long as they existed, they sent out power of their consciousness every moment. Kind and happy, greedy and evil or faithful believes. That was the only thing the current divine system was not covering. When the last part was covered, the divine system was then completed, perfected, and the world shall have the God that could elevate it in the end. However, it was not easy to find the seed of God which could control, restrain, and bear all lusts. The secret of souls was the most unpredictable and amazing of all rules. It was a God which could not be made or affected by Zhiyu by force. The play on stage was magnificent. Project spells had made the scenes unexpectedly grand. Boundary visions made all audience feel not sitting in the theatre, but in the actual plot. The charm of sound made the voices of actors full of emotions, making all teary and touched. The alchemy equipment and spells used to perfect the details were shocking. It was Wind Raven Blackjack, the level 6 magical beast, who combines the massive spells, props and boundaries together. One had to admit, just like Blackjack said, it was a great production. No other theatre could hire a level 6 professional. Zhiyu sat under the stage, watching the musical Judgment Day ended in Blackjack Grand Theatre. All actors sent their regards, all audience stood up to applaud. The red curtain closed as the musical ended. The light dimmed off, the Grand Theatre emptied as the performance ended. Thud! A beam of light appeared in the darkness. Wind Raven Blackjack finished his narration and directing work, flew out with the light beam, hovered over the theatre, and landed on the shoot of Zhiyu. Blackjack tiptoed, spread out its wings as if it was still hearing the musical. It spun and danced with its eyes closed. It said, "Ah! Such passionate performance!" Everyone on the stage let out their happiness and sorrow. Everyone under the stage moved with their happiness and sorrow, sometimes remembering, sometimes sad, or even full of regret. Such success! Great performance! Zhiyu looked to the stage with curtains closed and said, "That's true, a great performance." Zhiyu stood up, walked out of the theatre and said, "If we ever meet again, I wish to ask your opinion of this world." Zhiyu walked out of the theatre. Crowds walked past each other on the square. Zhiyu took out a bead and put it in the front of his eye. It was a glass bead which fitted perfectly in one's palm. When Zhiyu held it, it was completely transparent. Zhiyu looked through the bead, he could see the fluctuations coming from all consciousness and souls on the square. The golden happiness, red anger, grey sorrow, black pain. Colors on one was not just one, but many entangled. All could be seen through this bead. All outlines of souls and consciousness shone bright colors in this bead. The bead of lust? Maybe the bead of souls suits you better. Go, find your owner, said Zhiyu. Zhiyu marched forward, let his hand fell naturally. The bead of souls fell on the square. The transparent bead rolled in the trenches and ditches to the distant. A female priest in white robe holding a stack of documents was walking to the main divine palace in the center. She saw the bead on the ground and then looked to Zhiyu. "Sir! You dropped something," she said. Before she could finish her sentence, a giant portal opened before Zhiyu. Zhiyu walked into the portal, vanished in front of her eyes. She stopped in the middle of her sentence and took a moment to finally finish her sentence. "On my God!" shouted the female priest. She had never seen anyone open a portal with no other support. Only God, a true God, could do such thing in her eyes. "Did I just see a God? Is today my lucky day?" said she. After quite a while, Dana remembered, there was a bead at her feet. She picked up the bead in thrill and said, "Is this the blessing from a God?" The moment she picked up the bead of souls, golden lights shone within. Dana seemed to see herself in the bead, her future and everything she wanted. She built the city of the god of space and exploration in her hometown. Under the mountains, poor, remote villages transformed into affluent cities of magic crystals. Portals were built in the palaces of God. She and her children were on the newest steam locomotive, traveling on the fields, around the wheat fields. "So beautiful," said Dana. She awakened from the wonderful dream after a long time. The scenes may not mean anything to another, but they were the deepest desire in her heart. Dana put the bead away carefully. Though she did not know the purpose of this bead, she knew that it was nothing common. After Dana finished the registration and report work as a priest of the god of space and exploration, she immediately became an official priest after she went back. Everything went smoothly after, she became a great priest who was in charge of the area. Her application of building the city of faith of God and going back to her hometown was approved. Everything was the same as what she saw that day in the bead. It was like there was a force, helping her wishes and goals come true, completing everything she wished for and dreamed, building a lively city. In her late years, she told her story to her child, and left the bead of souls to her. Anyone who held the bead of souls could see their deepest desire in the bear. And the bead of souls helped them to achieve their deepest desires. The tale of the Pearl of Dana spread out. A magic bead which could make wishes come true, answer any wishes deep inside one's here. The almighty wishing machine, that's how people called it. However, it would not answer anyone's wishes, it could only sense the deepest, most real desire in you. And most did not truly know what they wanted. Some wanted immortality, but actually wanted a happy life. Some wanted great power for revenge but killed the energy and rewarded with a true love instead. Some chased after truth, but ended up with true love, and lived calmly in fields. Tales about the Pearl of Dana were passed in the world, turning into beautiful myths, attracting all longing and yearning. However, the harder you tried to find it, the less possible you shall find it, or its track. Everything started insane searches of the pearl. However, it had no one owner. When someone found it, it showed their deepest desire. When their wish came true, it vanished. Time flew. Passing through different hands, it left behind endless tales, but still in search of its true owner. Chapter 389, The Man Who Fell from Grace. San Calendar, 1358, Amos Icefield, in the Kingdom of Orc. There was no 4 seasons around the year over there, but there was only one season above the icefield and that was winter. Above the cold and desolate icefield, there were still a large number of orcs in the north. In there, Istan City was the last city in the Abyss Icefield. If one walked further down, he would reach the end of the Alan continent. The city, with a population of less than 20,000, depended on hunting magical beasts, animals, planting special magical plants on the Amos Icefield, and the oceans to survive. There was no wharf for airships unlike other cities in their magic crystal era, there was only a broken steam train station. Only one steam train arrived there every month. There was a lack of alchemy facilities which was popularized in that era. Only 3 simple large-scale alchemical boilers were available to supply heat in the city. In addition, there were 3 steam cargo locomotives of the Elias Chamber of Commerce, an old magic transceiver in the conference hall. There were only a few wealthy families who owned some simple alchemy props, such as the alchemy stove, magic radio, and other smaller gadgets. Compared to Primo News, we're like the primitives. There are no grand theater, no coffee shop, no bank, no ballroom, the shops in the street has nothing much to offer yet they're extremely expensive. A girl who looked a little exotic was following her elder sister with a face full of dissatisfaction. They were leading 4 ice bears, dragging a sled and 2 big boxes. Inside were the fishes they had just caught under the ice, including a special top-grade food, blue swordfish, which was only available from the Dead Ice Sea, it could fetch a very high price. They both wore thick winter clothes, furry hats, leather gloves on their hands. The elder sister, Helen, was in front, and the younger sister, Agatha, was behind. Although they were exuding a strong exotic aura, their bestial characteristics were not very obvious, they weren't very different from ordinary human beings. After more than 1,000 years of hybridization between the human race and the orc, most orcs had no obvious bestial characteristics, except for the accidental phenomenon of atavism. Agatha, the younger sister, was like a leopard, she was full of strength and vitality between her every movements, she couldn't even stop for a moment. Even in the present when she was on the sled, her buttocks twisted and turned, she was endlessly chattering and kicking up a row. She seemed like she was unable to settle down. However, her older sister was very quiet and always had a smile on her face, she was looking bright and warm. I think Istan City is pretty decent. It's our hometown. Everyone is very nice. They're pretty good. Although it's a little underdeveloped and poor, everyone is living a very happy life. Helen said with a laugh, as if the place was really as happy as she described. On Helen's neck, there was a transparent pearl. Nobody knew that it was the legendary Pearl of Dana. But at the moment, the Pearl of Dana was transparent, without a trace of brilliance. Only those who didn't have any desire would enable the Pearl of Dana to be presented in that transparent color. If Zhiyu was here, he would be surprised to find out that there could be someone who had no desire and had nothing she earnestly hoped for. As the sled pulled by the ice bears approached Istan City, they saw a figure walking towards the city step by step on the snow. That person hadn't arrived by the monthly steam train, but by walking. The sisters' sledges brushed past each other, and Helen immediately had a clear look of his appearance. He had a hideous and ugly face and he was a bore people with obvious bestial characteristics. He looked a bit fiendish. In that moment, he was wearing a thin black cloak as he walked in the snow. That man looks terrible. Agatha hugged her sister's waist in fear. It's wrong to say that of others. Helen was angry and taught her younger sister a lesson. His choice of clothing is weird too. Nobody else wears this kind of clothes now, and here is the deep inside of the Amos icefield. But I heard that the great figures from churches and professionals like to dress up and wear ancient-style robes. Maybe he's the passengers who had lost his way while exploring the Amos icefield. Anyway, what a weirdo. While he was walking in the snow and ice, Bart raised his head and looked at Istan City in the distant. The ugly and vicious face and mouth began to twitch and he spoke, "Here I am at last." He sized up Istan City. It had no walls, no master tower, no witchcraft boundary which was only owned by big cities, no groups of priests and army of holy knights residing permanently, there was only a small team of holy knights. Apart from some major public buildings, most of the civilian buildings were small buildings with only 2 or 3 stories, covered with black and brown tiles. It was a really remote and obscure city. Even gods seemed to have forgotten about it. It was a city at the end of the world, a city at the edge of Alan continent, but it was the safest place for Bart. Here it is. Bart's eyes revealed a strange glow, his original brown pupils was glowing with a green flame, it was the fire of the devil that was burning. He walked towards the city, his heavy steps on the snow lifted patches of snowflake, through the slope of the snow, he went into the city. Bart was a powerful level 4 demon warlock wanted by major churches. He had been wandering on Alan continent for more than 300 years and also been hunted and chased to kill by major churches for more than 300 years. The initial reason of the hunt was because when he first degenerated into a demon, he annihilated a whole village. Later, as more and more people pursued him, he continuously fled and hid, constantly killing various devil hunters, indictment priests and Knight of Light of major churches. His bad reputation became increasing infamous. He was the second on the list among all the other figures in the warrants of demons by major churches. After more than a decade of hiding in Premonius, the army of arbitration knights from the Faith of the Sun found him again. Bart then fled for another 300 years, he was forced into exile again. This time, however, Bart didn't want to flee. He was ready to fall into the abyss and break away from the world to become a wicked devil in the abyss. He was going to offer sacrifice to Bartosz, the Lord of Deepest Abyss, to become a demon baron under his command. And the Istan City, which was located at the most marginal part of the world, without witchcraft boundary, without groups of priests and without an army of holy knights, it was just like a little girl without any vigilance and protections. The city had become his target. He was afraid of alarming the professionals of the Faith of the Sun. Instead of taking a steam train, he spent a full month walking over to the Amos icefield from the north. This isn't timidity, I'm following my heart. It's the instinct and intuition of a specialist fugitive expert who has fled for more than 300 years and survived the pursuit of the powerful aces of various churches. Bart asserted himself. Chapter 390, The Curse of the Demon Warlock. Some strange diseases began to appear in Istan City. When many people were working, resting or walking on the road, they would drop on the ground all of a sudden, as if they had lost all their strength. For them, it was even strenuous to stretch a finger straight. It's as though the body was sapped of energy and life. A patient told the doctor, his lips trembled as if even speaking had exhausted all his strength. The strangest thing was that after every single day, those patients would grow old at a crazy speed. Every day was akin to a year for them. From youth to adult and in a short period of more than a month, they leaped over from middle-aged into senility, from the youthful faces to ashy hair and wrinkled skin. The doctors in the city and even priests with divine incantation had no solution to such a strange disease. Everyone was gradually aging in agony and pain, they had no way to resist or stop their decline into a dry corpse, and then ushered into their ugly death. It was such a terrible situation that even the doctors were terrified. Eventually, rumors began to spread in the city. Even if all the patients were quarantined, new patients were still emerging and fear was brewing in Istan City. This isn't a disease, this is a curse. A tall and strong old man, with grey hairs which was trimmed to half an inch, he looked particularly fierce and forceful. As soon as he entered the hospital, he saw some ordinary patients and immediately affirmed them. Miles was a retired high-ranking clergyman, a level 3 top-notch professional, more than 190 years old. Regardless of physical or mental activeness, it had begun to go downhill. There was no chance of him to advance to the level 4. Even if he wanted to achieve his breakthrough forcefully, the possibility of advance was minimal. Miles then returned to his hometown for his retirement. The city's managerial staff and the Holy Temple of the Sun had no choice but to invite him. They hoped that the knowledgeable man could solve the crisis in Eastern City. Curse! How could it be? Even the priest's divine incantation had no effect on it, said the captain of the knights from the Holy Temple of the Sun at one side. Miles looked up and said, "There are some special curses against the soul that aren't easily identified by ordinary divine incantation, especially the higher-level curses from Ghost Wizard and Demon Warlock. This situation is beyond the scope of supernatural power, so it can only be a curse. Are there any more serious patients?" In another 3-story building of the hospital, Miles saw the patients who were quarantined. Each of them was like an evil ghost. Their eye sockets were up to the chin and their energy and spirit were exhausted. There seemed to be no fats or muscle on their bodies, there was only a skin plastered onto the bones. The scenes were horrible and none could utter a word. Miles held the saint ornament in his hand and prayed silently with the goddess's holy name in his mouth. The saint ornament shined brightly, it dispelled the gloomy cold presence of tens of meters around him. He pushed up an eyelid of a patient. As the use of his divine incantation got vigorous, everyone saw the glittering green flames and ugly abysses worm in the pupil of the patient. Devil! It's the devil! Doctors around him repeatedly retreated one after another and even the holy knights were spooked by it. Devils from the abyss were the most difficult to handle. It was more demanding and terrifying than demon warlocks and ghost wizards, because the presence of each demon represented the opening of a door to the abyss around them. No! Not an ordinary demon. Miles held the saint ornament high up, grabbed the patient's head with the other hand, and the patient immediately struggled violently. Ga. Squeak squeak squeak. Ha! The patient sounded like a scary shriek akin to when an old wooden door closing. It was totally unlike what could be made by a human throat. Miles's strong arms firmly restrained the other and he grabbed a fiery red peculiar insect out from the patient's head. Bartosh's evil worm. This is Bartosh's evil worm, from the 82nd floor of the abyss, the monster of the deepest abyss. Someone is summoning the abyss and offering sacrifices to Bartosh, the devil lord of the abyss. That person is attempting to summon for the arrival of the abyss. At that moment, even Miles's throat was somewhat deformed. In his nearly 200 years of life, he had never encountered such a thing. Someone who could open the door of the abyss was at least a level 4 demon warlock. Moreover, he had already opened the door of the abyss and had offered sacrifices to the abyss. That demon warlock was in the process of degeneration. Even the strongest members of the Faith of the Sun hadn't had the chance to encounter such incidents. It wasn't something they could handle. Even Miles couldn't solve such a crisis. Search the city, there must be a demon warlock's inauguration. We must find the gate of the abyss, the Talos door. There are 43 demons above level 4 on the list of arbitration knights, we don't know which one has escaped to Eastern City. Miles and the others had searched all over Eastern City, and finally in an underground ice chest, they saw the place of blood sacrifice, and a half-meter-tall black diamond. It was constantly squirming and the space was continually broken and condensed. The will of the world was repelling it from entering their world, but the power from the abyss kept it in constant motion. It had expanded and enhanced. It's already so big, it's too late, and we've no power to close the door of this already opened abyss. After many attempts, Miles was in despair. They had no power to close the door. They were fighting with the forces of the abyss and against the Devil Lord, Bartosh. Miles then tried to contact the outside world through magic transceiver, but he found that the only way to contact the outside world in Eastern City had been destroyed. The next steam train wouldn't return until half a month later, but they didn't know that the train track had been wrecked too. Even if they made urgent repair, the train wouldn't reach Eastern City in a short time. They felt that a hand had long been manipulating everything. It was a foggy shadow, which was looking down at them greedily and viciously. He was eager to sell the souls of everyone to the devil in exchange for a ticket to the abyss. We can't resign ourselves to death. We'll send someone out to seek help right away. The captain of the Holy Knights was burning in rage. Miles took a deep breath and he, who already looked hoary and old, stood straight. It's too late. It takes at least a month to and fro, and the doors of the abyss will open in half a month at its latest. When that happened, everything's late. And do you think that the people we sent out can deliver the letter alive? That's a demon warlock who is at least a level 4. He's hiding in the dark, spying on all our actions. Maybe we can get out of here and take everyone out of Amos Icefield. Under the frigidity of Amos Icefield, if there's no heating from an alchemical boiler, most will be killed. But if you take 20,000 people across the Amos Icefield, most of them will die halfway through the journey, with the exception of those professionals. The priest of the Divine Hall looked at Miles. What should we do then? Miles's eyes were blazing with fire, as if he had once again found the passion he experienced in his youth. We'll find him and fight him to death. As long as the one whom cast the spell is killed, the doors of the abyss will naturally close. There are only 20,000 people in Amos Icefield. Every outsider who appeared will surely leave a trace. We'll surely find him. At night, we'll meet in the temple and have a discussion on our imminent battle. Miles returned to his wooden house. From under his bedplate, he found and took out the sword that had accompanied him for 150 years. He relied on it all the way to the peak of his level 3 professional career. He counted on it to become the leader of the arbitration knight team. The first generation of Holy Knight was the one who served under the great Lion King, Will. In the creation of the Holy Civil Empire, he was the Holy Knight, Zhiyu. He had left behind a divine sword. Even in the faith of the sun, it was enough to be referred as a relic. Zhiyu was an orc who lived on Amos Icefield's original tribe. He fought together with Lion King, Will, from the north, to build the Holy Civil Empire. At last, his sword was left on Amos Icefield and was acquired by young Miles. Only then did Miles establish an admirable life. Chapter 391, Devil and Deception. Fire. There was fire all over the place. The town was burning, everyone was shrieking, evil beasts were roaring, and there was black smoke fuming out of the ground. The whole town was engulfed by black smoke and fiery fire. The boundaries of the abyss were enveloping the town. The devil climbed out of the abyss and devoured everything then and there. Men, elderly, children, women, as well as fathers, mothers, and sisters were ignited in the flames. They were in despair as they were devoured by the devil. Even their souls weren't spared. All had become the food of the devil or was degenerated into the abyss. No. That shouldn't be the case. No. Dad. Mom. Molly. I don't know it'll be like this, I don't know. Bart had never imagined that he would accidentally obtain a devil manual, which he acted according to the instructions on the manual, in the hope of gaining power from the demon. But he didn't expect that he accidentally ignited that devil manual, and with that devil manual, he had opened the doors of the abyss. He offered the whole town as sacrifice, as he prayed to the demon for strength. Ha ha ha! My most faithful follower! I'm very satisfied with your sacrifice. Delicious! It's really delicious. Let the agony begin. Suffering can exchange for more power and strength. You've received what you've asked for. A freak, like a worm or even a snake, stood up as if it had learnt the act of a human being. He was dressed in a bloody robe. A horrible image carved onto Bart's mind and soul. The intense flame inflamed Bart's body, and the black devil's fire fused into his conscience and soul and transformed as part of him. Later, Bart realized that the devil manual he got was part of the legendary Book of the Devil. The legend was written by a devil monarch of the abyss and it recorded all kinds of devil species in the abyss. Every page possessed powerful power and was enhanced by the evil power of the demon warlocks of past dynasties. It had the power to communicate directly with the devil lord of the abyss. He was only an ignorant amateur who longed for supernatural power. In that incident, he commenced a sacrifice to the devil which included his own home. He offered all his friends, parents, and relatives to the devil. When Bart was on his way to Easton City, he looked at the people walking on the road, and for no reason, he suddenly remembered his hometown and the scene which was ingrained deep in his mind. It was the first step of his life's turning point and also the source of his strength. This place was like his hometown. It was a remote and inaccessible city, where the lives of the people still maintained the ancient customs and practices. They didn't even have gas stoves and pipes, and could only buy coal and firewood for daily uses. Bart came to the heating factory with the alchemical boilers. The huge 3-story boiler was a little shocking. Every alchemical boiler provided heat for Easton City so that they could feel warmth in such a cold weather. Without alchemical boilers, I'll see how you can sustain. Bart's pig nose twitched twice as if he saw everyone dying in cold and hunger. He waved his hand and there was an instantaneous explosion of an alchemy boiler. The violent steam and explosive force caused the entire heating factory to blast open. Several factory workers screamed, dashed out from the hot steam, and at last they dropped to the ground. Bart blew up another alchemy boiler, then he left quickly, but he didn't expect that just after turning a few corners on the streets, he was discovered. But Bart, the demon warlock, was a very cautious person. When he encountered that situation, the first idea wasn't to start a fight, but to quickly find the route of escape and get out of the crisis. Those people blocked him from all corners, thus Bart turned around from the street until he reached the main road and left from the city gate. No, they're afraid to fight with me in the city and wanted to lead me out of the city. When Bart realized their plan, 20 or 30 professionals had encircled him and trapped him in a snow forest outside the city. Snow covered the land and trees, and the cold wind whistled, but the trees were still bearing leaves and special fruits. The forest was full of snow maple, which was unique to the north. It had white leaves all year round and produced special maple fruits. It was the food source and common timber for the northern people. He was surrounded by professionals from the faith of the sun's divine system, 20 holy knights, 8 sun priests, and 1 arbitration knight. That arbitration knight was especially salient to him, he who had been pursued by members of the arbitration knights for more than 200 years. Even with his eyes closed, he could smell the unpleasant smell and presence from that body. Demon arrest warrant, the second in sequence, number 27, Boar People, Demon Warlock, Bart. Miles pulled out the sword of Ibu, the divine sword at his waist. He looked intently at Bart. His opponent was a level 4 Demon Warlock. It wasn't first time that he was confronting with a level 4. Although he had encountered with a level 5 professional before, there were many members of the arbitration knights and clergymen when he was in the arbitration knights team. They were the elite fighting force of the faith of the sun, and they also had various powerful combinations of divine incantation and props of the divine incantation to be used. Moreover, he was merely a sidekick then. Even so, the destructive force of the level 5 wizard made his hair stand even on recollection. Arbitration Knights team. Enemies often cross each other's path. Bart gnashed his teeth in anger when he remembered the times when he was surrounded by those arbitration knights. He had to run around the world like a drowning dog, and the scars inflicted onto him then were seemingly painful now. When they had nothing to talk about, the opposing sides took out their weapons and fought. One of them must perish. Although Bart would choose to escape most of the time, his actual combat experience was also very rich. He faced head-on with a divine incantation named Vehement Sun, but it was instantly swallowed by Bart's Devil's Fire. Dozens of attacks smashed across from his opponent's swords. It tore through the air, but all was transformed into a devil's shadow by Bart. He escaped all attacks. Bart flew up into the sky at once, and his appearance changed into a devil of more than 2 meters in height. He was massively muscular and he even had a pair of flesh wings growing out behind him. The Hammer of Chaos. Bart waved and the palm of his hand was akin to a devil's claw. It was as if he had grasped hold of all the air around him and he pushed his palm downward. The strong pressure forced everything around him over 100 meters of the perimeter, as if it had been hit by a huge hammer. The trees broke and flew, and it had initiated a whirlpool of snow which dyed the whole forest to white. Just then, Miles held up the sword of Ibu and used the divine incantation, the Shield of Divine Light, to block Bart's evil magic. And Bart took a glimpse of Miles's abnormal state. His soul and body was radiating a white brilliance, as if he had another shadow behind him. His eyes had no pupils, instead it had turned golden. Summoning the Holy One. How can you summon the Holy One? You're only a level 3 arbitration knight. Bart was incomparably panic. The Holy One was the existence from the Divine Kingdom. At the minimum it had to be the one favored by God or the highest ranking of the Church in order to become the Holy One after death, such as the last generation of Patriarch, or the Patriarch from the last 2 generations. Miles had now swung up his sword, and the 2 level 2 professionals followed on the sideline and darted forward. They fought fiercely with Bart in the sky. Miles, with the help of burning his own power and the power of the Holy One, coupled with the help of more than 20 professionals, he pursued Bart with all his might, hunted and flew for 3 days, and did everything he could to keep him there. Bart must never be allowed to return to Istan City. Only in that way, Bart couldn't return to the Devil's Altar he lay out in Istan City, and the door of the abyss would close and disappear. In the end, Miles, by virtue of the power of the Holy One, he used the divine incantation of the seal of the Holy One of Tirithon. It penetrated into Bart's body and sealed all the devil's power within Bart. At the same time, the power of the goddess of the sun would also constantly dissipate and wear away his devil's power and let Bart die gradually in pain. Miles looked at Bart, who had fled after been badly wounded. His devil's power was dissipating. As time passed, he couldn't even fly. He could only limp and fell to the ground and ran far away in despair. Under a world of ice and snow and with the damage brought about by the holy seal of Tirithon, Bart could never survive, nor could he sustain to the moment when the sacrificial ceremony to the devil was completely successful. Is that all? If that's the case, I can at last be at ease. The old man here, if I can die in the battle against evil, it's the best end for an arbitration night. Miles, along with more than 20 professionals who accompanied him in the exorcism, was forsaken on Amos Icefield. After 7 days of hunting on the icefield, Helen brought her prey from the seaside and headed over to Easton City. She missed her younger sister Agatha very much. She drove the ice bear which was dragging her sleigh and darted fast on the snow. But when she was halfway through her journey, she saw one lying in the snow, covered in blood and ragged clothes. His clothes was only left with strips. It's him. He's still alive. Helen immediately discovered that the man was the odd man they met before, that bore people with a fierce face. That's great. She tried and found that the other party was still alive. She immediately put on her cotton-padded clothes on him, stuffed him into her sleeping bag and dragged him on the sled. She took him back to Easton City. When she stopped at night in a tent under a cliff, Helen noticed that the man was burning hot and was having a high fever. She didn't know whether the wound was inflamed or he really had a fever. She dressed and cleaned up all the wounds for him, but she found that they were getting worse. PSSH. Bart felt a sharp pain in his waist. He struggled to jump up, but was firmly pinned down by Helen. He found that the woman was burning his wound with a red iron stick. Don't move. Don't move. I haven't prepared any medicines, so I can only use this method. Helen clasped Bart's neck in fear of his struggle. You rude and impolite woman. After a long time, Bart lay down with sweat all over and he looked at the girl who was dressing his wound and feeding him with hot water. However, Bart's body was increasingly hot, and he was a little muddled from the high temperature. Helen suddenly remembered something and picked out a small maple fruit in her big backpack. My dad said that when the unripe maple fruit is roasted, it'll cure your illness if you eat it. Bart was sweating, but he still looked at Helen with disdain. It's the rumor of a country fool. Eating that roasted ordinary fruit has no effect for me. Besides, my injury is in a hopeless state. You can't cure me. Bart could feel the holy seal of Tirithon in his soul. It was constantly burning him at the moment, it was making him dizzy and he wanted to howl because of the torment. Don't give up, my mother said to me, every life is blessed when they come to this world, it's at least the blessings from my parents and relatives. Hence, don't give up easily. Helen was still roasting her maple fruit, as if she had treated the hearsay as a truth. That's a childish and silly idea. You've never been out of here. You don't know what the outside world is like. You never know how sinister a person's heart can be, and never aware of how ugly everyone is in their innermost being. Bart scorned Helen's childish remarks. He was an old monster who had lived for more than 300 years. He didn't need a kitty to teach him a lesson, let alone a humble mortal. Helen paid no attention to Bart's speech and handed him the roasted maple fruit. Eat it. Why, it's not hot, I've cooled it. Helen blew softly for another 2 more times, and then she looked at Bart expectantly, as he was really able to get better in a minute after eating it. He didn't know why, but after eating that maple fruit, Bart really felt a lot more comfortable. Smells good. Bart couldn't use any supernatural power. He was weaker than Helen in terms of soul and body. The next morning, when the sled was traveling forward, it suddenly broke. Helen could only let the ice bear drag her prey in the box. Helen, on the other hand, carried Bart on her back. Although Helen looked slim, she was powerful. Is it because she's a woman from the Orc? It was windy all the way up. Helen covered and sheltered Bart and she looked back at him from time to time with a worried expression on her face. Bart didn't know why, but he suddenly felt warm, just like how he had felt more than 300 years ago. At that time, he had that same feeling too. At that time, he wasn't alone. He had family and relatives. What nonsense are you thinking about? It's merely because she looks good and you're interested in her, right? Bart bit his tongue and drove the weird ideas out from his mind. As a powerful, cruel and hard-hearted demon warlock, how can such a fragile idea come into mind? Is it because I'm really dying? No, no, as long as I hold on, as long as the sacrificial ceremony to the devil has begun, I only need to sustain for another 15 days, the doors of the abyss will open, and I'll survive. Before that, I've to make good use of this woman. In the distance, the trace of Istan City was in sight. She had walked all day until evening, and they finally arrived. Helen turned her head happily over to Bart and said, "Hey, here we are. We're going into the city now and we'll find you a doctor in a minute." "No, a doctor can't cure my disease, only professionals have a way, as long as there's a place to rest, I can slowly think of a solution." Bart found a reason to lie to Helen, he hoped that she could hide him in her home and survived the crisis. "By the way, what are you wearing around your neck?" Bart suddenly saw the big pearl Helen had on her chest. Are you talking about this? This is the gemstone. I picked this up when I was a child. Isn't it very beautiful? It's my lucky charm. When I have it with me, I'll be lucky in whatever I do." "Foolish country woman. This is a lousy glass bead. And you're treating it like a gem." Chapter 392, The God of Desire, First. The Istan city fell into chaos as they experienced severe winter at the same time. More and more people were suffering from strange diseases. The destruction of alchemical boilers and heating systems had thrown the city into an extreme cold circumstance. Overnight, dozens of people were frozen to death. However, there were several families who died of coal poisoning. The next day, the firewood on the market was looted, and a large number of citizens rushed out of Istan city to cut down the nearby forest of snow maple, but it only lasted a week before all was exhausted. People began to demolish houses and every public building for making a fire and preparing a meal. Panic pervaded the whole city. And because of the disappearance of priests from the Divine Hall and Holy Knights, some in the city had become unscrupulous. At first, they just robbed. On the 8th day, a family of 3 in the east of the city was killed in the house, and the mistress was even humiliated before her death. That scene signaled for the start of chaos in Istan city. Each and every family confined to their houses, gunshots was heard from time to time on the streets, the barn was burning in fire after a rampageous situation, food was burnt to the ground, several shops in the city were looted flat out, and food shortages began to appear. They started killing ice bears, killing camelids, they went out to look for fruits and food, but they had lesser food day after day. More and more of them didn't even dare to cook with fire, because the aroma of food would surely attract groups of mobs. Helen carefully locked the door and rushed into the room. She looked at Bart and her sister Agatha lying on the beds. Her sister Agatha also suffered from that strange disease. In the past 3 days, she was unlike the past, she had lost her vitality akin to a female leopard. In 3 days, Agatha transformed from a young girl to a 50-year-old elder. Near the completion of the devil's sacrificial ceremony, the power of curse was stronger and the speed of erosion increased. Initially, it took more than 10 days to age, but now 5 days were enough for people to die. The hospital had been closed for a long time. As for the patients in the hospital, they knew their outcome even without thinking. Most of the patients who fell ill later could only choose to wait for death at home. The streets and every house were filled with corpses, they died of illness, frozen to death or killed in a chaos. Darkness and death enveloped Istan city. The stench of rotting corpse permeated the streets, and even the decay vulture from afar began to hover over to Istan city. Some people began to flee Istan city. But most people know that they were likely to die during their journey. Within a short period of time, the Istan city seemed to have fallen from heaven to a living hell. Bart. Agatha. Look, I found food. Helen took out 2 maple fruits, the unripe one, but in that period of time, in the Istan city, the terror-stricken situation had been ongoing for 10 days and food was enough to drive people crazy. Agatha. Agatha, eat this. Have a bite, it's very. Helen put one fruit on Bart's hand, and then she sat beside Agatha, she hugged her younger sister. It was clear that Helen was her elder sister, but now Agatha had grew so old that she looked like Helen's mother. Helen wanted to feed her, but Agatha was too weak, it was as if she had only a breath left. Agatha shook her head. No, sister, my illness is incurable, I'm going to die soon. Agatha looked at her elder sister and there was only despair in her eyes, don't waste food. And don't bother about me." Helen continued to support Agatha. She even chewed and crushed the maple fruit and fed Agatha a little by a little before she felt at ease. Bart was now being attacked by the seal of the Holy One and the power of his soul was gradually dissipated. There was no difference between the weakened him and those who were cursed, but he was still pretty clear-headed. He was trying every means to stop the power of the seal of the Holy One, but he had no way of stopping it. He would inevitably die. It would take only a few days for his soul to completely dissipate. But Bart also knew that in a few days, the doors of the abyss would open, and he would be able to recover completely. Moreover, he could advance further, acquired more power, and become a powerful demon baron in the abyss. Bart chewed the maple fruit with all his might, and then he suddenly looked at Helen and said, "Helen, why aren't you eating?" Helen looked at Bart and replied, "I'll eat later." "You can eat first." Bart had a sudden realization, "Don't tell me there are only two? There's no more food." Helen was at a loss for words but she replied, "I'm good." Bart became silent in an instant. For some reason, it seemed as if Helen was radiating with a white brilliance which lit up the entire room. It illuminated his ugliness and abhorrence, and his skin could feel the pain from being pricked by the brilliance. On the 14th day, Helen fell ill. There were 3 patients at home. Bart was lying on a bed in a corner, while Helen was lying in another big bed with Agatha in her arms. All 3 of them were quiet, as if they were waiting for death in silence. Agatha was aging and her hair was white, she looked just like an 80-year-old grandmother. Her skin was covered with brown patches and plastered on the bones, it looked daunting. Helen didn't mind holding her in her arms, but Agatha at the moment was unable to speak, she was only lingering on with her last breath. She could die at any moment. "Agatha! Don't be afraid. Sister will accompany you, sister, sister. Your elder sister will continue to protect you." At the mention of that, Helen, who had a smile on her face, she didn't know why but she couldn't continue on anymore. Tears trickled down from her eyes, dripped onto and wet her collar, she hugged Agatha tightly in her arms. Towards evening, it was as if Agatha was experiencing a terminal lucidity, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Helen. Helen was weak but she struggled to get up and forced out a lively expression while she looked at Agatha. "Elder sister, I've seen the light, I seem to have seen the other world, Mom. Mom is here to pick me up, and Dad, and, Agatha's hoarse voice was as harsh as a finger scratching on a mold, but what she said made others cry involuntarily. Agatha loosened her grasp of Helen's hand and fell askew into Helen's arms. Helen, who was watching the scene unfolding in front of her, was trembling violently, as if there hadn't been a moment that had such a big blow on her. Her father's unexpected death and her mother who died from illness hadn't impacted her as much as Agatha's death. But only Agatha, she was Helen's everything, as long as Agatha was there, she would feel blissful. Helen broke into bitter tears, she cried like a child, she held onto Agatha's corpse in despair, and tears were streaming down. Bart looked at Helen, she was hugging Agatha in her arms, he was lying in the dark corner of the room, his chin was trembling and he turned his head away from the scene. He was afraid to see Helen's eyes, hear her voice, and see her cry with a look of despair. Suddenly, Helen's pearl on her chest was radiating a blue brilliance, it was akin to the oceans and currents, it filled up the room. Bart looked back at Helen at once and he looked at the radiating pearl. He suddenly recalled a legend. The Pearl of Dana, the legendary wishing gemstone. Bart immediately saw Agatha, who was in Helen's arms, had the demons and curses which were shrouded in her body dispersing bit by bit, her body was gradually returned to vitality, her original exhausted body was a little more enriched, her skin began to become youthful, and her hair had returned to the original red-colored. So the legend is true. Bart stood up a little by a little from the bed and watched Agatha recovered a little by a little. She got rid of the curse of the Devil Lord from the abyss, Agatha, who was clearly dead, came back to life again. The power of resurrection from death, this is really the power of resurrection from death, it is more magical than the magic of revival. Helen was in a daze as she watched Agatha floating in the blue radiance. At the moment of her fall, she caught Agatha in her arms. She hugged her in the arms as if she was holding on to the whole world. She was afraid that she might lose Agatha again if she was careless. Bart said to Helen, "Let's send Agatha out together. Only if she leaves here can she survive. If she stays in the city, she'll be cursed again. Moreover, when the doors of the abyss open, everyone in the city will die." Helen stared blankly at Bart, she wondered what the man she had saved was talking about. Bart looked at Helen's eyes, and his fierce and hideous face had now become soft and gentle. Believe me, only in this way can we save Agatha's life. Chapter 393, The God of Desire, 2nd. When the two left Easton City at night, Bart looked very weak in the wind with his crutches, while Helen, eroded by the power of curse, she seemed like she was unable to stand steadily. Together, they lifted Agatha, who was sleeping, and left Easton City. They placed her into the hole of the defense wall of the ancient Easton City. This is enough. It's already outside the Devil's Altar. Those defense walls had been abandoned, most of them had collapsed, and some of the rest had become ruins. Unexpectedly, in the hole of the defense wall, they found a bundle of firewood and several torches. Helen muffled up Agatha and lit a fire. She looked at Agatha's rosy face, and Helen was full of blissful smiles. But as the doors of the abyss were about to open, Helen could be seen aging rapidly, and in such a short time, silvery hair began to appear on her head. Bart looked at Helen's face. What are you laughing at? You're going to die soon. Helen gently snuggled up and leaned closer to Agatha. She rubbed Agatha's face. It doesn't matter, as long as Agatha is here, as long as she's alive, it's more than enough. Bart lowered his head and laughed. He looked at the sand on the ground and laughed continuously. You're a fool. A pathetic fool. Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. How could it be? A fool like you, it's really. After a long time, Bart stopped his mad laugh. He seemed to have made a decision. Bart picked up the crutches beside him and stood up with all his strength. He said to Helen, "Come with me to the top of the defense wall, I've something to tell you." Helen was somewhat surprised. She was exhausted and extremely uncomfortable. As soon as she stood up, she could feel her wobbly feet and she was about to fall onto the ground. Who knew how she had overcome her discomfort to carry Agatha over there with Bart? Bart walked with his crutches and supported Helen by holding onto her arm. They climbed up the ancient staircase of the defense wall. The sky had just brightened up. They stood on top of the defense wall and they had a good view of the scene in the city. The steam train station in the south of the city was now crowded with people. There was a surge of people. Today, it was the arrival of the train once in a month. The steam train would arrive with food, goods, commodities, and most importantly, it was the contact with the outside world. Only the arrival of the steam train could save the whole of Easton City. It was also the hope of everyone in the city. Helen delightedly looked at the steam train station. As long as the train arrives, the crisis will come to an end. Agatha will be able to, well, live well. Just then, the bell from the city rang and the scheduled time had arrived, but the steam train was nowhere in sight. Everyone looked along the railway track and saw no sight of the steam train. The steam train had never been late, but only arrived in advance. But this time, more than an hour had passed and there wasn't a single trace of the train. After several days of gloominess in Easton City, they were welcomed with a rare sunshine. It shined on Bart and Helen who stood above on the ancient defense wall. Bart said, "The train will never come." Helen was extremely puzzled. Why? Bart looked into Helen's eyes. Because when I came to Easton City, I had destroyed many railway tracks in between the cities. At the mention of that, the people of Easton City who had failed to wait for the arrival of steam train in Easton City, they had given up all hope and were in despair. In that moment, less than half of the population was alive. Most of the people died from the curse, the cold, the hunger and the chaos from before. And now the rest of them were all infected with the curse. No train, there's no train. The dying elders put down their crutches and kneeled on the ground. They looked desperately into the distance. We're done for. We're all finished. It's an irreversible fate. Women cupped their faces and cried out uncontrollably. Why is it so? Why is it so? Who's here to save us? Upon realizing that the train wasn't coming, the man with his eye sockets up to his chin was completely devoured by despair and madness. Everyone fought against each other as they roared in anger. Some people set fire to the whole world, and some people raised their knives and guns to kill all the people they could see. All of them had turned into demons in despair. Helen felt that she couldn't fathom the man she had saved. She thought she had saved only a lost and wounded traveler, but it didn't look so simple. She suddenly recalled what Bart had said before. You did this, what does that mean? And what did you say before? Curses, doors of the abyss, and, what did those mean? Helen kept going retreating as she spoke, and she was feeling listless. Bart smiled as wickedly as ever. because I'm a cruel and wicked demon warlock. Bart stretched out his hands towards Istan City. It was I who cast a curse on Istan City, so everyone in your city was burdened with the power of curse, and sooner or later, all their energy will be sucked away by the curse and they'll eventually die. I opened the door to the abyss and sacrificed the whole of Istan City to Bartosz, the Lord of Abyss. I was the cause of all the deaths in the city. Helen looked at Bart in disbelief. Why are you doing this, Bart? Why did you? Bart sneered. You silly country woman certainly won't understand why. I did it for power. For demons like us, power is everything. Helen sat helplessly on the ground. She didn't understand Bart's words and his rationale for doing all that. For power, you can hurt others willfully. You can kill everyone, using thousands of people in exchange for power. Bart laughed wildly. Yes, yes. You're right. Why? Now, do you know how ugly and repulsive a human heart is? Do you know what the world is like now? It's a fellow like us who controls the world. All supreme professionals look down on all of you. The gods need your beliefs and souls. Hell also needs your beliefs and souls. The devils and the abyss also need your beliefs and souls. People like you are easy target of people like us, the spokespersons of gods, the spokesperson of hell and the spokesperson of demons. Your lives are messed willfully and recklessly by us. It's all your fault. If you didn't save me, everyone in the city will survive and your sister won't be hurt. It's all because you've saved me that everyone in the city will perish. Helen's head kept wavering, and her grey hair which was gradually turning grey was fluttering with the wind. No, it's not like this, it's not like this. Helen's beautiful pupil looked at Bart. She couldn't believe everything he said. Tell me, you're deceiving me, aren't you? It's not what you said. Helen held her head. She lost control and cried bitterly. I killed everyone, I killed everyone. Bart threw a dagger engraved with saint markings of a sun on the ground. Come on and kill me. As long as you kill me, the sacrificial ceremony with me anchored as the coordinates will be interrupted and all will be over. Helen lost her wits, picked up the dagger and looked at Bart. Bart spread out his arms. Come on, kill me, and you can save the rest of them. Helen trembled and pointed her dagger towards Bart. She kept looking back at the people fighting in the city, the blazing fire, and her sister, who was sleeping in the hole of the defense wall under her feet at the moment. Helen roared angrily at Bart. Bart closed his eyes. The dagger engraved with the saint markings of a sun would fully activate the holy seal in his soul and burn him into ashes. But Helen lowered her hand when she was thrusting into Bart. Instead, she crashed into Bart's arms and tumbled over on the ground together with Bart. Bam! Just then, a strange noise resonated from the city. The citizens of Istan City who were fighting, raised their heads and saw a black diamond rose slowly from the ground. The dark light enveloped the entire Istan City. In the light of darkness, several ghostly figures gradually creeped out. The ghostly and dreadful silhouettes and disturbing roars were seen and heard in Istan City. Chapter 394, The God of Desire, Final. With the span of the dark light, all those who had been shined by the light were instantly aging. They degraded into a rotten black ash and died. All of them die in agony while shrieking. Some of them were swallowed up by the light while trying to escape. Some of them died in their beds. Some of them were embraced by their families in the face of death. The many facades in the moment of death were unfolding. God! What's this? Please save us, I don't want to die. Ha ha ha! Everyone must die. You must die. Flames engulfed Istan City, it burned the city into a sea of fire, and several shadows of devils crossed the border and appeared in the city. They willfully killed and devoured all the remaining people in the city. However, what was reflected in Bart's eyes was the numerous sparkling brilliance of soul of the conscious floated up into the sky. Some of them had just passed away, some of them had previously died because of the curse. Now they were attracted and swallowed by the black diamond. Bart even saw the horrible figure behind the doors of the abyss. Bart instantly recalled the memory of it devouring the soul of his parents and his sister, Molly. Let the agony begin. Suffering can exchange for more power and strength. You've received what you've asked for. This is the price to pay for becoming a demon warlock. The voice of terror and darkness echoed in Bart's mind again, and now the dark light of darkness hung over Bart's body. He lowered his head and saw Helen in his arms. She was growing old in a speed of light. From her body to her face, little by little, she turned into ashes, and at last there was only a pair of her beautiful eyes which were reflected onto his pupils. Helen had been looking at Bart before she died. There was no hatred and blame, but pity. The pity revealed from her gaze was like a poison which was biting onto his bone and gnawing onto his soul. The power of the abyss bound Helen's consciousness, it was sent up to the sky and into the abyss. Everyone's soul of the conscious would be engulfed by the devils in the abyss, all soul of the conscious would be in endless torment and agony as they assimilated as the power of the devil. No. No. This isn't my sacrifice to you. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Bart couldn't keep his cool anymore. He chased after Helen's soul of the conscious on the ancient defense wall crazily. Finally, he fell down and over the wall, and his head was bleeding profusely. The grand figure of the Devil Lord had finally struggled out a part of himself from the abyss. Although he still couldn't really enter the world, he was able to project his power. Bartosz wriggled his body like a bug and his monstrous body covered the sky. He was like a grotesque and stout serpent which was looking bizarre in a robe. He looked down at Bart from the sky as if he was looking at a contemptible rebel. He held a bloody red meatball in his hand, and all the soul of the conscious that permeated into sky was absorbed by that. With the massive belched from the blood-red meatball, the sound of overflowing was clearly heard, and as if he could hear the desperate cry of the citizens of Istan City. Yours? Oh! No, it's already mine. I'm satisfied with your sacrifice, I'll grant you the right to be my servant. Come on, plunge into the abyss, be my servant, and I'll grant you the power of immortality. Bart had only Helen's silhouette in his mind in that moment. He knelt down on the ground. His hand, which was raised, dropped gradually and he made a shriek of mockery. He laughed and his tears kept flowing. Ha ha ha! That's right! That's Demon Warlock, that's the price to pay to be a Demon Warlock. Agony is the source of our power. Bart lay on the ground in agony. He smashed something held tightly in his hand on the ground, and cursed in rage, damn you and your Demon Warlock! Damn you and your immortality! Why every time, why is it like this every single time? Just then, the pearl thrown on the ground by Bart suddenly burst out with intense radiance. Bart realized that it was the pearl Helen had been wearing on her neck. The lousy glass bead that Bart laughed at was the legendary wishing gemstone. Pearl of Dana. Bart grabbed onto the Pearl of Dana like a drowning man who was grabbing a straw, and the Pearl of Dana was as if in response to his strong prayer, an intense black radiance blossomed from the Pearl of Dana. It illuminated the whole of Istan City, and no one had ever made the Pearl of Dana shine that brilliantly. The brilliance enveloped everything and time and space seemed to stop. The opening of the doors of the abyss and the willful demons all stopped in their tracks. Even the Lord of Abyss was freeze-framed in the sky, it had lost all the ability of thinking. Bart shouted at the top of his lungs at the Pearl of Dana, aren't you a gemstone that can fulfill all wishes? I pray to you, I beg you to restore everything to its original state, to resurrect Helen, to resurrect everyone in the city. Quick, I pray to you, I beg you to fulfill all my wishes. Whoever you are, God, devil, monster of the astral world, whoever you are, I pray to you to fulfill my wishes. The Pearl of Dana, which drew in the power of desires and wishes from countless people, now condensed into a humongous light and shadow, as if it was questioning Bart on behalf of all the other desires and wishes. At all costs. It seemed that the shadow of desire, which was condensed by countless human shadows, was talking, and its voice sounded like thousands and tens of thousands of people, including men, women, the aged and children, talking at the same time. At all costs. Hurry up. Satisfy my wishes. Whatever you want, takes it away, I'll give it to you, it's all yours. Bart roared, kneeled on the ground with his hands tightly clenched. He looked at it with his hideous and ferocious face towards the sky. This time, Bart was sincere, it wasn't a lie which he used to numb his own sensation or to detach from his conscience. The figure stretched out its hand and shook hands with Bart, the agreement is established. As the agreement was established, the brilliance rays whirled and flowed and everything seemed to be traveling back in time. But the time around Istan City and the whole world was staggered, as if they had been transformed into two regions. The hourglass of time was reversed, the power of the dark abyss receded, the light of the power of consciousness retreated from the palm of the Lord of Abyss, and the shadows engulfed by each and every devil gradually condensed into shape. The doors of the abyss were shut, sunk into the ground, the flames was gradually extinguished, all the people retreated from the train station to their houses, the deceased were revived, the burnt granary was restored, and even Miles, who had chased Bart, and more than 20 holy knights and priests were revived. The alchemical boilers, which were destroyed by Bart, were restored, the Devil's Altar and the Talos door faded in sight, and the power of curse vanished. No one died and there was no agony or disaster. Everything returned and went back to that morning. Helen stood in front of the sleigh, Agatha hugged her waist from behind, and her sister Agatha jumped and twittered like a lark. There were happy and blissful smiles on both faces, but the pearl of Dana on Helen's neck had become an ordinary pearl. Helen steered the ice bears and passed by Bart's side. Bart fixed his gaze on Helen's face. His ferocious and hideous gaze was brimming with tears, his gaze revealed a tinge of relief and hope. The sleigh passed Bart's side, and as if they had never known him, they ran straight past by him. That man looks terrible. He's even staring at us. He must be a pervert. Agatha hugged her sister's waist in fear. It's wrong to say that of others. Helen was angry and taught her younger sister a lesson. His choice of clothing is weird too. Nobody else wears this kind of clothes now, and here is the deep inside of the Amos icefield. But I heard that the great figures from churches and professionals like to dress up and wear ancient-style robes. Maybe he's the passenger who had lost his way while exploring the Amos icefield. Anyway, what a pervert and weirdo. Bart was fixated on them till they disappeared in sight and into Easton City. Finally, he retracted his gaze. His shoulders loosened and dropped instantly, as if he had unloaded all the heavy responsibilities. He had a smile on his face that he never had before. Bart never felt so easy. This is great. This feeling. It's really great. Bart picked up the Pearl of Dana in his hand. At that moment, the Pearl of Dana was radiating a colorful radiance, it was shining onto Bart, and the power of desire accumulated for more than 500 years was fully integrated into Bart's body. It wasn't merely a wishing gemstone, but the divine personality of the god of desire. Wish is also a form of desire. To give up all desires, feelings, and consciousness and become the god of desire is the agreement I signed with the rules of the world. Bart's body was transforming a little by a little into light and he had turned into a huge divine shadow. With his last tinge of consciousness and affections, he looked into Easton City. Everything in the city was so peaceful, as if nothing had happened and everyone was living a happy and quiet life. It was like a paradise. Thank you, Helen. Bart revealed a sincere smile like a child, as if he had been redeemed, not the citizens of Easton City who were saved, but him. His last bit of affection had slipped away and he merged completely with the power of desire accumulated over 500 years, he had become the god of desire. Then, he transformed into a pillar of light, shot into the sky and he entered the kingdom where it belonged. Chuff chuff. 20 days later, when a steam train entered Easton City, the train conductor jumped off the train and he was looking very apologetic. I'm really sorry. I don't know who broke the railway track along the road here this time. We made urgent repair on it for half a month and came 20 days late. Is it all good in the city? The station master said doubtfully, Hi? I'm still wondering, why did you come so early? Ahead of schedule? Are you dreaming? You're clearly ahead of schedule. We're 20 days late. A fierce quarrel broke out in the train station, and it wasn't until the testimony of the people on the train and the repair of the magic transceiver was completed that the citizens of Easton City realized that they had unknowingly lost almost a month of time. As for what happened in Easton City during that period, no one knew. Chapter 395, The Stabilization of the Portal. I don't like this story. Eva sat upright, like a statue demonstrating aristocratic etiquette. She looked at the scene on the screen where Bart and Helen brushed past, and made some angry remarks. Eve didn't even finish watching, she stood up, picked up the mugs and items on the table and left the witchcraft garden. Zhiyu was lying on the sofa, one foot stepped against the sofa, and the other foot was dangling on the ground, he wasn't bothered with his image. I didn't expect the story of the god of desire to be like this. Zhiyu arranged for the divine personality of the god of desire to choose its master. And to ascend the throne of a god of desire in this generation, there were two ways. Of course, first of all, as the pre-selected one of the seed of God, the other party must have the soul characteristics that could bear all kinds of divine power of desire, and at the same time, he must be a professional above level 4, in order to qualify as the god of desire. The first kind was to become a demigod of god of desire, it would gradually absorb the power of desire by satisfying other people's wishes in exchange for something they owned. Then, he should gradually ascend to level 7, and then entered the Star Kingdom to assume the role of a god. Of course, that was a common practice. Another one was to make a wish to the world and established an agreement with the rules of desire at the cost of one's soul and everything, but when he ascended to the throne of God, he was no longer the master of the rules, but the slave of the rules. Bart chose the second way, which was the most unexpected way which Lu Zhiyu would think of. After all, no god would like to become a god in that way. He was giving up his desire, emotion, consciousness, and everything, especially when he had a choice. But the divine system and rules of Maria's world were increasingly perfected, and all of the rules were under the control of the gods. Even the amazing act of turning back time could be achieved, but it was only accomplished in a smaller area. When the last god was revealed, maybe Maria's world could truly become a dream of the Creator, an authentic dream. Lu Zhiyu could already feel it. When the power of the gods really extended to every corner of the rules of the materials and controlled every basic level of materials and rules, then the Maria's world would truly be a game or a movie under the control of the gods. All information about the inner world would be recorded in the network host of Star Kingdom. It was akin to saving the information of a game in a network. The Creator could read files at any time, reshape the world, pause, retreat, and advance at any time. By then, as a creator with a complete set of competencies, he would then have a true amazing ability, no longer limited to rules of the material, but beyond material's constraints. He would exist in concepts and dreams, such as the dark mother tree that could go up against the long river of time. Lu Zhiyu was very much looking forward to it. There's only one last step left. Star Soul World, Wizard's Calendar, 1482. 90 years had passed since the first floating space tower of the wizard rose into the sky. That was a long and unimaginable period of time for an ordinary people. Even for wizards, a few generations had passed. Although it was still the same few who stood at the top, time and life seemed to have lost its meaning for them. There were 3 floating space towers in the sky of Wizard City. It suggested that 2 more mythical wizards had successfully reached level 7 mind power in the past 900 years. At the same time, the level 7 mythical wizards even deduced and traced their own mythical creature template. One of the floating space towers was full of classical and elegant style. It looked graceful and luxurious. It had a mana pool. It was equipped with 23 Annihilation Elemental Artillery, Mythical Boundary, and Portal. The other one was obviously belonged to the exotic race. It had an alchemy warlock style. It looked like an old mechanical clock tower made of steel and gears. The front of it was an odd clock. When you looked at it, for unfathomable reason, you would never be able to hear its sound, but you would feel the time ticking in your heart. The sound of clocks and gears turning would be in your heart. The Wizard City had become a dream city in myths and legends. The perfection and continuous construction of the magic crystal system had enabled the city to completely immerse in witchcraft. Buildings of hundreds of meters and more than 100 stories rose abruptly from the ground there, surrounded by roads and bridges. Steam locomotives ran on the roads as if they were running in the sky. In addition to steam locomotives, there were wizards, who rode on magical beasts, witchcraft flying carpets, magic skateboards and so on, glided through the sky. The Wizard City was under the protection of witchcraft boundary. No one was allowed to enter or leave at will. The golden statue ghost, the guardian of alchemical life form, maintained the order of the city. Above the highest spire, a great deal of brilliance was radiating, swept through the earth and sky, monitored the fluctuation of witchcraft and any abnormal behavior in the city. Projection witchcraft appeared in front of every violator from time to time, warning and punishing them. If they encountered resistance, the guardian golden statue ghost would set off. It would spread its wings and flew to the sky to take them down. If they encountered resistance from powerful wizards, there were even law enforcement teams to enforce the law. In that city, witchcraft had penetrated into all aspects of the life of the Wizard Alliance. The whole city of wizards, with a population of 8 million, was the largest city in the wizard continent. The proportion of professionals in the city had reached 20%. That was to say, Wizard City alone had nearly 160,000 professionals. It was a frightening number. The Wizard Alliance had also made great progress in the exploration of Bitwall. The Wizard Alliance had also acquired the technology of the portal and witchcraft of space exploration. The first large bubble of the Bitwall had been fully detected and anchored, and the first witchcraft garden was under construction. The whole wizard continent was no longer as desolate as previously seen. The land was full of cities, villages, roads, steam trains leading to any remote corners of the continents. The road was accessible from all directions. Various continents which were previously deserted were beginning to be developed by the Arcane Kingdom and the Wizard Alliance. For wizards to be able to obtain those results, a large part was due to the summoner. After more than 1,000 years of development, the special professional, summoner, of the Wizard Alliance was increasingly perfected. The summoner was the spokesman of Star Soul and the professional practitioner who cultivated themselves with the use of the power of Star Soul. Their strongest power was the power of the heart. They could use Star Soul as a springboard to communicate and use the power of the powerful existence in any corner of the world to communicate with the Dragon Raja, the magical beasts and the mighty wizards. They had to pay the price to call upon its element projection. The powerful summoner could even directly summon the projection of Star Soul to guard or attack, but that wasn't the most powerful workings. The latest emergence of the most powerful level 6 summoner could even summon creatures outside the world. Although the probability was extremely low, it required numerous attempts to communicate. The will of the distant creatures would be summoned and projection of those creatures from outside the world could be achieved. And what they summoned for could be life forms from Half-Bitwall, monsters in the abyss, and of course, life forms from Maria's world. For the first time, wizards had gained contact with Maria's world again. They knew that it was a horrifying world. Gods and powerful clergymen ruled the world. If they discovered Star Soul World, it would probably bring disaster to Star Soul World. But they also coveted the power and knowledge of Maria's world. They tried and carefully summoned to acquire the knowledge system of Maria's world. At the same time, they used their knowledge system and the special products of Star Soul World to exchange with the professionals they summoned. They had acquired the technology of portal, they studied and developed for hundreds of years, and finally built the first stable portal with an unexpected breakthrough. Just then, on the mechanical clock tower of the floating space tower, there was a test on the stability of the portal. Their goal was the witchcraft garden located in the middle of the Bitwall. Chapter 396, The Lost World of Titan. Clouds surrounded the floating space tower above the sky. In the hall at the highest floor of the mechanical clock tower, human beings, dwarfs and goblins gathered together. The magic sparked by magic crystal shrouded the magic crystal network and shuttled around all corners of the hall. In the center, a magnificent gate like the Gate of Heaven stood in the center, as tall as 20 meters. It looked like a Titan's gate. And now standing in front of that huge portal were 4 trolls. They were all professionals, level 4 troll warlocks. This was the first time that the Wizard Alliance was about to directly transmit the professionals, instead of using soul witchcraft for element projection or possessed their souls into alchemy dolls and then transmitted them over as before. They didn't have the enhancement of rules, which was akin to cheating, used by the god of space and exploration. They explored their own ways of creating a stable portal to transmit life forms. And it took them hundreds of years and generations of elite alchemy warlocks' wisdom. Colin was a silly troll. He was a level 4 blood warlock and was dressed in elemental armor. He was strong and had supernatural blood ability. On the battlefield, he was definitely the strongest fighter. He was from the dual-headed troll kingdom of the Titan continent. During the period of founding the kingdom, those dual-headed blood warlocks were having 2 supernatural blood abilities at the same time. By virtue of such strong innate aptitude, they led the army on the Titan continent, and set up a new kingdom belonged to the troll. In the time of territorial and resource disputes, troll warriors were the most important fighting force in the battle between wizard schools and wizard continent. Each and every one of them was strong enough to achieve victory even when fighting alone. They could carry annihilation elemental artillery and heavy fire power on their bodies. They could ignore and fight against opponents' ordinary witchcraft and dart into the opponent's camp. They could descend from airship and quickly join the battlefield. They were definitely the highly favored and high-quality soldiers of all forces. But with the advance of the times, with the emergence of floating space tower, more and more advanced weapons, moving castles, war fortresses, magical elemental airship, the Wizard Alliance needed more elite wizards who could manipulate those war alchemy props. They didn't need the brutal human shields like trolls' blood warlocks. The status of trolls in the society was lowered. When they didn't assume a significant role in battle, it looked like they weren't useful anymore. Goblins and dwarfs emerged from the system of alchemy warlock as well as from the creation of colossus and alchemy dolls. They had become an important member of the Wizard Alliance. The goblins joined Arcane Kingdom and became part of Arcane Kingdom. The long-lived race of goblins was very similar to the goblins in some ways. The system of the goblins' arcane system was suitable for them too. Especially their ancient tree of fairies and goblins' arcane system were just as if they were specially designed and built for the long-lived race of goblins. Hence, when Arcane Kingdom was roping in several kingdoms of goblins, they instantly joined them. Of course, a large number of goblins still stayed in the Wizard Alliance. Their natural wizard abilities were also very vital to the wizards. In Arcane Kingdom, there were also huge quantity of dwarfs and goblins. The Arcane Kingdom also needed elite alchemy warlocks and craftsmen of dwarfs and goblins. That was the current overall situation of Star Soul World. The only difference was that the trolls, their sense of existence, were getting lower and lower in that world. The silly trolls who didn't have any ability to create were unable to keep up with the pace of the world, they were gradually abandoned. They were gradually reduced to the lowest worth of the world. Wizard Alliance was a relatively fair and open civilization, but absolute fairness was impossible, especially in that world of saints. Fairness was won by a person's own strength. In the dangerous test of the portal, the mechanical clock tower had tested with animals, ordinary creatures, and humans, and now they were using the troll professionals because they were at the lowest ranking in the occupation of various professionals. The charge is complete. The wizard in charge of the mana pool's energy control shouted loudly. Space anchored. Coordinates are determined. The goblin alchemy warlock sat at the bottom, on the console not far from the portal. He informed that the preparations had been completed. The wave of space fluctuation and elemental wave are normal. The human wizard who was in charge of detecting data in the bitwall looked at Cook Bay, the tower master of the mechanical clock tower. He was the only level 7 mythical wizard of the goblins. All of the goblins thought of him like an existence of God. Open the portal. Cook Bay looked unchanged from 1,000 years ago. He had a small body but stamped with a pair of determined and wise eyes. He was still seeking for the limits of alchemy and exploring the ultimate meaning of the role of an alchemy warlock unique to him. No one could have imagined that such a small, somewhat ugly and funny-looking fellow could found the real era of alchemy. He created floating space tower, established magic crystal system, and perfected the technology of portal. With a command from Cook Bay, a translucent whirlpool appeared in the huge portal, and the brilliance was glowing and illuminating the entire hall. The brightness even radiated out the window and to the outside. It's time to go in. The agreement is established. Don't tell me all of you are going against it. The goblin clerk who stood at the side was somewhat impatiently urging the trolls standing on the stage. The troll is like this, stupid and foolish. How many times do they need me to repeat before they can understand? Can such a fellow be called a wise creature? Quick, get in. Colin was trembling from top to toe. His face turned red and he roared, "We know." His voice was so rough and shocking that it made a humming sound in others' ears. Colin felt the extreme humiliation. Since when did the trolls reduced to such a level, even a small goblin, could reproach and command them at will? Trolls had become the existence whereby everyone despised. In that wizard alliance, one could see the discrimination against trolls everywhere. Colin and other trolls stepped into the portal. Everything was normal when the first three entered. But when Colin was stepping in, the whirlpool in the portal, for some reason, was suffering from intense interference all of a sudden. As soon as Colin leaped over, he saw the whirlpool stopped instantly. The space expanded rapidly and spread towards the surrounding area. Then there was a boom and a violent explosion was heard. Cook Bay reacted fast. All of the mechanical gears on the mechanical clock tower turned at the same time immediately. The huge clock on the tower seemed to emit extraordinary brilliance with tremendous power, and the power of a mythical boundary erupted immediately. It suppressed the huge element storm and overflowing energy. But even so, the whole portal and the top floor of the mechanical clock tower were all blown up, especially near the central part of the portal. There was only a huge crater left. There wasn't even a residue left, as if everything had been engulfed by something. Cook Bay frowned. How could it fail? Previous experiments have all been successful. There are no errors in the transmission of animals and ordinary people. Why does this problem arise when we are transmitting professionals? All the alchemy warlocks in the mechanical clock tower looked at the wrecks of failure and fell into deep thoughts. No one worried about whether the trolls were alive or dead. Waves splashed on the beach continuously, blue sky and white clouds, and there was no human in sight in the entire world. There was no trace of wisdom of life. The land was covered with plants, but it wasn't green, it was colorful. There were trees akin to ice crystal, and they grew and stretched along the coastline. On the faraway land, the red grass was in sight. It was like ink-splashed colorful vegetation, plants of odd shapes, giant mushroom composed from spores. They grew recklessly and wildly without adhering to any natural rules. In the far central part of the continent, there was a tower that leaped directly into the clouds, as if it was connected to a building outside the world. The whole world was magnificent and unimaginable. What was more unimaginable was that Colin saw the barrier of the world, the bit wall. The folded wall, because of the refraction of light, was illuminating colorful rays. It was like a rainbow-colored sugar which was flowing along the bit wall. Where am I? Colin had never seen such a place before. He looked at himself and found that he had become a transparent luminous body. Ah! So I'm already dead. Colin didn't understand his death. Instead of being annihilated by the world's reincarnation, he entered a strange kingdom. Is this the world of death, the kingdom of the dead, managed by Star Soul? Colin's soul walked along the beach, through the magnificent and dreamlike colorful forest, across the ink-splashed grassland, and finally he came to the Sky Tower. The huge building was beyond Colin's imagination. The staircase was nearly 10 meters high. There weren't any traces of joint of various bricks on the main body of the tower. It seemed as if the building was one on its own. It also looked as though it was generated in an instant. The door was nearly 100 meters tall, the window was unimaginably huge. Colin, which was nearly 3 meters tall, was enough to make most creatures in the Star Soul world to look up at him, but now he was as small as a mouse before the building. The whole tower was in a peculiar state. It was like an ordinary building, or as if it was a living life form, or it was like an illusory and unreal existence. Colin could feel that the tower was the key to control the world of that bit wall, but he wasn't qualified to open the gate of the Sky Tower. Colin seemed to recall something. He looked up at the Sky Tower and the whole world, and he was in a daze instantly. This is the Lost World of Titan. Chapter 397, The Clash between Wizard Alliance and Arcane Kingdom. After the emergence of Arcane Kingdom's elf queen Wendy, there emerged a second mythical arcanist, the space magic genius, Meent Ambrose. Meent broke the limitations of mythical arcanist. He captured space and drew onto the elements of the astral world to create his realm of mythical arcanist, and in turn created his fairyland of elves. The first witchcraft garden of Wizard Alliance relied on the theory of Meent Ambrose's creation of fairyland of elves, as well as the reference from Fhardasil's fairyland and the arcane system. Meent's fairyland of elves was much smaller than Fhardasil's fairyland. It was just like a garden. It wasn't like Fhardasil's fairyland, which was a huge kingdom that could accommodate millions of people. But Meent's fairyland was located within the Bitwall, and thus it was freer and more mobile than Fhardasil's fairyland. The drawback was that he couldn't be a top mythical arcanist like Wendy, to own a formidable mythical territory and mythical combat power. He could only use the theory of portal. Through repeatedly exploration of astral world, he used astral world telescope to look into the Bitwall in the astral world from afar. He looked for life forms and material energy beyond Star Soul world to gradually build and perfect his fairyland, expand it slowly, but until now, it was only by chance that he had summoned a special life of astral world. And by replying on that life of astral world, he had succeeded in building his witchcraft garden. After thousands of years of development, Fhardasil hadn't expanded its area, but the mythical territory and fairyland boundary had been perfected. In Fairyland City, two beautiful creatures, elves and fairies, danced with each other. It had embellished the world into a real dreamland. Within Fhardasil's fairyland, there were a large number of professionals above level 4 who had been transformed after their death. They survived for various reasons, but they could stay alive for more than 1,000 years until the soul had completely lost its vitality. As a result, elves, fairies, spirits, the ancient tree danced together. It was really worthy of its name as a fairyland. A conference was being held at the Central Palace in Fairyland City. It was a building which looked like a cake with a tier upon another tier. A large number of top professionals gathered on the top floor of the open garden of the palace. There were goblins with transparent wings, kings wearing crowns, and grand dukes of other kingdoms under the governance of Arcane Kingdom, or the lords of independent city-states, and several souls floating in the air in white robes. All of the people present were professionals at least above level 4. Some of them could set off storm in the whole world easily. And a somewhat old and grey-haired elf was hastily reporting something to the Elf Queen. Whether it true or false, we must pay attention to it, Her Majesty. For the Wizard Alliance, this may be an important discovery and chance for us, but if it isn't true, the impact on the Wizard Alliance isn't that great either. But for our elves, this is an opportunity that can never be missed. Her Majesty, it's really too difficult for us to produce a mythical arcane. It's hard to cultivate to the mythical level and acquire the knowledge of a mythical arcane. What's even harder is that it's difficult for us to build an arcane fairyland unique to us. At present, we only have 2 mythical arcanists, and the rising stars aren't showing signs of advancing. But the Wizard Alliance has 3 mythical arcanists, and has several preparatory mythical arcanists. At any time, there may be new floating space tower being built. They're increasingly stronger, but we're increasingly weaker. However, both sides are still maintaining peace and restraining conflicts to ensure stable development, but no one can be sure that they'll be able to maintain this so-called peace and restrained potential conflict. When they've more than a dozen mythical arcanists, which suggests that they've completely triumphed over us, when they happened, will they still maintain the alleged peace? It was Meant Ambrose, the mythical arcanist, who was speaking. When he had advanced, he was already near 1,000 years old, he was stuck at the last stage of advancement. Perhaps he was accustomed to the appearance of aging, or perhaps it was a self-reminder of his difficulty in advancement and the difficulty of mythical arcanists' advancement, he still retained his aging appearance. Meant's words immediately resonated with the high-ranking members of the Arcane Kingdom. Everyone was widely discussing about it. The goblins exchanged words and spoke at great length. The kings and grand dudes were worried about the strength of the Wizard Alliance. Meant Ambrose continued, he turned back and shouted, and this time, if there really exists the so-called world of Titan, between the creators, we'll be able to relieve the worries of the elves' arcanist in the future. We can really get rid of elves' mythical arcanists' difficulty and boundary of advancement. At the mention of that, Meant Ambrose looked at Elf Queen Wendy. At the same time, we can also lift our Hardisil's fairyland into the bitwall, into that huge half-bitwall, completely freed from the oppression and bondage of the core world, and I'm willing to integrate my fairyland into it too, and the same will happen for the future generations. Every mythical arcanists will integrate into this half-bitwall to create our common, and massive Hardisil's fairyland. Someday in the future, maybe we can upgrade Hardisil's fairyland to a truly well-regulated world with perfect rules, a fairyland which completely belongs to the elves. Now, we need to make a decision, Meant Ambrose said excitedly. The Arcane Kingdom was having a conference about what happened half a month ago. A fairy summoner in the Wizard continent had accidentally communicated with an existence outside the core world. She thought she was communicating with a creature from the astral world, or an existence in the legendary Maria's world. But after communicating with each other, the fairy summoner found that it was a troll named Colin. It made her extremely depressed. After all, communicating with the existence in the astral world or another world, through establishing an agreement, it could allow the summoner to gain enormous benefits, whether it was through another world knowledge system or simple barter through portal could make both sides profitable. But if it was a troll of her own world, it would be meaningless. She would rather establish an agreement with a powerful magical beast that she could summon its elemental projection at a critical moment in warfare. But the troll told the fairy summoner that he wasn't in the core world, but in a magical place, that was, the legendary lost world of Titan. The troll refused to lock in or establish an agreement with the fairy summoner. The fairy summoner couldn't determine his specific coordinates. He made a request for the fairy summoner to help him contact the dual-headed troll kingdom. Then, he hoped that the fairy summoner would go to the core land of the Elven Kingdom, the Sylve continent, in hope of striking a deal with Arcane Kingdom. Whether it was the fairy summoner or the dual-headed troll kingdom, they see hope and future in that opportunity. The dual-headed troll kingdom hoped to get rid of its awkward position within Wizard Alliance at present. They wanted head over to Arcane Kingdom to gain their support and the knowledge system of Arcane Kingdom to develop and grow. On the other hand, the fairy summoner knew that if Colin, the troll, was telling the truth, a little gift from Arcane Kingdom was enough to make her a high-ranking professional and in a position she never dreamed of. The dual-headed troll kingdom and the fairy summoner immediately made a decision to contact the Arcane Kingdom, but the Wizard Alliance also received the news at the same time. One of the 3 floating space towers, the Philosopher Tower, immediately rushed to the Titan continent. Several battle fortresses, bombing airships, and combat airships filled the whole of dual-headed Troll Kingdom. The Wizard Alliance immediately controlled the situation of dual-headed Troll Kingdom, but the fairy summoner fled. The Wizard Alliance was searching for her traces. The fairy summoner applied for refuge of the Arcane Kingdom through a secret magic transceiver, hoping that the Arcane Kingdom would send somebody to the Titan continent to fetch her. And that was the rationale for the conference that was held. The managerial level of the Arcane Kingdom was figuring out the truth of the matter. Once it was decided, they were likely to have a clash with the Wizard Alliance or even go to war. At the same time, the Arcane Kingdom also took into account the friendship between Queen Wendy and Catherine, the leader of the Wizard Tower. Although most people weren't sure about it, the people present had heard a legend that the two women of Star Soul World, who controlled the whole world, were learning from the same teacher. Wendy was now dressed in white dress, with a silver crown on her head. She sat barefoot on top of the throne, and she was radiating a faint glow all over. She had a warm and bright aura. Wendy finally looked up and said, "Meent, you shall go and pick her up in person. As you said, it's an important turning point for the future of the entire Arcane Kingdom. As for Catherine's side, all of you didn't have to consider my relationship with her. It's a matter between the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom. It won't be affected because of our personal relationship. We're all beings at mythical level. We went through countless stormy events, we've already seen through these things." Meent Ambrose, the mythical arcanist, was thrilled, his white hair was shaking. "Your will is greater than everything, Her Majesty Wendy." Wendy turned around and said with a chuckle, "What world of Titan, did you leave that behind? Between the creators of this world. I'd like to see what you've left this time." Chapter 398, The Rivalry Between Mythical Wizards and Arcanists. Above the Sea of Titan, a large number of steel-made alchemy vessels above the sea were burning with blazing fire and black smoke. They opened fire with artillery and shot at each other, causing a series of clicking sound. Bombing airships in the sky dumped bombs continuously and bombarded ships above the sea. Battle airships in the sky were chasing each other. The flames and clicking sound from the steam Gatling guns made everyone feel the sense of rhythm of a fierce battlefield. From time to time, battle airships were hit and fell down high from the clouds. At the same time, there were a large number of troll blood warlocks incarnating as monsters in the sky. They attacked each other or destroyed each other's airships. On the airships, there were also professionals on both sides who released combined witchcraft or large-scale arcane magic. As a result, it had burned the whole sea into a sea of fire, which eventually patches and patches of sea evaporated. Several level 5 elves could even be seen running with their ancient war trees on the surface of the sea. They fought with the high-ranking alchemy warlocks who sat on steam alchemy dolls more than 10 meters tall. Those alchemy dolls, when they moved a leg or raised a leg, it would set off huge waves and they could easily jump over supernatural spiritual light spanning hundreds of meters. Over the sea, there was the battling and bombardment scene between the witchcraft from the Wizard Alliance and the arcane magic of the Arcane Kingdom, as if they had torn the vast sea into halves. In that moment, a magnificent and classical floating space tower crossed the sky. Its grand witchcraft boundary brought upon an enormous blast and turbulence, which caused people within 10 miles to lie on the ground and block their ears. "This is the border of the Arcane Kingdom. Stop advancing, Job. Your floating space tower isn't allowed to cross the border. Otherwise, it'll be regarded as a declaration of war against the Arcane Kingdom. Stop. Job." Within the bitwall, there came a bubble with the presence of a colorful arcane boundary. Through the bubble, castle, land, garden, fairies, and elves could be seen. The Philosopher Tower of the floating space towers had no intention of staying put at all. The fairyland of elves in the sky immediately emitted a colorful radiance. Its entire body emitted an intense brilliance which stimulated the power of the surrounding elements. It then transformed into a thunderbolt which spanned over heaven and earth. It struck down from the sky. The thunderbolt, which spanned over thousands of meters, instantly illuminated the entire world, and it turned the sea and sky into a blaze. The network of thunder and lightning covered the entire sea and sky. And right in the middle of the network, it was the Philosopher Tower of the Wizard Alliance, belonged to the mythical wizard, Job. The Philosopher Tower immediately activated its witchcraft boundary with all its strength, but it was still penetrated by thunder and lightning. It invaded the interior of the elemental tower. A series of lightning shuttled back and forth the witchcraft boundary and inside the floating space tower. Some hapless people in the tower were hit by thunder and lightning, were instantly turned into a mass of ash. The whole Philosopher Tower trembled violently, and the witchcraft boundary looked like it was about to burst from the overwhelming attacks. Its operations, which were originally moving at high speed, stopped immediately. Even the floating space ring was affected. It almost dropped directly into the sea. "How dare you!" meant Ambrose. There was a roar inside the Philosopher Tower. It then turned and changed its direction. More than 10 of the Annihilation Elemental Artilleries were activated at the same time. It caused a brilliant pillar of light to bolt through the sky and clouds. It bombarded the bitwall. It was obviously inching closer and closer to the core world of the fairyland of elves. While the battle between the two sides was fierce, the battle under was gradually coming to an end. The Philosopher Tower penetrated the nearest bit wall. It was chasing Meent Ambrose in the direction of fairyland of elves, and they started a series of pursuits in the bit wall. Since the upgrade of space exploration technology, the improvement of space anchoring and technology of portal, the level 7 mythical wizard finally dared to step into the shallow layer of the bit wall, without fear of being lost in the space maze, but they still dared not go deeper into the exploration of the bit wall. Spatial faults and storms that occurred from time to time in the inner layers were something that a level 7 mythical wizard and floating space tower couldn't endure. Although Job and Meent Ambrose were fighting profusely, both sides knew that the battle was over and that the ship that escaped from the Titan continent had penetrated into the territory of the Arcane Kingdom and had disappeared. Job was just venting his anger at the moment. Meent Ambrose knew it too, so he wasn't too serious in their fight. He fled while returning fire. Job spent a day of chase with Meent in the bit wall. He gave up and returned to the core world of the wizard continent. Muriel, the fairy summoner, was very nervous about traveling on a steam train across the fairy continent. Although Muriel was a fairy, she had never been to the fairy continent. That was a continent that the fairies occupied when they joined the Arcane Kingdom 700 years ago, then they renamed it, but the origin of the fairies was still the Titan continent. And she was a fellow who grew up in the wizard continent. She was different from ordinary fairies. To be exact, her personality was more like a goblin. Her greed for money had become her instinct. Her hobby was taking petty advantage of others. She was a summoner, but she would sometimes cheat someone out of their money by pretending to be a diviner. There were similar characteristics between the summoner and the diviner. She didn't possess the diligence and kindness of the fairies. If she could sit, she would never stand. She thought of countless ways to be gluttonous and lazy all day. But this time, she had found a way of making a big fortune. She once again assembled enough materials for another summon of creatures from another world. Unexpectedly she had discovered a big one. I'm going rich this time. Loaded. Filthy rich. Muriel felt that the wizard coins seemed to fall from the sky continuously. With a body of only 20 centimeters long, she flew in the train carriage with fluorescence, as if she had felt the taste of the rain of the wizard coins. Meent Ambrose, the mythical arcanist, who sat beside her, looked at the fellow with an odd expression. To tell the truth, he had lived for 1,000 years and had never seen such a fairy with no sense of shame. When you see Her Majesty, remember to pay attention to your etiquette and don't talk about anything else, do you understand? Of course, I can't imagine that I'm about to see the Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom. Oh my god! This experience, I can brag for 10 days and 10 nights to the others. By the way, white-bearded old elf, do you have any potent identity? In the future, when I talked about my legendary experience, I'll publish a book and make a biography. Maybe I can also mention your name and make you famous. Muriel flew and stopped in mid-air, hands in front of her chest. She looked at Meent. Cough cough. I don't need that, I'm not a fan of undeserved reputation. Ah. Your life is boring. The train passed through the fairy continent. They crossed the track built above the sea, and went through more than 10 islands along the way. It ran all the way along the sea to Sylve continent. The steam train traveled all the way without stopping. They went through a dense forest, through an illusory space and gate, then they finally entered a magical kingdom. The fairy Muriel was shocked to see the golden light scattered from the sky. Some of the blue lakes here were like gems. It could really reflect the scene from the sky. From a distance, they saw sunflower fields and wheat fields, as well as several tall farmer treants and elves riding horses. In the distance, ancient tree of fairies could be seen, and there was a unique scent of magic plants which Muriel could feel from a distance. And the most shocking scene was the dream city in the central. Muriel was carried by the steam train which rapidly moved forward. She marveled at all she saw, and into the fairyland city. It was Muriel's first time entering the city. She found that there were a lot of ghosts in the city. She met several ghosts in front of her in an instant. The ghosts gathered and dispersed like clouds. It passed through the body of a living person. The city wasn't as ancient as Muriel imagined, but a huge city similar to Wizard City. There were hundreds of meters tall of towers, highways, and sky bridges in the sky, and an elegant and exquisite palace. Meent Ambrose took Muriel directly to the palace, which was high up in the center. Clouds surrounded the palace. On top of the palace there was a garden. It looked as if it was floating in the sky. By the time they entered, the hall was filled with the important figures of the arcane kingdom. They were unlike the old elf Mint, they were dignified, majestic, and superior. It made Muriel felt a little afraid. Her Majesty, this is Muriel. I've brought her here. Muriel saw Wendy sat high up on the throne and she saw the other high-ranking arcanists and fairies in the huge palace. She felt as if she had accidentally crashed into a temple and participated in a conference of the gods. Wendy looked at Fairy Muriel. Hello, Muriel. Can you show us the existence of the Titan continent in your communication? Muriel was suddenly full of courage. No. Suddenly, there was uproar. Someone stood up and said, I told you this is merely a trap. This time, because of her, we had torn the alliance between the Wizard Alliance. How dare she lie to the Arcane Kingdom? The liar must know the cost of cheating us. Just then, Mint stood up and said, Your Majesty, please allow her to explain. Wendy asked Muriel, why not? You haven't paid yet. Muriel exerted all her strength while speaking with her little chest bulging. All of a sudden, the chaotic scene quieted down, and everyone looked at Muriel as they were incredibly surprised and astonished. Mint Ambrose was already prepared. He looked at Muriel and asked, How much do you want? How about 100,000 standard magic crystals? Muriel stamped her foot at once and retorted, 100,000? How can 100,000 do it? I didn't run so far to make that 100,000. Mint Ambrose randomly spoke a number. For all the people present, money and ordinary magic crystals were completely meaningless to them. At least a large number of elemental magic crystals would make them pay a little more attention. Then how much do you want? Mint asked. At least 20,000 more. Muriel popped out her finger in front of Wendy. She popped one finger out, then she felt that she was losing out, thus she popped another out again. Her actions prompted Wendy, the Elf Queen, to laugh uncontrollably. All the high-ranking members of the Arcane Kingdom in the temple laughed all together, and Wendy, the Elf Queen, had a rare hearty laugh. She liked the fairy, which was a little different. Wendy stood up, held out her hand, and the light in her hand produced an Arcane Kingdom's edict endorsed by her. No problem, and we'll also give you an aristocratic status in the Arcane Kingdom, a territory for your development. No citizens, you need to develop your own territory, and also I'll give you a seed of the ancient tree of fairies. Seed of the ancient tree of fairies. Muriel felt that her chin had fallen off. The rest of the reward was of no big deal. But a seed of the ancient tree of fairies was akin to a certification or proof for the fairies' smooth progression to its advanced profession. Chapter 399, Tower of Heaven. The wind blew across the coast, and Colin's soul scattered and condensed like the clouds. He shuttled through the colorful grassland as if he was the son of the wind and drifted through the earth. He traveled with the wind and huffed onto the flowers and trees, making them bow. The serenity there seemed to allow people to forget about time, and it was so beautiful that anyone would forget all their desires, hatred, or dreams, while Colin still remembered his own dreams and the future of the trolls. There weren't any star soul or restraints of the reincarnation system, but he was a soul without his body that was dissipating little by little. He seemed to feel that his soul activity was gradually vanishing, while his memory was fading. After all, that place wasn't the same as the Fhardasil's fairyland, a territory that was specially built for souls and the mythical arcanist. Suddenly, the summoner from the distant core world once again summoned the real name of his soul. She had connected with him and brought along news exciting enough to let him die in peace. In the palace of Fairyland City, an illusory figure stood in the palace. It was a soul projection that was wearing elemental armor. His will and image were clear and enough to prove that he had formerly been a level 4 professional. No problem. In fact, before you came, we had already negotiated an agreement with the dual-headed Troll Kingdom. We'll accept trolls into the Arcane Kingdom. At the same time, we'll provide you with the agreed territory, as well as the complete system of inheritance to the level 7 Blood Warlock. It'll be no worse than the Wizard Tower. But before all that, we have to be sure that everything you said is true. The moment Wendy saw Colin, after she listened to Colin's experience and what he saw, she immediately believed that he was indeed in the legendary world of Titan. No, not only that. I hope to receive the legendary Titan's Itcher. I'm in the legendary world of Titan created by the Creator, the God of Titan. The legend says that there's Titan's Itcher and inheritance here. Although I can't get in, I hope that after you've received access, you can give the Titan's inheritance to the trolls. After all, we're purest descendants of the Titans. Colin was convinced that there was a real existence of the so-called Titan, the legendary mythical creature. Wendy's expression revealed a playful smile. If he, the creator, really has such a legacy for you, all of you will receive it. I believe you, Her Majesty. The great emperor of the Arcane Kingdom would never deceive me, a humble troll. Colin kneeled down at Wendy's feet, his brutal and furious face now full of relief. Although he was dead, he could still seek a future for the trolls. Wendy asked Colin curiously, do you really believe in the so-called creator, the god of Titan, as stated in your legend? Well, an enormous wild and savage man who could fill up the whole world. Colin answered, of course. This is the legend that's been passed down since ancient times. Our ancestors lived in the world of Titan, and they saw the legendary creator, plus the legend of the Tower of Heaven is still well known. We are the sons of the Titan, the one who has the blood of God. In the palace garden above the clouds, there was a wooden portal embossed with green leaves and flowers in the elven style, and hundreds of elf arcanists were adjusting the portal. The one who was presiding the process was the elf space magic master, mythical arcanist, Meent Ambrose. More than 10 fairies arcanists surrounded the projection of the troll, Colin, and were communicating with the star soul in the sky. In the name of Star Soul, in the witness of the will of the world, will be bound by the agreement in front of you. In the name of Star Soul, in the witness of the will of the world, will be bound by the agreement in front of you. The soul of the conscious from both sides collided, and an illusory contract erupted and appeared immediately with their souls' real names written in the corner. An arcanist at the side immediately said, target found. The coordinates are really in the bit wall, not beyond the distant astral world or another world. But it's weird that there's no spatial fluctuation, so we can't calculate its size. No wonder we couldn't detect it. We didn't even know such a huge half-bit wall was situated within the bit wall. Meent Ambrose frowned. The charge is complete. Open the predetermined space channel by its coordinates. Target locked and portal opened. The huge portal shone brightly under the power of the magic crystal network, and the translucent vortex appeared within the portal's door frame. In that moment, the upper echelons of the Arcane Kingdom, as well as the Elf Queen Wendy, were watching the portal. They didn't know whether the portal was a stable one or not. It was simply a portal that Meent Ambrose had adopted from the same portal that had transmitted the elves from Maria's world. It was the same portal that he had studied and transformed from the wrecks of the portal made by Zhiyu. The great instability was like the portal at the wizard's side. It had previously been used to transmit element projection and soul wizards for exploration purposes, but both could transmit mythical life. Mythical life had no stable physical form, so as long as one opened a node, the mythical life could easily be transmitted. The transmission of mythical life didn't require stability or other aspects. Meent Ambrose created his own fairyland of elves in that way too, and so had the wizards who had created their witchcraft garden. Meent Ambrose didn't rush into it, but waved and saw a mechanical alchemy doll released from the space ring in Meent's hand. Then, he stepped twice on the ground, leaped tens of yards, and jumped straight into the portal. Illusionary projection. Meent lifted something and a huge screen was released from above the portal. He immediately saw the view on the other side of the portal. The image clearly showed what the mechanical alchemy doll saw. At the moment they saw the display, it shocked everyone. The space was divided into several levels. Some were as small as a space bubble, while the smallest could only be developed into space storage, and the largest space could be developed into a witchcraft garden. And one that could be called a half-bit wall was absolutely massive, an incomparably huge space. But for it to be that magnificent, it had exceeded the imagination of all arcanists who were present. Perhaps, those who were present had never seen the real appearance of a half-bit wall, unlike Maria's world, which had once captured a half-bit wall, but also had a hell that went far beyond its existence. Meent Ambrose was in a daze, and as he let go of the equipment in his hands, he muttered, "This can't be called a half-bit wall. It's simply a little world." Several arcanists stood up. They gradually approached the portal and looked up at the half-bit wall, their expressions incomparably pious. "This is the future of our mythical arcanists, a gift from the legendary creator. It's really a fantastic and magnificent world, the fabled land of the origin of life." On the other end of the portal, there was a vast and borderless sea, crystal-like trees, a colorful forest, an earth that looked like watercolor ink. The whole world was like a magical creation of God. He had created a kingdom of fantasy. The Tower of Heaven in the middle had attracted most of their attention. The huge tower spiraled upwards. Even from a distance, one could feel its exquisite and gorgeous design, but that wasn't usually enough to overwhelm and startle the arcanists. The arcanists were startled by the huge alchemy tower due to its massive height and impressive structure, which were unparalleled by all the other floating space towers. It had also exceeded the imagination of the arcanists for someone to build such a large alchemy tower. According to Colin, the alchemy tower had spatial properties and characteristics of a mythical life, but also the key to the world of Titan. Only the person who received its recognition could enter. Otherwise, if one was to stand outside or in front of it, no one could even touch it. A lonely troll sat under the steps of the Tower of Heaven. He looked up at the tower above the clouds, his projection still in front of the portal as he explained to the crowd, "This is the legendary Tower of Heaven. Welcome to the origin of life. The world of Titan." Chapter 400, The Titans. Within the capital of God, Zhiyu was still contemplating the last god and the details of how he could have perfected the divine kingdom after the world ascended. Suddenly, he realized that his creator's space, the space between the creations that he had left behind in the Star Soul world, had been discovered. That was the second creator's space that Zhiyu had created, but compared to the previous dimensional castle, it was much larger and more perfect. It was like a small world, but in other aspects, Zhiyu hadn't left behind many things in that space. Especially after the completion of the world's ecological environment and the editing and creation of its life, the entire creator's space was basically emptied. Zhiyu had only left one thing in that space, the space mythical alchemy tower that he had tried to create. When Zhiyu was studying and exploring the knowledge and technology of space storage and portals, that alchemy tower had been a masterpiece. He hadn't given it a name but treated it as a temporary laboratory and residence. Later, when the life system of the Star Soul world was perfected, Zhiyu completely abandoned that space, especially as he knew that it would be discovered in a few years' time. It could have been 1,000 years, or it could have been tens of thousands of years. Among the few things left behind by Zhiyu, there were also the mythical templates and inheritance of Star Soul world's 3 indigenous creatures: dwarfs, goblins, and trolls. Other than all those, there was nothing there. It was impossible to receive the entire inheritance from the creator in that world just like Wendy had. Although it was as large as a small world, and its rules and ecological environment were near perfection, compared to the importance and value, it was inferior to the creator's space of Maria's world. Zhiyu had hidden most of his fundamental secret, which was also the most important secret of the world, inside that. It's already been discovered? Did the space exploration era develop too quickly? Or was it an accident? It's only by full mastery and exploration of the mysteries of the entire Bitwall that it would be possible to discover the creator's space that I've left behind. Zhiyu felt a little puzzled, as he didn't assume a transmission failure had led to a special soul entering his creator's space. Meant Ambrose stood at the foot of the Tower of Heaven and looked up to see its swirling clouds, as well as the horseshoe-shaped bridges and pillars above them. It was a giant tower that truly spanned up to the heavens. But in the legend of the Star Soul world, the name of the Tower of Heaven had other interpretations. It was a giant tower leading to the throne of the god of Titan. Whoever could find the Tower of Heaven could inherit the bequest of the Creator, the god of Titan. This isn't an ordinary alchemy tower, it's a mythical alchemy tower. This mythical alchemy tower even has an impossible-to-achieve creature template that's been embedded with a spatial attribute. It's a huge space mythical alchemy life, it's alive and probably has its own will. Meant Ambrose was in great shock as he flew up the huge stairway only to find that the stairway led to the gate of the Tower of Heaven, as if it was an endless route. No matter how far he traveled, the distance between him and the Tower of Heaven was never closer. It's no use, no one can get close to it without the permission of the god of Titan. The troll, Colin, was standing at the Tower of Heaven and spoke with his husky voice. His soul had become very scant, its vitality gradually lost. Without special witchcraft or territory to protect it, it was possible for him to lose all his memories and vitality at any time, and he could eventually become a wandering soul. Maybe we can use space witchcraft to crack it down. Meant Ambrose was eager to try. Then it'll activate the defenses of the mythical alchemy tower. This is the control hub of the entire half-bit wall, and it's likely that the entire half-bit wall will be destroyed in the process. Wendy, who was dressed in a white robe, stared at the steps that resembled a giant's stairway. At the end of her sentence, Wendy stepped on the steps. She gently leaped, constantly jumping up. It was as if she was crossing various mountain tops. She darted up and finally reached the door of the Tower of Heaven. Meant Ambrose's jaw dropped, as he hadn't expected anyone to reach the top just by walking. The soul of the troll, Colin, wasn't expecting that either. As long as one didn't fly up, instead walking there slowly, one could reach the door. Lord Wendy, how did you know you could reach the door just by walking? This is incredible. I've been here so long but I didn't know this. Her Majesty, you figured it out when you only took a glance at it. Wendy stood under the Tower of Heaven, looked at Meant Ambrose, and said, you know what? On the steps below the Wizard Tower, the first step has a line written in ancient words. It says that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We can walk up to the door a step by step, but absolutely never reach the top when you choose to fly. How could I have never heard of it? Is it a secret among wizards, said Meant Ambrose, who was in doubt. Wendy immediately replied, of course you haven't heard of it. It was a tower of the past. It was all the little tricks he likes to play when he was young. There were 2 spooky human faces on the bronze gate. They wriggled and said, welcome, little guys of the Star Soul world. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm Manfred. I'm the master of this tower in front of you, and you need to answer a question from me to get in. The weird face revealed a malicious smile. Go ahead. What is the fairest principle but one which is impossible to fulfill in the world? Meant immediately frowned. This question has no standard answer. Any answer will do, since the world doesn't have any fairest principle. You can say no to any answers we've mentioned, but there's no standard answer in your system. I'm sorry, but there's a standard answer in my system. People who can't answer must accept their punishment. Even if both of you are mythical, this is my world. In this world, it's my call. Manfred seemed very excited. As one who had been silent for 2,000 or 3,000 years, he wasn't aware of his own past and future. He only knew the mission that had been given to him by the man who built the tower. When he saw those who could move freely and pursue their wants, he couldn't help but be immensely jealous of them. Exchange of equal values. Now, can you open the door, Manfred, the tower spirit of the Tower of Heaven? Wendy blurted out her answer, as if the question wasn't the least bit difficult, and she was convinced that it was the right answer. Moreover, she even correctly pinpointed Manfred's identity. How could it be? How do you know the right answer, and who I am? Manfred, who had pretended to be philosophical at the beginning, showed a look of surprise and alarm. How do you know who I am? Who are you? Manfred shouted. His jealous gaze and begrudging voice echoed in front of the gate, but he had involuntarily opened the door and accepted the 2. This is my tower, and I'm the master of this world, you thieves, robbers. Get out of my tower. When Wendy walked in, she looked back at Manfred and said, you're merely left here to watch over the gate. You don't even know who your creator is. How dare you pretend to be the master of the Bitwall? Ridiculous. 2 humans and the soul of Troll walked in the Tower of Heaven. The interior was empty, there was nothing, and it was like the ruins of an old tower that had been forgotten by time. It was as if no one had ever lived there, since there was no vitality. The greatest feeling evoked in them was that the place was incredibly big, the building didn't look like it was designed for ordinary-sized life forms. Secondly, it was empty. When they walked all the way up, there was nothing to see. Next, the space there was very strange. They were clearly going up, but they reached the bottom. When they were clearly walking down, they ended up at the top. It was a maze deep in the Bitwall whereby one couldn't find a way out. Fortunately, they had the space magic master, Meant Ambrose, with them. Eventually, they spent several days exploring the routes and methods, and at last, they reached the top and saw a statue. It was a giant statue, thousands of feet tall, and it had a rough body shape. One could see its body swept with the flame and magma. If viewed from afar, one could feel the momentum of a surge of a volcano. Underneath the giant statue were the statues of a dwarf, goblin, and troll, that looked as though they were worshipping him. Meant and Wendy were focused on the control station and the hub beneath the Titan Colossus. It was the heart of that mythical alchemy tower. Colin looked as if he had lost his mind, and he went forward and claimed, I've finally seen it, Titan, the great Titan. And as if it had felt the presence of Colin, a fire-red crystal along with a strong flame dropped down from the Titan Colossus. It went through Colin's body like a meteor. Colin, who had already died, was reborn with a new body in the flames. His new body was taller, more powerful, and impervious to fire. It was as if he was born to be an ally of fire, one who was born extraordinary. Colin reached out and saw a blazing flame flowing out from his body. He had transformed into a giant made from fire. He had received the Titan's inheritance and Itcher. As long as he could smoothly advance, he, who already possessed a mythical template, could easily become a Titan. He would be the first from the trolls to advance as a mythical being. Colin looked at Meent and Wendy and immediately said, "I'll never forget your help and kindness. The trolls will always be part of the Arcane Kingdom. This is my promise to Her Majesty, Wendy. A troll's word of honor will never falter."